Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
Next. Where is this? Didn't I die in my fight against Kawaki? Naruto Uzumaki, the seventh Hokage, slowly opened his eyes. His vision was still blurry, and his mind felt heavy. When he finally looked around, confusion filled his face. He was standing inside a vast white space. There was no sky. No ground. No walls. No end in sight. Naruto tried to call out. "Is anyone here?" His voice echoed through the empty space, but no one answered. Again, he shouted. "Hey! Is anyone there?" Still, there was only silence. Naruto lowered his head and let out a tired sigh. So, this is the afterlife. As that thought crossed his mind, memories of his life began to appear one by one. From the moment he was born, Naruto had lost both of his parents. Because he carried the nine tails inside him, the villagers feared him, hated him, and pushed him away. His childhood was lonely and painful. There were days when even eating a proper meal felt difficult. But even then, he never gave up. He kept chasing his dream. He wanted to become Hokage. At the age of 12, he met Iruka-sensei, the first person who truly recognized him. From Iruka, Naruto received his forehead protector and officially became a genin of Konoha. After that, he met Kakashi-sensei and became part of Team 7. In the Land of Waves, he faced Zabuza and Haku. That mission taught him what it truly meant to walk the path of a ninja. With blood, pain, and determination, Naruto began forming his own ninja way. During the Chunin exam, he defeated Neji and showed everyone that fate could be changed. Then he faced Gaara, who had also lived as a lonely Jinchuriki. Naruto defeated him, protected the village, and slowly began to earn the respect of the people around him. Later, he trained under Jiraiya. From that day on, Naruto had a master, a guide, and someone he could rely on like family. Years passed. Naruto rescued Gaara from the Ōtsutsuki and protected the bond between Konoha and the Sand Village. More and more people in the village began to recognize him. At 16, he returned to Konoha in Sage Mode and defeated Pain, one of the most feared members of the Ōtsutsuki. That day, Naruto was no longer seen as the demon fox. He became the hero of Konoha. After that, with the help of Killer Bee and the Eight Tails, Naruto learned to control the Nine Tails chakra. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, he finally became true partners with Kurama. The two fought side by side as perfect comrades. Then, together with Sasuke, Naruto received the power of the Six Paths and sealed Kaguya, bringing peace back to the ninja world. After the war, during Kakashi-sensei's time as the sixth Hokage, Naruto's broken arm was restored. He became a jonin and, after spending more time with Hinata, finally understood his feelings for her. The two fell in love. They married. They had children. For the first time in his life, Naruto had the family he had always dreamed of. At the age of 30, Kakashi stepped down, and Naruto became the seventh Hokage. His childhood dream had finally come true. His friends were married. Their children were growing up. The ninja world was peaceful. Everything felt perfect. But peace never lasted forever. One day, the threat Naruto had feared finally appeared. The Ōtsutsuki clan returned. Kinshiki. Momoshiki. Urashiki. Ishiki. Each one was more dangerous than the last. Only then did Naruto realize that even Kaguya was not the end of the Ōtsutsuki threat. During the battle against Ōtsutsuki Ishiki, Naruto lost Kurama, the companion who had stayed with him for almost his entire life. And Sasuke, his best friend, was attacked by Boruto while Boruto was being controlled. The kunai pierced Sasuke's Rinnegan and took away one of his greatest powers. Even though Naruto knew Boruto had not acted by his own will, the pain in his heart did not fade. Kurama was gone. Sasuke had lost his Rinnegan. Their strongest powers were disappearing one after another. Naruto knew that his own strength was no longer enough. So he searched for another answer. At Mount Myaboku, the sleeping Great Toad Sage gave a new prophecy. In the latest prophecy, Boruto will be the one who changes the ninja world. Hearing that, Naruto placed all his hopes on his son. He trained Boruto with everything he had. And Boruto did not disappoint him. With the power of the Jogan, the strength of the Ōtsutsuki, and Sasuke's personal guidance, Boruto inherited Sasuke's sword, cloak, and forehead protector. In time, he surpassed even the previous Hokage and became the strongest fighting force in the ninja world. But fate took another cruel turn. During his training, Boruto met Kawaki. Kawaki carried the same mysterious mark as him. After speaking with each other, the two quickly became close. Boruto, being kind-hearted, brought Kawaki back to Konoha and allowed him to train there. But later, Kawaki was manipulated by the Kara organization. He broke away from Boruto. He wanted to destroy the ninja world, revive the Eye of the Moon plan, and plant the divine tree once again. And so, the Fifth Great Ninja War began. Remembering this, Naruto clenched his fists. In that war, he watched the people he loved fall one after another. Because he was the Hokage, and because he had already lost Kurama, everyone tried to protect him. They kept him behind the front lines, away from the battlefield. But that only made the pain worse. Naruto's eyes filled with tears. Hinata. Himawari. Sasuke. Gaara. Iruka-sensei. Kakashi-sensei. Shikamaru. And so many others. One by one, they were taken by the war. In the end, only Naruto and Boruto remained. And finally, to protect his son, Naruto died under Kawaki's ninjutsu. Thinking of this, Naruto raised his head toward the endless white space. Why? His voice trembled. Why did it have to end like this? Then, another thought suddenly struck him. What happened to Boruto after I died? Did he save the ninja world? At that moment, a calm and ancient voice echoed through the white space. Both he and Kawaki failed. Naruto froze. He quickly turned toward the voice. In the distance, a figure slowly appeared inside the empty white world. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Grandpa Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths looked at him with a faint smile. We meet again, Naruto, child of prophecy. Naruto rushed forward. What did you just say? Boruto and Kawaki failed? His voice became urgent. But wasn't Kawaki working with the Ōtsutsuki? The Sage of Six Paths sighed. After your death, Boruto and Kawaki fought. But during that battle, Kawaki finally woke up and understood the true purpose behind the Eye of the Moon. In the end, he joined forces with Boruto to fight the Ōtsutsuki clan. Naruto's eyes trembled. The sage continued. But even together, they failed. Both of them became vessels. Naruto felt as if his heart had been crushed. His body stiffened. His eyes filled with fear and disbelief. How is that possible? He grabbed his head, unable to accept it. No. Then, as if remembering something, Naruto shouted at the Sage of Six Paths. The Great Toad Sage said Boruto would change the ninja world. His voice cracked. Wasn't Boruto supposed to be the child of prophecy? Then why did everything still end like this? Why was the ninja world still destroyed? After shouting, Naruto's strength left him. He staggered back and fell to his knees. Tears streamed down his face. Why? Why did this happen? The seventh Hokage, who had always stood tall no matter how painful things became, finally broke down. His last hope had been shattered. The Sage of Six Paths quietly watched Naruto for a few seconds. Then he spoke. The Great Toad Sage's prophecy was not wrong. Naruto slowly raised his head. Tears still hung from the corners of his eyes. What do you mean? The prophecy of the Great Toad Sage was actually correct. These words from Sage of Six Paths were like a weak flame, igniting Naruto's already desperate heart again. With tears in his eyes, Naruto stood up again, looked at Sage of Six Paths, and asked calmly, "What do you mean?" Sage of Six Paths smiled and said, "Aren't you curious why you met me here?" Naruto frowned. That's right, didn't Sage of Six Paths completely disappear after the Ninja World War ended? Why did he meet me again? Could it be? Hope reappeared in Naruto's eyes, and he looked toward Sage of Six Paths, expecting the answer he was waiting for. Sage of Six Paths looked at Naruto and said calmly, "Although Boruto did not defeat the Ōtsutsuki clan, the prediction of the Great Toad Sage was indeed correct, because Boruto did one thing, that is, sent you to see me." Naruto was a little surprised and said, "You mean, I can appear here because Boruto sent me here?" Sage of Six Paths nodded and said, "Yes, you did die in the battle, but your soul was preserved by Boruto with his pure eyes. Boruto carved the forbidden technique of the Ōtsutsuki clan in his own eyes in advance. After being defeated and turned into a vessel, he received a large amount of chakra. The forbidden technique in his eyes could be activated directly. Through the magic weapon, he sent you to me at the cost of his sacrifice. Sacrificed his life." Hearing this, Naruto was moved to tears. "Boruto, my good son, oh." Sage of Six Paths looked at Naruto, took out an artifact in his right hand and said, "This is that artifact." Naruto woke up from his sad thoughts, looked at the cracked artifact in Sage of Six Paths' hands, and said in surprise, "This is Ōtsutsuki's magic weapon, the Plough." Sage of Six Paths nodded and said, "Yes, through this Plough, Boruto sacrificed himself and used Ōtsutsuki's forbidden technique to send your soul to meet me. And you, Naruto, now face a choice that could change the ninja world again." Naruto looked at Sage of Six Paths in shock, and he seemed to understand. After going round and round, it turns out that the Great Toad Sage said that Boruto can change the world of ninjas, and this is how he changes the world of ninjas. But how did Boruto determine all this? How did he know that sending my spirit to Six Paths would definitely change the ninja world? In addition, how did he know the forbidden technique of the Ōtsutsuki clan? Sage of Six Paths saw the confusion in Naruto's eyes. He looked at the cracked plough in his hand, sighed and said, "Before answering your doubts, let me ask you a question, Naruto. After going through this, do you still think that what I did was right?" After listening to Sage of Six Paths' questions, Naruto was silent for a while, and then said, "To be honest, now I no longer agree with your approach. The Ōtsutsuki clan is indeed too powerful. If you want to avoid being destroyed, we must gain the power to fight against it at all costs." After listening to Naruto's words, Sage of Six Paths was somewhat silent. Because the last time we met was during the Fourth Ninja War. He also asked Naruto, "What would you do if Sasuke wanted to unify the ninja world at all costs?" Naruto's answer was to stop Sasuke and believe in fraternity and a world where people can understand each other. Look at now. Sage of Six Paths sighed and said sadly, "Alas, what my mother feared back then has now come true. After all, I was too short-sighted, and I was wrong after all." Naruto refused to comment. Because in the past, he also agreed with the approach of Sage of Six Paths, but after witnessing the tragedy of the ninja world, seeing the strength of the Ōtsutsuki clan, and experiencing the death and separation of relatives and friends, he can never go back to his past. Naruto, who was full of ideals and believed in fraternity and a world where people could understand each other, was dead. Seemingly feeling that the atmosphere was a bit solemn, Sage of Six Paths smiled again, "But it's okay. Fortunately, there is still a chance to make amends." From this point of view, Hamura's backup plan was right. Naruto's eyes wrinkled slightly, expressing confusion. Sage of Six Paths looked at Naruto and answered his questions. I know, you must be wondering why your son Boruto, as if he knew all this in advance, is so sure to send you to see me. Naruto nodded and motioned for Sage of Six Paths to continue. Sage of Six Paths continued, back then, I really didn't agree with what my mother Kaguya did, so I sealed her on the moon. My younger brother Homura led his people to stay on the moon to accompany his mother, and in the long-term companionship, Homura is also investigating the real reason why his mother Kaguya always looked up at the stars and was always afraid, until my brother Homura awakened his pure eye. Looking at the shocked Naruto, Sage of Six Paths narrowed his eyes slightly and said, You are right, it is the kind of Boruto awakening. Sage of Six Paths continued to recall, through constant exploration of the pure eye, my younger brother Homura discovered that the pure eye can sometimes see many fragments of time and space, including the past and the future, but they are uncontrollable. It wasn't until his younger brother Homura saw some fragments of time and space that he finally understood why his mother Teru Yoruchi kept looking up at the stars and why his mother was always frightened. It turns out that the Ōtsutsuki clan outside the territory really exists, and they are really powerful and scary. So Homura immediately came to me and told me the situation. Naruto was surprised that there was such a secret. Doesn't that mean that Sage of Six Paths knew about this from the beginning? Then why? Sage of Six Paths looked at Naruto and said, Do you want to ask why I still choose to take this path even though I know everything? Naruto nodded. Sage of Six Paths continued, because at that time, Homura was not sure that what he saw was true. Moreover, he could not see the future, and the ninja world would definitely be destroyed. Naruto said oh, then looked at Sage of Six Paths and said, So, you chose to take a gamble? Sage of Six Paths nodded and said, Yes, I chose to take a gamble, but now it seems that I lost the gamble and was wrong. Fortunately, my brother Homura suggested at the time and left a backup plan, otherwise I really regret it. Looking at Naruto who was eagerly waiting for the answer, Sage of Six Paths continued, Homura continued to explore the pure eye and obtained the relevant memory chakra from his mother Kaguya's chakra. Only then did he know that the pure eye is in the Ōtsutsuki clan. Inside, there is another name called the Reincarnation Eye. The Eye of Reincarnation. Naruto said in shock. Sage of Six Paths nodded and said, Yes, the Reincarnation Eye, through the forbidden technique of the Ōtsutsuki clan and the magical weapon Plough, can send a person's soul through time and space, send it back to the past, and resurrect it in the original body. In addition, the conditions for activating this forbidden technique are as follows. First, the caster must have a large amount of chakra. Second, the performer's life sacrifice. Third, the Reincarnation Eye can only be activated once, and it will lose its light immediately after use. Naruto was thoughtful after listening. This forbidden technique of the Ōtsutsuki clan is a bit like the Reincarnation Eye, the Six Paths Reincarnation-born technique. However, this one can also be resurrected through time and space and directly resurrected to the original body. That's not right. The Rinnegan can only be activated once, so why didn't Boruto just send himself back to the past and why did he send himself to see Six Paths? You know, Boruto only has one pure eye. Once it is used up, it will be gone. Six Paths once again saw Naruto's doubts and continued to answer, the pure eye that Boruto awakened is actually the power left by my brother Homura. After Boruto fully develops the power of the pure eye, the chakra left by my brother Homura will activate, just like the chakra eye left on you and Sasuke, my brother Homura will appear in Boruto's soul, just like you are just like me now. My brother Homura told your son Boruto everything. Therefore, Boruto intentionally defeated and became a container so that he could obtain a large amount of chakra, and the technique carved in his eyes in advance would be activated. In addition, he had already obtained the Plough in advance, so he successfully sent you come see me. Why not send you directly to the past, because in reincarnation, traveling through time and space, the soul may be damaged, the memory may be lost, and you may lose your heart. This is why I, as the last insurance, tell you all this, let you know all this. Understand your mission. Speaking of this, Sage of Six Paths said with some bitterness, after all, I have already lost my bet once, and I don't dare to bet a second time. Naruto was relieved. So that's it, all of this, that's it. Boruto became the key to resurrecting himself, so he became the son of prophecy in the mouth of the great Toad Sage, the person who changed the world of ninjas. Because I was afraid that if I traveled through time and space and resurrected, my soul would be damaged and I would forget my mission, so Sage of Six Paths set up this level of my own. Naruto looked at the Sage of Six Paths and asked, but now that the Reincarnation Eye is gone, the one Boruto awakened has been sent to me to see you, also, even if you resurrect me, how can you guarantee my safety? Will the memory be lost? Sage of Six Paths had a smile on his lips, looked at Naruto and said, guess how many eyes my brother Homura has. As he spoke, an eye appeared out of thin air in Sage of Six Paths' left hand. Naruto took a closer look and was immediately surprised, this is the pure eye. Oh no, the Reincarnation Eye. Sage of Six Paths nodded and said, Brother Homura has awakened both eyes, and one of them was kept. Boruto inherited it when he awakened, and one is kept with me as a backup plan. Naruto looked at Six Paths, not knowing what to say. It was you who made the bet resolutely, and it was you who designed Plan A and Plan B just in case. Immortals are immortals, and there are no omissions in their calculations. Then what do you want me to do now? Naruto asked. He is ready for resurrection. Sage of Six Paths looked at Naruto and said, it's still up to you to choose. After the Reincarnation Eye technique is activated, the time and space that can send you to the past is uncertain. In other words, it is also an accident that you can see me in this time and space now. So, now you have two choices. First, I use the technique of the Eye of Reincarnation to directly rebirth you in this time and space, which is the current time and space, on your outer body. Second, you can choose to travel a little further forward. As for which time and space you travel to, I'm not sure. Anyway, it's farther in the past than the current time and space. No matter which one it is, I can use the power of Yin and Yang to protect your past soul memory and completely integrate it into the main body without any loss. Naruto asked, Boruto doesn't have the power of Yin and Yang. Doesn't my spirit come here intact? Six Paths answered, that's because the eyes in my hand and Boruto's eyes are my brother's reincarnation eyes and can communicate with each other. So your soul can enter through Boruto's eye intact and exit through the eye in my hand. Otherwise, why would my brother Homura do so many times and leave an eye? Naruto nodded, and then asked Sage of Six Paths, what time is it outside in time and space now? Sage of Six Paths replied, during the Fourth Ninja War, you and Sasuke were still outside, leading the ninja coalition to fight against Uchiha Madara and Obito. This is the time. Naruto's memory began to flip, and suddenly he seemed to think of something, and asked hurriedly, how is Ninji? Is Ningxi dead now? Sage of Six Paths replied, dead. Upon hearing that Niji was dead, Naruto's heart clenched in pain. Although a long time has passed, the scene when my best friend left seems to be right in front of me. That sentence, because you said I am a genius. Countless echoes echoed in the mind of Naruto in his previous life, making him sleepless at night several times. Right. I can travel through time and space again, and I can travel to a past that is even further than the current time and space. However, it is impossible to locate time and space, specifically to the time in the past. But it's okay, as long as he is better than now, he can save Niji. Therefore, Naruto looked at Sage of Six Paths firmly and said, I choose the second one. Sage of Six Paths asked, are you sure? Naruto nodded firmly. Sage of Six Paths looked at Naruto in silence for a few seconds, then raised his left hand and directly put the pure eye in without taking off the original Rinnegan. Looking at Naruto, who was a little surprised, Six Paths said, I am in the state of the soul, and so is the Samsara eye, so there is no need to pull it out, just install the pure eye. Afterwards, Sage of Six Paths performed complex seals, and then directly activated ninjutsu, shouting, "The jutsu of reincarnation." A white light emitted from Sage of Six Paths' pure eyes, directly covering Naruto. Naruto suddenly felt himself being enveloped by a warm force, and then, this force became stronger and stronger, because there was more and more white light on his body. Looking at Sage of Six Paths again, his figure is getting fainter and fainter, and the light emitted by his pure eyes is getting weaker and weaker. Naruto remembered one of the conditions of this technique, sacrificing life. Six Paths is no longer alive, so what is he sacrificing at this moment? While thinking, Naruto had a guess. He looked at Sage of Six Paths with questioning eyes. Sage of Six Paths smiled slightly and said, "Goodbye Naruto, this time, really goodbye, the future of ninja, please." After saying that, Sage of Six Paths' spirit disappeared. Naruto agreed with tears, and the white light on his body reached its extreme, covering his whole body, directly cutting through time and space, and disappeared. As for the magic weapon Plough, after teleporting Naruto, it completely fell into pieces and turned into ashes. It was like having a good dream that I hadn't had in a long time. In the dream, I felt warm on my body, as comfortable as the warm sun shining on my body in winter. Sunshine. Am I reborn at home? Naruto's consciousness began to wake up slowly, but he felt as if his body was out of control and kept moving around, feeling like he was running. My body is not at home, so where is it now? Suddenly, Naruto seemed to hear himself speaking. "Tooth, how are you?" His tone was a bit anxious, Naruto thought. "I'm concentrating on looking for Sasuke's faint scent, don't interrupt, I'll be distracted." It was the sound of teeth. By the way, I was asking about teeth just now. Looking for Sasuke's faint scent. Naruto's soul memory began to flip, just like flipping through a book from the past. In a trance, he suddenly locked onto the page that appeared in this time and space. It's time for me to be reborn to find Sasuke. Thinking of this, Naruto's soul suddenly woke up. At the same time, in this time and space, Naruto's body was stagnant for an instant. 1 second he was still jumping, and the next second he fell directly from midair. Because Kakashi was behind Naruto, he instantly realized something was wrong and shouted urgently, "Naruto." The moment Naruto fell to the ground, he hugged him and landed safely. Haruno Sakura, Akamaru Kanzuya, Aburame Shino, Hinata, and Yamato also stopped and quickly gathered around. Haruno Sakura stepped forward, looked at Naruto with his eyes closed, and wondered, "What's going on?" Kakashi said, "I don't know. I was fine just now, but I passed out in the blink of an eye. Let me see." Haruno Sakura studied medicine under Tsunade and knew medical ninjutsu, so she immediately asked Kakashi to lay Naruto down on the ground while she came to check. Hinata looked at Naruto with concern, fearing that something might happen to Naruto. Inside Naruto's body with his eyes closed, the reborn spirit Naruto was rapidly merging his body. Finally, after Haruno Sakura pressed CPR several times and was about to ask Kiba, Yamato, or Kakashi to come over for artificial respiration, Naruto woke up. As soon as he entered his eyes, he saw a man's face, with his eyes closed, his big lips twitching, coming towards him like a wooden horse. Naruto hesitantly hummed, and then asked, "Is it a tooth?" Yashuanshin opened his eyes and met Naruto's eyes. What an embarrassment. He stood up in an instant and said, Naruto, let me explain first, I am here to give you artificial respiration. Seeing that you fainted, it was Sakura who asked me to do it. Neither Kakashi nor Mr. Yamato did it, and neither did I, Wei. Yazai explained endlessly on the side, and the roots of his ears turned red. Naruto stood up and looked at his body. Yes, it was the body of a teenager. At this time, he should be under 16 years old. Kakashi looked at Naruto and smiled, "It's okay, you really scared me to death, Naruto, what happened to you just now?" Naruto immediately hugged Mr. Kakashi and burst into tears. When fighting against Ōtsutsuki, Mr. Kakashi died in front of him just to block his attack. Now that we meet again, how can we not be excited? Ah, Kakashi-sensei, it's so nice to see you. Kakashi was speechless. Although he didn't understand what happened to Naruto, he quickly patted Naruto on the back and said, okay, I know you admire me, but if we don't get up and chase Sasuke, Sasuke will disappear again. Naruto let go immediately. Yes, for Naruto at this time, chasing Sasuke is the most critical thing. Haruno Sakura saw that Naruto was okay, and immediately cursed angrily, get up quickly, I'm really going to be scared to death by you, and suddenly you fainted and fell to the ground. She checked and found that there was basically nothing wrong with Naruto. Therefore, cardiopulmonary resuscitation is the only option first, and artificial respiration is not possible. First aid measures must be taken first. She definitely wouldn't do artificial respiration, she was so embarrassed. Kakashi and Yamato don't do it either, that's just a shame. As a result, Naruto woke up before the Fong started. Naruto was very happy when he got up and shouted excitedly, Sakura. The tone was full of a long-lost atmosphere. Then, they shouted happily one after another, hey! Shino, Captain Yamato, ouch! Yeah, what are you talking about there? Akamaru, be good and touch your head. Naruto greeted everyone excitedly, as if he hadn't seen each other for a long time. Haruno Sakura walked to Mr. Kakashi and asked worriedly, Mr. Kakashi, are you sure you caught Naruto before he fell? Why do I feel like he fell and hit his head? Kakashi scratched his head in embarrassment and smiled bitterly, I think I should be 100% sure that I got it. Just when Haruno Sakura was wondering if Naruto had hit his head, Naruto came to Hinata. Hinata looked at Naruto worriedly and whispered, Naruto-kun, it's so wonderful that you're okay. Before he could finish his words, Naruto pulled him into his arms and kissed him directly. Naruto hugged her tightly and kissed her deeply. Hinata looked at Naruto in horror, as if the world at this moment was unreal, until he saw Naruto-kun's closed eyes, leaving a line of hot tears. Ah! Hinata's heart felt as if something had hit her, and she slowly closed her eyes. As for the onlookers, they were all stunned. Yamato, Shino, and Kiba all opened their mouths and their eyes were as wide as bells. Even Akamaru and the ninja dog summoned by Kakashi were stunned. The corner of Kakashi's mouth twitched. He couldn't believe his eyes and said anxiously, I'm really not sure now whether I really caught him. He might have really broken his brain. Haruno Sakura's face turned red at first, then she clenched her fists and became furious. Bagaya roared. Naruto, hasn't he always liked me? What are you doing in front of this lady now? Saying that, Haruno Sakura walked over directly, punched her, and said angrily, you gangster, let me go Hinata. Bang! To the surprise of everyone present, Haruno Sakura's fist was firmly caught by Naruto. Naruto held the blushing Hinata with one hand, and calmly caught Haruno Sakura's fist with the other hand, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Sakura, I can't hit you again in the future. And Hinata, in Naruto's arms, blushed, lowered her head, and clasped her two little hands on her chest. Haruno Sakura was stunned. Is this still the Naruto she knows? You know, when she hit Naruto before, he never fought back or blocked her. Even when he was scolded, this guy didn't dare to talk back. But now, this guy not only blocked it. Moreover, this guy actually dared to forcefully kiss Hinata. Hasn't he always liked me? Although I have always liked Sasuke, and I have some unclear feelings about Naruto, but now, it means that Naruto doesn't like me at all. Haruno Sakura felt a little sad in her heart. Naruto's tone and demeanor towards her now were not as good as before. She felt as if she had lost something. Naruto didn't know Haruno Sakura's inner thoughts. He only had Hinata in his eyes at the moment. Facing everyone's surprise and astonishment, he even wanted to hug Hinata and shout, my wife, what's wrong with my kiss? The joy of reunion cannot be described in words. Kakashi saw that the atmosphere was a little awkward, so he came out to smooth things over and said, okay, Naruto may have been too anxious to chase Sasuke recently, so his mind may be a little confused. We need to hurry up, otherwise Sasuke may disappear soon. Yeah, keep locking in Sasuke's scent. Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto woke up from a state of joy. By the way, his rebirth this time came with a clear purpose. He wants to change the entire ninja world, obtain the power to fight against the Ōtsutsuki clan in advance, and make up for his past regrets. Speaking of regrets, Naruto looked at Hinata. He thought of Ningxi, so he looked at Kakashi hurriedly and asked, Mr. Kakashi, Ningxi is following Mr. Kai on a mission now, right? Kakashi was stunned for a moment when he was asked, a little surprised why Naruto suddenly asked this, and replied, yes, Kai and the third team are performing a mission outside, what's wrong? That's great. Naruto excitedly clenched his fists in celebration, with tears in his eyes. Neji lives. This is the first regret of Naruto's rebirth to make up for his previous life. Hinata looked at Naruto's true feelings and couldn't bear it. She took out a handkerchief from her pocket and wiped Naruto's tears. Seeing this, Naruto smiled happily, held Hinata's hand and said, thank you Hinata, I promise that from today on, I will protect you and not let you get hurt in the slightest. Hinata shuddered. If forced kissing is an action to express love, then this is a complete confession and expression of one's feelings. This sudden thought made Hinata, a girl with a delicate heart, feel strongly uneasy and unconfident. She pulled away from Naruto's arms. Then, she mustered up her courage, looked at Naruto-kun and asked, but Naruto-kun has always liked Sakura-chan, why did he suddenly fall in love with me? Besides, I don't have anything outstanding, I just know cry, I have gone astray many times, what place is worthy of Naruto protecting for the rest of his life? As she spoke, Hinata felt like crying because she was afraid that Naruto-kun's confession was false and a dream. After all, not only she, but also the bystanders could not accept this sudden love. After Naruto heard this, he looked at Hinata and smiled. Of course I know. Naruto said. His thoughts were suddenly drawn to the duel with pain. He was nailed to the ground by the black rod, Hinata walked to him resolutely, confessed to him affectionately, protected himself at all costs, and fought against Pain Tiandao. Thinking of Hinata's confession to him, Naruto smiled happily. Those love words you once said to me, now I will tell you. Naruto looked at Hinata affectionately and said, you have been crying since you were a child. Whenever something happened, you would want to give up. You almost went astray several times, but fortunately you have this handsome guy who has always set an example for you, and then I kept moving forward and returned to the right path. Looking at Hinata's surprised eyes, Naruto stepped forward, approached Hinata, and said with gentle eyes, you always chase me, want to catch up with me, want to walk side by side with me, and want to stay by my side, always silently behind me following me. Listening to what Naruto said to herself, Hinata felt as if her own thoughts were being spoken out by Naruto sentence by sentence. How could it be? Naruto-kun actually knows me so well. Could it be that Naruto-kun has been paying attention to me too? Taking a deep breath, Naruto calmed down the feeling of crying in his heart. He held Hinata's hand, looked at Hinata affectionately and said, thank you for always liking me so much. In fact, I like you too. Hinata's heart was blown away by these words. Naruto-kun. Hinata cried with joy and immediately rushed into Naruto's arms and hugged him tightly. Those love words you once said to me, I have gone through hardships, traveled through time and space, come back to you again, and retell them to you. Bang bang bang. Shino was on the side and clapped his hands. He was so stunned that he also clapped and asked Shino, what are you doing? Shino said, nothing, I just suddenly felt that there should be applause here. When Shino said this, you felt the same. Haruno Sakura suddenly felt envious of Hinata. Hinata's feelings for Naruto, as a girl, can be felt more or less. Now it's better, she got what she wanted, and they are happy with each other. What about yourself? Thinking of Sasuke, Haruno Sakura felt dark for a while. Yamato came to Kakashi and said with a smile, "Senior, it seems that in the near future, we will have a wedding banquet together." Kakashi sighed and said, "A happy event is a happy event, and I'm happy for him too. Even a boy like Naruto really doesn't choose the right time to fall in love." Naruto didn't do too much lingering, because the days are long, and now he has more important things to do. He let go of Hinata and said, "Sorry Hinata, I can leave you for a few days." Then, Naruto looked at Kakashi and said, "Teacher Kakashi, I'm asking you to chase Sasuke. I have something to do and I have to leave the team temporarily." Kakashi was a little surprised. Everyone here knew the importance of pursuing Sasuke and what it meant to Naruto. But now, Naruto actually took the initiative to say that he wanted to leave first. "I want to know, where are you going?" Kakashi asked seriously. Naruto looked at Kakashi and said, "Sorry, I can't tell you for the time being, but please believe me, this is really important to me." Haruno Sakura asked anxiously, "Is it more important than chasing Sasuke?" Naruto looked at Haruno Sakura, he didn't know how to answer. Because he was reborn and understood that Sasuke's life was not in danger now. What Sasuke encountered immediately was a duel with his brother Uchiha Itachi. He will try to solve this right away. The most important thing is that he has to leave immediately, because he has to catch up with teacher Jiraiya. "I'm sorry Sakura, I have no choice but to tell you for the time being, but what I want to tell you is that Sasuke will be fine for the time being, don't worry." Kakashi stood up and said, "Sorry Naruto, this is a special period. As the captain, unless you fully explain, I cannot let you leave." After speaking, Kakashi motioned to Yamato. Yamato understood and directly used wood style to create a 4-pillar prison room to trap Naruto there. Yamato's wood style can not only restrain Nine Tails chakra, but also suppress Naruto's own chakra. This is why Tsunade keeps him by Naruto's side. Upon seeing this, Hinata hurriedly came to Kakashi and said, "Teacher Kakashi, Naruto must have his own reasons, otherwise he would not fail to tell everyone." Kakashi is also in a dilemma. But he couldn't let Naruto leave like this. After all, he was Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Konoha's heavy weapon. Akatsuki organization, the entire ninja world is looking for Jinchuriki every day to capture the tailed beasts. Once Naruto falls into their hands, the consequences will be disastrous. Haruno Sakura also looked at Naruto worriedly. At this moment, Naruto was motionless, staying in the 4-pillar prison room, even his eyes were closed. She didn't understand why Naruto seemed to be a different person in just a moment. "Sorry, Mr. Kakashi, Captain Yamato, I am not discussing with you, I am just informing you." Saying that, Naruto opened his eyes and Sage Mode turned on. When he closed his eyes quietly just now, it was just that Naruto was absorbing the power of nature. After being reborn, Naruto had many ninjutsu, which were already engraved in the memory of his soul, and there was no need to practice again. As soon as the Sage Jutsu chakra was on his body, Naruto struck hard with the power of an immortal, directly breaking Yamato's wood-style 4-pillar cage technique. Then, Naruto dodged and jumped onto the tree. Yamato looked at Naruto in shock and said in disbelief, "How is it possible? My wood style was actually broken. It has obviously suppressed his main chakra and Nine Tails chakra." Kakashi looked at Naruto's state, especially the obvious orange mark in the corner of Naruto's eyes. He seemed to remember something, and was a little shocked. "Sage Mode. How is that possible? Naruto, when did you actually learn Sage Jutsu?" Naruto turned around and apologized again, "I'm sorry, Mr. Kakashi, I have no comment at the moment." After saying that, Naruto left directly. Haruno Sakura shouted loudly, "Naruto! Stop!" With that said, he was about to step forward to chase Naruto, but was stopped by Kakashi. Haruno Sakura looked at Kakashi in confusion. Kakashi looked at Haruno Sakura seriously and said, "Naruto's strength has surpassed everyone present. Even if we want to, we can't stop him. And I believe that Naruto must have his own reasons." Kakashi was really shocked because he had no idea that Naruto knew Sage Jutsu. Looking at the ninja world, ninjas who know Sage Jutsu basically already have close to Kage level strength. Because practicing Sage Jutsu requires not only a path, but also talent and qualifications. When did Naruto learn this? So, he quickly took out the communication scroll, wrote down the situation here, and then handed it to the ninja dog, asking him to send it back to Konoha and hand it over to Lady Tsunade. After setting up, Kakashi ordered that except for Naruto who temporarily left the team, everyone else continued to pursue Sasuke. Hinata glanced at the direction Naruto left and thought to herself, Naruto-kun, I'll wait for you to come back. After that, follow the big troops and move forward. In the woods, Naruto with Sage Mode turned on his stronger perception and wider range of perception. In addition, in Sage Mode, he can also distinguish the differences between characters through chakra. Naruto noticed something strange and turned around to change direction again. Found it. Immediately, Naruto, who was running between the woods, stopped in vain, landed on the ground, then looked at a bush in the woods and said, "Come out, Uchiha Itachi. Has it been discovered?" Under the shadow of the trees, a pair of scarlet Sharingans suddenly opened. With a rustle, Uchiha Itachi stepped out of the shadows. "Uchiha Itachi, I want to talk to you." Naruto Gate of Opening said straight to the point. Uchiha Itachi was a little surprised. Why did this Naruto feel like he came to him on his own initiative? He looked at Naruto and asked, "Do you want to talk to me?" Naruto nodded and said, "If you don't want to talk to me, why would you come to me?" Uchiha Itachi frowned. Yes, he did come to find Naruto. Even just now, he was searching for traces of Naruto's chakra. As a result, Naruto came to the door first. Moreover, how does Naruto know that I want to talk to him? He asked with confusion, "What do you want to talk to me about, and how did you know that I was looking for you?" Naruto looked at Uchiha Itachi, this man who, in order to protect Konoha and protect his younger brother Sasuke, even slaughtered his own clan with his own hands, was burdened with thousands of infamy and lurked in the Akatsuki organization. It's not easy. When he became Hokage, Naruto discovered that Itachi was actually a victim in the struggle for power. He had really done a good job. Even before the duel with his brother, he came to him in advance to make arrangements again to ensure Sasuke's safety and that Konoha would not be destroyed. On this point, Naruto wanted to try to change him. He looked at Uchiha Itachi and said, "Itachi, I admire you very much, really. Naruto, don't tell secret words. I want to advise you to give up the duel with Sasuke and live well. I will help you change in the future." Uchiha Itachi was a little shocked that Naruto actually admired him. Looking at Uchiha Itachi's expression, Naruto spoke again, "I already know the truth about the massacre of the Uchiha clan, also, you came here this time just to see how I treat Sasuke." Naruto said calmly, but to Uchiha Itachi, it sounded incredible. Even when Uchiha Itachi's eyes moved slightly, Sharingan was directly transformed into Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi was so surprised that Naruto completely expressed all his thoughts. For a moment, Uchiha Itachi had the urge to kill Naruto because he was unsure of Naruto's position. However, the killing intention was fleeting. Naruto smiled slightly, and Itachi's reaction was reasonable. After all, anyone else would have either killed him or been frightened and left. But Itachi completed the emotional transformation within a few seconds. He is indeed a rare genius in Konoha. After calming down, Uchiha Itachi smiled bitterly and said, "Naruto, you are beyond my expectation. Also, since you know the purpose of my coming to you, I want to hear your answer." Naruto looked at Uchiha Itachi and replied sincerely, "Sasuke is my lifelong brother. No matter what, even if Sasuke attacks Konoha, I will protect Sasuke, and I am confident that I can make Sasuke return from his lost ways." Uchiha Itachi looked at Naruto. After a few seconds of silence, he continued to ask, "You are so confident. What if Sasuke goes all the way and insists on attacking Konoha?" Naruto Kaido, I promise you, Naruto, swear on my life that I will let Sasuke return to Konoha in the near future. Uchiha Itachi smiled because he already got the answer he wanted. As long as Naruto has this attitude towards Sasuke, he doesn't care about the method. Because he also has the distinguished heavenly gods to back him up. Seeing Uchiha Itachi smile, Naruto knew that he believed it just like in his previous life, so Naruto continued to ask, "What is your answer to my suggestion?" Uchiha Itachi thought for a few seconds. Kaido, sorry, Naruto, I can't promise you, I still have to fight Sasuke. Naruto said excitedly, why must you die? Why don't you choose to tell Sasuke the truth? You know, Sasuke is your only relative in this world. Uchiha Itachi looked at Naruto and said, I am a sinful person. From the moment I slaughtered the Uchiha clan with my own hands, it was destined that I must die. Otherwise, if I don't die, the stain of the Uchiha clan will always exist. Someone with good intentions will take advantage of this to sow discord among the major clans in Konoha, which is not conducive to the stability of the village. Naruto's eyes darkened as he said, so, you decided to die in the hands of your own brother. On the one hand, the culprit of the Uchiha clan case will be killed, which can make Sasuke a hero of Konoha. On the other hand, if you die in the hands of your brother, you yourself I also gained inner salvation, right, Itachi? Uchiha Itachi looked at Naruto as if he was seeing another version of himself. Why does he know himself so well? When you meet a close friend, 1,000 cups of wine are too few. After the conversation reached this point, Itachi felt that there was no need to hide it. I have a terminal illness, and I was close to dying. I can only survive now because of the medicine. It would be better to do this than die in vain. Naruto was a little surprised. He really didn't know about this past life because Sasuke rarely talked to him about his brother. What he knew was what Obito said when he was wearing a mask, and what Kakashi told him. No wonder Itachi was so determined at that time, insisting on choosing this point to die at the hands of Sasuke. It turns out that life waits for no one. From the looks of it, Itachi only had a few days left to live. In this case, Naruto no longer concealed it. He looked at Itachi and said, Itachi, aren't you curious about why I know this? I'll tell you the truth, I just traveled back from the future. Itachi frowned, obviously not believing it. Naruto continued, are you going to pull me into your genjutsu world later, then put the crow with Shisui eyes through your throat and stuff it into my mouth, and finally use genjutsu to make me forget it for the time being? The memory of the crow entering my mouth, right? Itachi, shocked. Your purpose is that in the future, if Sasuke destroys Konoha, I will definitely intercept it, so that the crow will come out of my mouth. The strongest genjutsu distinguished heavenly gods engraved in Shisui's eyes will activate Sasuke to protect Konoha. Let him protect Konoha, right? Uchiha Itachi has begun to be wary of Naruto. How does Naruto know his inner thoughts? Could it be that he was hit by genjutsu and Naruto entered his mind? Impossible, the strongest genjutsu Shisui is dead. Genjutsu himself calls himself second, who dares to call him first? If it's not genjutsu, it can only be reality. Are you really from the future? Naruto nodded solemnly. Itachi asked tentatively, how is future Sasuke doing? Naruto smiled and said, I have returned to Konoha. I am a brother. Moreover, I am the Hokage and he is the second in command. He also married Sakura as his wife and gave birth to a daughter named Sarana. She is so cute. With my boy Boruto is quite worthy, if you were here. Speaking of this, Naruto suddenly stopped. By the way, Itachi is terminally ill and this is a dead end. Uchiha Itachi smiled happily. Naruto said darkly, is there really no way to cure it? Uchiha Itachi shook his head. Naruto took a deep breath and then made a request to Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi frowned and said, what's the matter? Naruto looked at Uchiha Itachi and said, please engrave the strongest genjutsu, distinguished heavenly gods, in the eye left by Shisui, so that the practitioner of the technique can be used by me without knowing it. Uchiha Itachi frowned and said, to control Sasuke. Naruto shook his head and said, no, please believe me. The future Sasuke came back through my influence. I did not use any techniques on him. Please also believe me. Sasuke is my brother. I will never do anything to him. He uses any technique. Uchiha Itachi was moved. Sasuke is my brother, I will never use any jutsu on him. Naruto's words felt like he was speaking to himself. Itachi was thinking and thinking. Today's meeting had exceeded many of his expectations, especially since Naruto actually said that he had traveled through time. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Itachi said, Naruto, I choose to believe in you, and I also choose to believe in my stupid brother Sasuke. After saying that, Uchiha summoned the crow with Shirsue's eyes transplanted, and the crow stayed on Uchiha Itachi's hand. Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo aims at the crow's eyes and opens them directly. After more than 10 seconds, Itachi closed his eyes. His whole body was obviously shaking, and he almost lost his balance. Apparently, carving genjutsu into Shirsue's eyes takes a lot of chakra and energy. Itachi then took out the summoning scroll and threw it to Naruto and said, I have carved the ninjutsu you want into Shirsue's eyes. The existing eye power is only enough to activate it once. As for how to use it, it's up to you. After saying that, the crow flew over and landed on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto took the summoning scroll, looked at Itachi, and said thank you. Itachi opened his bloodshot eyes, looked at Naruto and said, is the future you just mentioned true? Naruto nodded solemnly. Itachi smiled slightly, turned and left. Looking at Itachi's retreating back, Naruto had mixed feelings. It turns out that some things cannot be changed even if it happens again. Thinking of this, Naruto sealed the crow into the scroll, put it away, and he was about to leave quickly. Here, Uchiha Itachi smiled happily as he walked, his eyes still bleeding. If what Naruto said is true, that's really a happy ending. Is your name Nara? I wonder if Sasuke was as cute as a child. I wonder if I will be like Sasuke when I was a child, pestering me every day to teach him shuriken. If you don't have time, just tap Zoliana's forehead. Thinking of this, Itachi smiled with joy from the bottom of his heart. He really wanted to live until that time and see it with his own eyes. Rain Shinobi Village. Tiandao Pain stood on the high platform and looked at the village below with his eyes of reincarnation. Conan, after the rain stops, you can use your magic to find the intruder. Behind Pain, Conan began to prepare the seal and said, leave it to me. With that said, Tiandao Pain began to form seals to stop the Rain Tiger Freedom Technique covering the entire Yuin village. Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. This is a large-scale perception ninjutsu that can cover the entire rain hidden village. Once you are caught by this rain, your chakra will be noticed by the caster. After Jiraiya came out of the frog's mouth on the water, he was noticed by Tendo Pain, and a strange and powerful chakra appeared in the village. Therefore, he wanted to stop the rain and let Conan use his technique to find Jiraiya. Tiandao Pain held his hands for the last time, and the seal ended. Here we go. Conan heard the sound and moved, and the dance of shiki paper started. I saw Conan's body transformed into countless pieces of paper, and then one piece of paper began to fold and turned into one paper butterfly after another. The moment the rain stopped, countless paper butterflies spewed out from the high platform. It went out and covered the entire Yuin village. Here, Jiraiya used a toad to conjure up a wine shop, acted as the bartender himself, and captured 2 ninjas serving the ninjas of Yuin village. During the torture, a guy refused to cooperate, so Jiraiya had no choice but to use the ninja technique, the frog transformation technique, to transform the guy into a frog. Another ninja wearing a turban was frightened when he saw that his companion had really turned into a frog. Before Jiraiya's hand came over, he finally told everything he knew about the situation. At this time, Jiraiya learned that Hanzo was once called a demigod. Hanzo, the man who almost beat himself, Orochimaru, and Tsunade to a pulp, was actually killed by this Pain. The ninja wearing a turban said with admiration, "Lord Pain is a godlike existence, so he is naturally powerful." Jiraiya wanted to ask something else, but unfortunately, he was just a little guy and didn't know anything at all. After thinking about it, Jiraiya decided to meet this god in person. However, before meeting this god, he decided on one thing in his heart. He left the inner wall of the frog where he was judging the ninja, came to a frog altar, spit out the scroll Toad-in from his mouth, and asked Toad-in to unfold the key to the Nine-Tails seal, and he stamped the moving fingerprint. Because Jiraiya felt that Pain was very powerful, if something unexpected happened, he would let Gao-in put it into Naruto's body. After doing all this, Jiraiya took the hooded ninja and went deep into Rain Shinobi again, where Pain was, the highest platform in the entire Rain Shinobi village. And Conan's butterfly has been flying throughout Rain Shinobi village. Under the highest stage of Rain Shinobi village, a frog emerged from the water. He looked around and saw no one. Then he opened his mouth, stretched out a hand and held it on the water. Then his whole body spit out from the frog's mouth. It's the hooded ninja who was captured by Jiraiya. He stood up, looked at the frog, and said kindly, "You should go back to Konoha first. When you go back, find Ibiki. I have already told him." The frog chirped to show compliance. It turned out that the turban ninja was controlled by Jiraiya. "Then it's up to you." The frog was saved, plunged into the water and disappeared. Jiraiya controlled the guy wearing a turban and looked around again. Very good, as long as you keep pretending like this, it will be fine." Saying that, he left here. As soon as he left, 2 paper butterflies danced behind him, and then Conan emerged from behind the pillar in the darkness. On the high platform, Conan looked at the long-haired man Pain in front of him and said, "I found it, it's Mr. Jiraiya." The long-haired man had a nostalgic expression on his face and said with emotion, "Really, it's Jiraiya-sensei. I really miss him." Conan asked, "What to do, Pain?" The long-haired man said indifferently, "Anyway, he is no longer our companion. Now that things have happened, we have nothing to miss. Kill him. I have already dispatched this body. I will treat him as an intruder and kill him. Lead the way, Conan." Conan nodded and said, "I understand. I will lead the way. I will fight with him before you arrive." The long-haired man followed Conan's origami plane and said, "Yes, it would be best if you can kill him." After saying that, he jumped deep and followed the paper plane to find Jiraiya. Here, Jiraiya controlled the turban ninja and walked on the road. Suddenly, countless pieces of paper appeared and covered the turban ninja. After a while, they were all wrapped up. Then, Conan appeared and turned into paper. "Pull out a sharp sword and finish off this ninja." At the critical moment, Jiraiya suddenly appeared from the ground behind the turban ninja. Fire style. Fire bullet. A burst of fire erupted from Jiraiya's mouth, directly burning countless pieces of paper, knocking Conan back and hitting the wall. The fire burned the pieces of paper and stirred up a cloud of smoke. Because the hooded ninja lost Jiraiya's control, he showed his instinctive fright, put his hands on the ground, and gasped for air. Jiraiya saw the person coming clearly, shouted, and slowly appeared from the ground. Conan jumped out of the smoke, looked at Jiraiya, and whispered expressionlessly, "Toad shadow manipulation technique? I originally set a trap to lure Pain, but I didn't expect you to fall into the trap. It seems that your spellcasting skills have become more sharp, and you have become a very good woman, Conan. I just didn't expect that you were still alive, and turned into a light piece of paper." Jiraiya said this with a smile on his face, as if he was greeting an old friend he hadn't seen for a long time. The hooded ninja seized the opportunity and shouted, "You are the angel, right? This is the intruder. I am being controlled by him, angel." Conan floated high up, transformed into 2 rows of wings, looked at the 2 people and said, "I understand, you go to the side." The hooded ninja ran for his life as if he had been pardoned. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and looked at Conan and said, Conan, if you become like this, you are really an angel. Also, since you're not dead and not pain, then Nagato and Yahiko should not be dead either, and if I guess correctly, you are an angel, and that god, that heavenly Tao Pain, is one of them. Conan said coldly, what's the point of saying this now? Jiraiya gritted his teeth and said, it is true. Conan said coldly, this is God's order. I will kill you. Then, the paper shuriken technique was activated. The 2 rows of angel paper wings were like 2 Gatling guns, and the countless pieces of paper that made up the wings were like bullets, shooting towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya did not dare to delay and directly used the fire dragon technique. Flames came out of his mouth and swung them continuously, burning countless pieces of paper. Then, he rolled on the ground, distanced himself, dodged the attack, and then opened his mouth, aimed at Conan, and spit out a stream of toad oil bullets. Conan was unable to dodge and was soaked all over by the toad oil sprayed by Jiraiya. The paper shuriken technique came to an abrupt halt. Jiraiya stood up, formed a seal, and the long white hair behind him instantly grew longer. He went straight towards Conan and tied her up. Once it's stuck with oil, it can't be dispersed, Conan. Seeing Conan silent, Jiraiya played the emotional card. I remember that you were the most gentle one among the 3 children. Why did you become like this now? Also, what on earth are Yahiko and Nagato doing? Why did they create a murderous and cruel god Pain? Listening to Jiraiya's question, Conan snorted coldly and said, why are you appearing in front of us now? There seemed to be some complaints and grievances in his tone. Unfortunately, Jiraiya didn't hear it either. He said seriously, it's not for anything, if you are not members of Ōtsutsuki. I heard that you all died, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Conan sneered and said, teacher, you should have listened to Orochimaru and just killed the 3 of us, and there wouldn't be so many things to come. Jiraiya was a little surprised, looked at Conan with concern and said, I have never thought of killing you 3. I am just very sad. I taught you how to survive in troubled times. There is no doubt that you are my disciple, but he attacked me without even saying hello. It really makes me feel disappointed. Conan looked at Jiraiya and said, teacher, you don't understand us at all. Jiraiya asked angrily, what happened to you later? Why did you become a member of Ōtsutsuki? Don't you understand that everything Ōtsutsuki did was wrong? That's the answer we got ourselves, Jiraiya-sensei. A sudden voice sounded, and Jiraiya looked up in surprise. High above Conan, the long-haired man Pain appeared. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes slightly. Yes, although his appearance had changed a lot, that Ripple, was the Rinnegan, there was no doubt about it. Nagato, it seems that you haven't been guided on the right path. What the teacher didn't expect is that you have become the Pain of the Ōtsutsuki organization. What on earth happened? Why did you become like this? The long-haired man said expressionlessly, you don't need to know. As he spoke, the long-haired man made a seal and a seal appeared on the wall behind him. The art of spiritual communication. With a bang, a crab appeared in the seal, and then instantly spit out large mouthfuls of foam, covering Conan and Jiraiya below. Jiraiya saw something was wrong and dodged immediately, jumping onto the wall and praising him, you are indeed my student. You know my weakness and use the foam to wash off the oil on your body. After a while, Conan jumped out of the foam, and the crab summoned by the long-haired man dissipated. Conan, you step back first. Conan dispersed after hearing the sound, and then the long-haired man formed a seal again, and a large lobster jumped out from the foam, with 2 large claws, trying to clamp Jiraiya. Jiraiya was not at all flustered. He used the lion's hair technique to wrap around the lobster, then tightened it. With a bang, the spirit beast was killed and dispersed. The time is now. Jiraiya seized the opportunity, and the lion's hair instantly transformed into a poisonous dragon. He opened his mouth wide, used the white mist dispersed by the summoned beast to cover himself, and went straight to the long-haired man, instantly entangled the long-haired man. Nagato, I want to ask you a few questions. How is Yahiko? Jiraiya asked. The long-haired man replied with a dull expression, oh. Has there ever been that guy? Jiraiya was shocked. Didn't Nagato want to protect Yahiko and Konan before? How come he has become like this now? You guys, what happened? Is this, barriers? The long-haired man looked around with a vigilant expression. Suddenly, the stones under his feet were corroded and collapsed, and he jumped up quickly. At this moment, Shima Sennin, who was standing on Jiraiya's right shoulder, tied his tongue to a wall pillar to act as a pulling force for Jiraiya. Jiraiya rubbed out the Rasengan with his left hand and attacked directly towards the long-haired man. Come! Rasengan! A Rasengan hit the long-haired man in the chest, driving him directly into the acid pool inside the barriers. Jiraiya took over and landed in front of the stone platform above the acid pool. He half-crouched and looked at the corrosive bubbles inside the acid pool, breathing heavily. Drage to barriers, finally killed one. It turned out that Jiraiya had just experienced a fierce battle. First, he fought with this long-haired man. In order to subdue him, Jiraiya had to use Sage Mode, preparing to summon Fukasaku Sage and Shima Sage, two great toad sages. As a result, because he could not move his hands when summoning, he was chased by various psychic beasts summoned by the long-haired man. Toad Jian was summoned to help, but the psychic beasts on the opposite side exploded fiercely, one after another, endlessly. After finally holding on until Jiraiya recovered from Sage Mode, Takaru ended up with scars all over his body. Before leaving, he was very apologetic and said that he was useless, but in fact he was fighting the hardest. Later, Jiraiya encountered 3 Pain. Fortunately, with the help of 2 immortals, he successfully killed 3 of them. As a result, just as he was leaving, the 4th explosive Pain suddenly appeared from behind. Damn it, he was doing a sneak attack. He even said what Jiraiya once said. Teacher, you can't be careless when facing any opponent. As a result, Jiraiya was careless and didn't have time to dodge. There was a bang. His left hand was directly taken away by the explosion. Jiraiya was directly blown away and fell on the sea level outside. Blood spurted out from the remaining part of his left arm, and his feet were stained red. Cough. Jiraiya covered his left arm in pain. Fukasaku Sennin exclaimed, "Boy, your left hand." Subsequently, all 6 pens appeared in front of Jiraiya, the 2 sides fought, and Jiraiya was knocked into the sea. Then, Jiraiya used the barriers to pull the long-haired man from the sea and drag him into the toad barriers, so that the 5 pains outside could not feel it. He then appeared from the darkness for a sneak attack, one-on-one, with a Rasengan, and took him away directly, knocking the long-haired man into the acid pool. Jiraiya was breathing heavily, and the pain in his right arm was still excruciating. Lord Fukasaku praised, "Well done, little Jiraiya." At this moment, something unexpected happened. The long-haired man jumped out of the acid, raised his right hand, and a slender chakra black pestle shot out from his cuff, directly towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya subconsciously used his right hand to cover it, and as a result, it was directly penetrated. Arm and right shoulder. In an instant, Jiraiya felt weak. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he collapsed directly on the ground and leaned his back against the wall. And the long-haired man finally died of exhaustion and fell in front of Jiraiya. Shima Sennin on his right shoulder asked with concern, "Are you okay, kid?" Jiraiya took a few deep breaths, spat out a mouthful of blood and said, "I can still hold on." The ninja was in pain and moved his arm with difficulty to break the black stick. As a result, as soon as the black rod was broken off, the black rod remaining in the body received 6 paths pains chakra information. Jiraiya suddenly trembled, lowered his head in pain and said, "The chakra of the body is disordered." Master Fukasaku on his left shoulder looked back at the black rod remaining in Jiraiya's body. Is it because of this? Then, he quickly went over, pulled out the remaining black rod, and threw it on the ground. Immortal Shima exclaimed, "Who are these people? Their bodies are already very weird, and the weapons they use are also so weird. They can't be considered human beings. What else should they be talking about? Jiraiya closed his eyes in pain, took off the black stick on his arm, and then hung down weakly. Thinking about what the ninja wearing a turban said, no one has seen him, no one knows what he looks like, some even say he does not exist at all. Jiraiya was very depressed. The face of Tendo Pain just now is obviously Yahiko, but Yahiko does not have the Samsara eye. At this moment, the dead long-haired man's forehead wristband, the binding strips were corroded by the acid, slipped directly off, exposing his forehead. Jiraiya took a closer look and was shocked. He recognized it. Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin on the left and right shoulders hurriedly asked Jiraiya, "What's wrong?" Jiraiya then explained. "This guy is not Yahiko at all, he is a man from the Fuma clan. He had a chance encounter with him, and the mark on his forehead was caused by a scratch he made while fighting with him. He is indeed not Nagato. The people outside." Jiraiya had a bold guess in his heart, but he had to go out and take another look to be sure. "Brother, sister, I want to go out again." Immortal Shima said in shock, "What?" Fukasaku Sennin also exclaimed, "No, little Jiraiya, after going out this time, he will probably be killed directly. Run away before the enemy notices this place, little Jiraiya." Jiraiya looked at the body of the long-haired man in front of him and said, "Maybe, this is what Great Toad Sage said, the difficult choice I face. If I don't go out now, no one may have the opportunity to have such close contact. Pain has revealed his identity. Brother, eldest sister, please bring the current information and the body of this long-haired man back to Konoha and tell Tsunade." Fukasaku Sennin glanced at Jiraiya, then smiled and said, "This kind of thing can be done by the mother alone." Jiraiya looked at Fukasaku Sennin in surprise, wondering, "But..." Shima Sennin looked at Fukasaku Sennin and said, "You must be back before dinner." Fukasaku Sennin turned his head and looked at Shima Sennin and replied, "After this is over, I will go back to eat with Jiraiya-chan." Shima Sennin smiled and nodded. Jiraiya was extremely moved. At this critical moment of life and death, Fukasaku Sennin was still willing to accompany him. "Thank you, endlessly." See surface. The five Pains were still searching for any trace of Jiraiya. Among them Bomb Pain, looking around. Under the water, a frog emerged from the depths of the sea. When it approached the water, it spit out the lid of its mouth. Jiraiya and Fukasaku-sama came out of the frog's mouth, then emerged from the water and hid behind a building stone. Master Fukasaku summoned a shuriken and then threw it quickly. Bomb Pain instantly sensed it through other Pain's field of vision and ducked directly to avoid it. At the same time, the other four Pain arrived one after another and directly surrounded Jiraiya. Jiraiya looked around at the five Pains, with a surprised expression written all over his face. Sure enough. Every Pain here has had a relationship with me. He finally knows Pain's true identity. Just as Jiraiya was about to open his mouth to tell Lord Fukasaku, four Pains rose into the air, and then, a hand burst out of the water in front of Jiraiya like a ghost, and then like lightning, headed towards Jiraiya. Ye's throat was pinched. The purpose was to destroy Jiraiya's throat so that he could not tell the truth. The four Pain who jumped up, each holding a black stick, were ready to attack together to kill Jiraiya. Just when Bomb Pain's hand was about to approach Jiraiya's neck, a kunai appeared next to Jiraiya at an incredible speed. With a buzzing sound, a figure appeared out of thin air, held the kunai directly, and then spun around. Rasengan. A direct Rasengan hit, sending Bomb Pain spinning to the bottom of the sea. Pain, who jumped up to heaven, frowned. When did the support come? Just as they were about to finish it off together, a buzzing sound like lightning struck through the air. Sage Art, Spiral Shuriken. The huge wind-release chakra exploded directly above Jiraiya's head. As the main body, Tendo Pain did not let Ninjutsu Pain absorb, but directly used Shinra Tensei to bounce the attack downwards, toward Jiraiya. Because the blasted wind release was too large, it directly blocked the path of the four pain, and was unable to kill Jiraiya. It takes time to absorb ninjutsu, and Jiraiya will run away. So use Shinra Tenjin to bounce this attack towards Jiraiya, and he will definitely die. However, Tendo Pain did not expect that at the same time as the wind release shuriken exploded, another figure had already appeared behind Jiraiya. He picked up Jiraiya and disappeared from the place with a buzz. With a bang, the power of the explosion of the wind release shuriken continued to swirl on the water surface, like a tornado. There were traces of the wind release cutting and spinning away everywhere. The four pens jumped up to the heights and looked down. Tiandao Pain was surprised in his heart. What a powerful foam done, who is it? Not far away, Jiraiya looked at the princess hugging him and said in surprise, Naruto. Naruto's tears couldn't stop flowing. He just kept staring at Jiraiya. When he heard Jiraiya calling him, he came back to his senses. He slowly opened his mouth and said with a cry, now, if you buy two people's popsicles from now on, someone will share them. After the power of the wind escape passed, the four heavenly path Pain fell down again. The hell path Pain put his hand on the water, then stood up and shook his head. Tiandao Pain tilted his head and said expressionlessly, because he is a weapon iron block, he was directly broken into pieces by Rasengan, spiraled into the sea, sank, and could no longer be sensed. It turned out that the bomb Pain just smashed into pieces with a Rasengan shot by Naruto's shadow clone and spiraled into the sea. It sank and could not be salvaged or sensed, so it could not be resurrected. It was Naruto himself who picked up Jiraiya. Sage Art. Spiral Shuriken was cast by two shadow clones of Naruto not far away. The mark on the kunai that flew past was the Flying Thunder God technique of the fourth Hokage. In his previous life, Naruto was a Hokage. After losing Nine Tails and losing the Nine Tails mode of teleportation, he learned his father's Flying Thunder God technique to make up for his own combat power. On the way to save Jiraiya sensei, he had already done it. Unexpectedly, it came in handy. Naruto put Jiraiya down and asked with concern, can you still hold on, Jiraiya-sensei? Fukasaku Sage Toad suddenly interrupted, looked at the orange mark in the corner of Naruto's eyes, smelled the smell, and said in surprise, kid, who are you? How do you know Toad Sage Art? Naruto looked at the toad in front of him and was about to say hello. Then he thought, yes, Master Fukasaku hasn't seen him yet at this time. Here, Jiraiya also noticed the changes in Naruto, especially the orange mark between his eyes, which was the external manifestation of the Toad Sage Jutsu. Looking at Naruto like this, he knows Sage Art better than himself. The appearance hasn't changed much. Also, the kunai stuck on the ground is the 4th generation Namikaze Minato's Sword of Ninja Love. This kid Naruto, when did he even learn his father's Flying Thunder God, and he actually knows Sage Art? Who taught me how to ride a horse? Jiraiya looked at Master Fukasaku and said with difficulty, brother, this is my other apprentice, called Naruto. Fukasaku Sennin Toad was shocked and said, what? Another disciple. You are Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto. Tendo Pain looked at Naruto in front of him and shouted directly. Unlike Fukasaku Sennin Toad, who never knew him, the Akatsuki organization has been collecting tailed beasts, so he naturally knows the information about the tailed beasts Jinchuriki. Naruto looked at Tendo Pain, and then at teacher Jiraiya's disabled arm. He was beaten like this. Although his life was not in danger, as a disciple. Although I have forgiven you before, to be honest, if we meet again, especially when I see the teacher like this with my own eyes, I really want to hammer you to death with my own hands. After Naruto finished speaking, murderous intent burst out. Jiraiya hurriedly said, Naruto, don't be obsessed with fighting, leave quickly. These people are actually being controlled. They are not Pain at all. They are all corpses. Pain is actually. I know. Naruto said calmly. Jiraiya covered his right arm and looked at Naruto with some surprise. Naruto came to Jiraiya, supported him, looked at Tiandao Pain in the distance and said, Nagato. When I send teacher Jiraiya to a safe place, I will come to you to settle the accounts and tell him personally. Those things you once abandoned are so precious, and the things you believe now are so ridiculous. After saying that, Naruto directly used the Flying Thunder God technique and left with Jiraiya. Tendo Pain looked at the kunai on the ground and said thoughtfully, no wonder the technique of teleportation can save Jiraiya before Shinra Tenching's deflection attack. Papers were flying, and Konan came to Tiandao Pain. If you don't want to pursue them, just let them go. Tiandao Pain looked ahead and said, 2 pains have been lost. The power of 6 paths is not enough to fully deploy. Moreover, it is very troublesome to track the teleportation technique. The number of enemy reinforcements is unknown. After Pain is reorganized, I will go to Konoha again and hunt 9 tails. After saying that, Tiandao Pain turned around and led the other Pain back to the high platform. Mount Mayaboku. Shima Sennin Toad looked at Jiraiya and said, boy, endure the pain, and as he spoke, he applied the medicine to Jiraiya's broken arm. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and sweat continued to flow from his forehead. Fukasaku Sennin Toad looked at Naruto and said, this time, if this kid hadn't appeared in time, little Jiraiya might have told him where he was. Shima Sennin Toad wrapped a bandage around Jiraiya and said fearfully, I told you not to go, don't go. Fortunately, I finally came back safely. Jiraiya gasped, the physical damage caused to him this time was indeed great, but compared to figuring out Pain's true identity, Naruto's appearance surprised him even more. Especially, when did this kid grow up to this point? Toad Sage Art, Rasengan, Flying Thunder God. The 3 of them fought together so smoothly, even better than his father in the 4th generation. Jiraiya was very pleased, he really deserved to be his disciple. However, you still have to ask. Naruto, why are you there? Besides, you learned Sage Jutsu and Flying Thunder God from me. Shima Sennin Toad looked at Naruto in surprise and said, does this kid know Sage Jutsu? Fukasaku Sage nodded and said, yes, mother, this kid is the master of Sage Jutsu. It seems to be even more powerful than little Jiraiya. And when he uses Sage Jutsu, he has very little toad transformation, only his eyes. A small amount of orange marks. Shima Sennin Toad was shocked and said, who did you learn this from? Little Jiraiya, did you teach me? Jiraiya shook his head. Shima Sennin Toad and Fukasaku Sennin Toad were even more surprised. Naruto was a little silent. He looked at teacher Jiraiya and said, teacher, I'm sorry, I can't tell you this yet. When the time comes, I will tell you everything. Please understand me. Difficulties. Jiraiya looked at his apprentice and even wanted to see through him. A few seconds later, Jiraiya chuckled and said, it's okay, the child will always have his own secrets when he is older, but the teacher hopes that you will always walk on the right path, you know. As he said that, Jiraiya's eyes dimmed. Because he has figured out the real behind-the-scenes operator of Pain, who is the Reincarnation Eye Nagato. Jiraiya's heart froze when he thought that his disciple actually had the heart to kill him. Teacher, don't worry, I, Uzumaki Naruto, will definitely protect Konoha, everyone, and the entire ninja world even if I lose my life. Looking at Naruto's firm and sincere eyes, Jiraiya was a little distracted. Then, a smile appeared on his lips, he looked at Naruto and said, maybe you are the son of prophecy as the great Toad Sage said. Shima Sennin Toad and Fukasaku Sennin Toad heard what Jiraiya said and looked at Naruto. Yes, the great Toad Sage said that the son of prophecy is among Jiraiya's disciples. From this point of view, this kid is obviously much more reliable than Nagato. Thinking of this, the 2 great Toad Sages' favorable impression of Naruto gradually increased. Naruto knew what the prophecy child meant, he just smiled and did not answer the question. After saving teacher Jiraiya, he kept looking at teacher Jiraiya, as if the man's figure had disappeared in an instant. Jiraiya also noticed this, looked at Naruto, and asked strangely, what's wrong? My sage mode has been unlocked. Has the mark of the sage on my face not disappeared? Naruto wiped the tears that fell unconsciously and responded in a disguised manner. Yeah, it's okay. It's just that I haven't seen the teacher for a long time and I miss him a little. Jiraiya was a little moved. He had just been attacked by his former disciple Nagato, and now he encountered Naruto's true feelings. Even if he was playing in the human world, he could not avoid it at this moment. Unknowingly, tears were welling up in his eyes. In order to cover it up, Jiraiya deliberately raised his head and said with a smile, "What are you doing, boys? You are so sensational. I really miss your teacher. Quickly show your transformation skills to your teacher so that he can find inspiration for writing." Naruto chuckled at Jiraiya's amusement. Shima Sennin Toad looked at Jiraiya and said, "Okay, the bandage is basically finished. Just rest for a while. Dinner is also ready. Little Naruto, you can come and eat too." When Fukasaku Sennin Toad heard that he wanted to have dinner, he immediately said happily, "Mom, have you made anything delicious tonight?" Naruto's heart skipped a beat. He had not forgotten that when he came to Mount Myaboku to practice in his previous life, he ate a lot of the dark dishes of Shima Sennin's toads. All kinds of bugs, especially wriggling earthworms, were placed in the bowl. At that time, Fukasaku Sennin Toad was like eating noodles, and the food was delicious. He had no appetite at all at that time. After one gulp, he immediately vomited. Although everything is nostalgic after coming back, let's forget about this dark cuisine. Naruto was about to refuse when Jiraiya spoke, "Brother, sister, I think it's better to go back to the village first and report Pain's information to Tsunade. This is very important to me." With that said, Jiraiya was about to stand up. Naruto saw this and hurried over to help him. Fukasaku Sennin Toad said politely, "Little Jiraiya, you should finish your dinner before leaving. The mother has prepared the child." Shima Sennin Toad agreed, "That's right, I even specially prepared fresh earthworm noodles." Hearing this dish, Jiraiya and Naruto said in unison, swallowing a mouthful of water in their throats in fear. Shima Sennin Toad looked at the faces of the two people and asked doubtfully, "What's wrong with you two, master and disciple?" Jiraiya concealed his embarrassment and said with a smile, Yeah, it's nothing, it's nothing. Thank you for your courtesy, sister, but I really have to go back to the village first and come back another day." Naruto also smiled and said, yes, it won't be too late for us to come back another day." Seeing that he couldn't stay, Fukasaku Sennin Toad said, "Okay, then you can go back to the village first." Shima Immortal Toad said regretfully, "It's true, you two boys don't even stay to eat such a good meal." Jiraiya and Naruto both frowned and scratched their heads in embarrassment. Jiraiya put on his clothes, looked at Naruto and said, "Can you go directly to the village? If not, I will ask Todine to use the counter-spiritual technique to go back." Naruto thought for a moment and said, "It should be okay." Because in his father's fourth-generation house, although he did not inherit it at this time, he only inherited his father's house after the Fourth War. He remembered that there were leftovers from his father's previous use in the house. The marked sword of love. After getting Naruto's reply, Jiraiya bowed to the two giant toads, Shima Sennin and Fukasaku Sennin, and said, "This time, I'm going to trouble you too." Naruto also bowed. After all, the two immortals helped him a lot, both to him and to his master, Jiraiya. "Let's go, Naruto." "Oh." Naruto put his hand on Jiraiya's shoulder, and with a buzz, the two people disappeared. The next moment, two people appeared directly at the fourth-generation home. As soon as they landed, the two people started coughing. "Ahem, Naruto, let me go. Wherever you fly, why is there so much dust?" Naruto was also coughing. He stood up and looked around, only to realize that he had flown into the storage room at home. As for the dust, it is definitely inevitable, after all, no one has lived there for more than 10 years. Jiraiya looked not far away and saw a sort of ninja love tied up by a rope and hanging there. He was a little confused. Then, he walked to a wardrobe and opened it. Dust suddenly flew everywhere. Jiraiya frowned, covered his nose, and glanced around. Then, his eyes focused on a cloak. He picked it up and saw the logo of Fourth Hokage written on the back of the cloak. Jiraiya seemed to have thought of something and said in surprise, "Is this here?" "That's right, it's my original home." Naruto's eyes were full of nostalgia. When he walked in here alone, he stayed here for a long, long time and cleaned up for a long, long time. When I revisit my old place, the memories of the old days come to my mind like waves. Naruto stood in front of the hung sword of ninja love, filled with emotion. Then he raised his head, took a deep breath and exhaled, trying his best to calm down his emotions and stop the tears from flowing down. Jiraiya put the cloak back on, closed the closet door, and said thoughtfully, "I see, Naruto, do you already know your life experience?" In order to give teacher Jiraiya a reason, Naruto nodded and said, "Yes, when the Nine Tails chakra broke out, I almost lost control. My father left the chakra in my body, so I knew my own life experience." Jiraiya nodded. As the disciple of fourth generation, he knew clearly that the advanced layout was entirely his own handiwork. From this point of view, sealing half of the young chakra in Naruto's body was indeed intentional by the fourth generation, which also verified his conjecture. That is, the disciples of fourth generation never do anything meaningless. Then, your flying thunder god and sage jutsu must be related to that meeting. Seeing that Jiraiya asked this question, it played into Naruto's plan. He originally planned to blame his father first. After all, it would save trouble if he died without any evidence. So, Naruto nodded and said, "Yes, Dad gave it to me." Jiraiya was a little shocked. Kazuto was really powerful. He could pass the sage jutsu to Naruto despite the obstacles of Mount Myaboku. Also, as expected, the tiger father has no son. Naruto, this boy, is really capable. Flying Thunder God, Sage Jutsu. Even if you master it, you won't be able to slip away in actual combat. Jiraiya looked at Naruto, the more he looked at it, the more he liked it, and the more he thought about it, the more certain he became. The child of prophecy is Naruto. In the fifth Hokage office, Tsunade touched Jiraiya's broken arm with a silent expression on her face. As for Jiraiya, he has been chattering about reporting information. Shizune hugged Piggy and stood beside her. Naruto stood aside, looked at the two people, and sighed inwardly. In his previous life, he had always complained to Granny Tsunade, why did he let Jiraiya go to such a dangerous place alone? Because if Mr. Jiraiya becomes Hokage, he will definitely not let Tsunade go there alone. But seeing this scene now, Naruto felt that even if Tsunade stopped Jiraiya and refused to let him go, he would probably still go to the Rain Shadow Village alone. Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk, alas. Naruto sighed. Teacher Jiraiya has been lustful all his life, but he has never forgotten his mother-in-law Tsunade. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya and frowned, why are you doing such nonsense? If it weren't for Naruto, you wouldn't be able to come back. Jiraiya burst out laughing and said, that's not good. You always lose when you bet. This time you win just once. Snap. Tsunade slapped Jiraiya on the face, biting her lip, and a line of tears flowed from her eyes. Baga. You be asterisk 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 D. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, then his eyes softened, and he raised his only hand and touched Tsunade's hand that hit him on the face. Seeing this, Shizune hurriedly gave Naruto a look. Naruto nodded, and quickly followed Shizune away and left the Hokage office. After walking out of the door, Sister Shizune took a breath and said, Jiraiya-sama is back safely. Naruto wondered, what's wrong? Shizune hugged Juju and led Naruto outside. As she walked, she said, you don't know, during the time when Jiraiya-sama went to Rain Shinobi Village, Tsunade-sama has been depressed and has no appetite for food. Really? Naruto asked in surprise. It seems that teacher Jiraiya's position in Grandma Tsunade's heart is still very important. Naruto thought to himself that he had successfully rescued teacher Jiraiya after his rebirth this time. He hoped that teacher Jiraiya could achieve a marriage with Granny Tsunade, and it would be best to have a son or daughter. By then, he could accept this newborn as your apprentice and train him in the direction of Hokage. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but look forward to it. In the Hokage office, after Jiraiya's hand touched Tsunade's hand, Tsunade's tense emotions were suddenly released, and she suddenly leaned into Jiraiya's arms. Tsunade is also a girl. In the past, she was very gentle and like a little girl in front of her loved ones. But later, her brothers and the people she loved died one after another, and her heart gradually closed. He also suffered from hemophobia. Because if you love someone, you have to accept it and be prepared to lose him at the same time. Tsunade really doesn't want to bear this kind of pain anymore. Therefore, she has been rejecting Jiraiya's love for so many years. Until that time. When Jiraiya brought Naruto to ask Tsunade to return as Hokage, Naruto's perseverance showed the fearless, courageous momentum to move forward with the goal of Hokage when facing Orochimaru and Kabuto. It reminded Tsunade of her brother and her lover, Swan. Especially when Naruto was seriously injured in the end, he still lived tenaciously and did not die like his younger brother and Dan. This gave Tsunade the courage to believe again. Therefore, Tsunade gave Naruto the necklace of her grandfather's first Hokage, her love for her brother, and her belief in the broken Hokage dream. This time Jiraiya came back from the dead and let Tsunade understand. Perhaps, she can also bury her longing and love for judgment and accept Jiraiya's love. Just as Tsunade was thinking this, she raised her head, only to see Jiraiya's lustful eyes, looking down at her proud. Moreover, the only hand is still ready to move. Baga, you be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* punched Jiraiya directly on the head. Jiraiya flew out directly and crashed into the wall. Jiraiya touched his head and cried, "What are you doing? I didn't die in Pain's hands. I'm going to die in your hands. My injuries haven't healed yet." Tsunade crossed her arms and said angrily, "What are you afraid of? If you are injured, I will treat you." Jiraiya touched his head and muttered, "Isn't this teasing? Oops, it hurts me to death. I was hugging her just now, and now it's like this. Really? Ouch, it hurts me to death." Seeing Jiraiya's deflated look, Tsunade chuckled. "What a disgusting guy, he's not serious all day long." Hokage is downstairs, at the entrance to the first floor. Naruto and Shizune, who had just arrived here, heard a shaking sound upstairs. Naruto was shocked and was about to go up, but Shizune grabbed him and said, "Don't go, Tsunade-sama is here." "What are you afraid of?" Naruto was right when he thought about it. This was Konoha, and with Granny Hokage here, no one could hurt his master. Unless Granny Tsunade. However, that's not something he can solve. "Okay, I'll leave first, Sister Shizune. If Master and Granny Tsunade have something to do, let them call me again." Shizune nodded and said, "Well, I will send someone to call you if something happens." Turning around, Naruto left quickly, because there was a place he wanted to go back to Konoha. As Naruto walked on the street, people he knew kept saying hello to him. At this moment, through the accumulation of previous events, he had been accepted by most people in the village and was no longer so repulsive. If we follow the normal timeline, Jiraiya is dead now, and in the near future, Pain attacks Konoha, Naruto fights against him, and then completely becomes the hero of Konoha, admired by everyone. Walking in this bustling Konoha commercial street, Naruto secretly made up his mind. Since he can save Jiraiya-sensei, he can also hope that Konoha can be saved. After all, with this memory, he doesn't want to be destroyed again. Just as he was thinking about it, Naruto suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at an alley behind him. He smiled slightly, then pretended not to care and continued to move forward. After Naruto left, a man wearing a dog head mask was revealed in the alley. Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant has an endless stream of customers coming and going. It's finally here. Naruto's steps finally stopped here, with a happy expression on his face, and then he stepped forward. "Uncle, let's have a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. I want a big bowl." Naruto opened the curtain and shouted happily. Uncle Yale agreed, "Okay." Then he looked up and said happily, "Oh. It turns out to be Naruto. Didn't I say you went on a mission? How about it? You're back after you finished." While saying hello to Naruto, Uncle Ichiraku continued to cook noodles, working non-stop. Just as one person finished eating and left, Naruto took his seat and said with a smile, "Yeah, I went on a mission, but something happened on the way and I returned to Konoha." Uncle Yale picked up the noodles and said, "Sweep, sweep, I'm going to give you more ingredients to reward you." Naruto heard this and said happily, "Thank you, Uncle." Looking at the large bowl of tonkatsu ramen in front of him, as well as a lot of aniseed ingredients, Naruto clearly knew that Uncle Ichiraku was taking special care of him as usual. The steaming aroma hits, and the taste in memory emerges. Naruto sighed, his eyes already moist. Food in memory is sometimes the most comforting when a person is lonely. Naruto put the chopsticks between his palms and said with a sense of ceremony, "I'm starting." Afterwards, Naruto broke open the disposable chopsticks and began to eat. Bah! Bah! One after another ramen was sucked into Naruto's mouth. The feeling of eating large pieces of noodles made Naruto forget for a while the pain caused by the creation of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Uncle Yale saw Naruto eating so happily and said with a smile, "Naruto, if it's not enough, tell Uncle, I'll give you more noodles." Naruto nodded, not being polite to his uncle. Uncle Ichiraku is like another relative to Naruto. He has been helping Naruto since he was a child. When he was a child, Naruto often didn't have enough to eat. Every time he passed by Ichiraku ramen restaurant, he would be attracted by the aroma. Uncle Ichiraku saw that little Naruto was pitiful and often invited him to eat ramen for free. When Naruto and Hinata got married, Uncle Ichiraku finally gave him a coupon for free ramen for life. After drinking the last sip of ramen soup, Naruto let out a sigh of relief, feeling so good. So comfortable. Naruto has been eating Ichiraku ramen since he was a kid. In his previous life, when he was having a hard time practicing, or when he wanted to motivate himself, or when things were unhappy, Naruto would come to the Ichiraku ramen shop, have a good bowl of noodles, and then continue fighting with high morale the next day. It can be said that ramen, to a certain extent, has been integrated with Naruto on his ninja path. "Uncle, have a bowl of tonkatsu ramen." "Hey! What a coincidence, Naruto." Naruto, who was full and was reminiscing, looked up and exclaimed, "Iruka-sensei." Iruka smiled and said, "Yeah, you're not on a mission, Hey, what's the matter, Naruto?" Naruto hugged Mr. Iruka and thought about his past life. In order to protect himself from Hokage, Mr. Iruka blocked the figure of death in front of him. It's okay. Naruto sniffed, let go of Mr. Iruka, calmed down and continued, "I haven't seen Mr. Iruka for a while, I really miss him." Teacher Iruka looked at Naruto's red eyes and felt a little surprised. Then he lightly punched Naruto on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Hey, you kid, what's wrong? You're so sad. Why don't you do this all of a sudden? Son, tell me, did something happen to you?" Naruto waved his hand and said, "It's okay." Then, the smile returned again. Iruka took the tonkatsu ramen handed to him by Uncle Ichiraku, picked up the chopsticks, broke it open, then picked up a piece of noodles, sipped it, looked at Naruto while eating and asked, "Is it about Sasuke?" Naruto shook his head and said, "It's not Sasuke's business." Iruka chewed the noodles in his mouth, looked at Naruto with some curiosity and said, "What is that? It makes you so sentimental. You don't look like you who move forward bravely." Naruto smiled. In front of Iruka, Naruto relaxed himself very much. This is the first person to recognize him. In Naruto's life, Teacher Iruka is like a close friend, like an elder brother, always watching him and giving him love. Otherwise, in his previous life, Naruto would not have let Iruka act as his father and attend the wedding. After all, since Jiraiya was not here in his previous life, the only eldest brother and father left was Iruka-sensei. "It's okay, I just haven't seen you for a long time and I want to hug you." Naruto smiled. "Really?" Iruka asked. Naruto nodded. While we were talking about old stories, Konohamaru came. "Brother! Brother!" Naruto turned around and saw Konohamaru running in front of him, opening the curtain, breathing heavily, followed by Udon and Mohuang. "Hey! Konohamaru, long time no see." "Yeah. Udon and Mohuang are here too." With that said, Naruto got off his seat and touched Konohamaru's head. Naruto's #1 younger brother and the successor of the 8th generation Hokage. In his previous life, he also died fighting for himself. As for Udon and Mohuang, although Naruto has not seen them with his own eyes, he is probably more likely to be in danger than in danger. Under the cover of the nest, there are no eggs left. Konohamaru watched brother Naruto touching his head, not angry at all, swallowed his mouth and said, "Brother, I finally found you, you ran away from me." Naruto was a little surprised and said, "What's wrong?" Konohamaru smiled and said, "Mother-in-law Tsunade has asked you to go to the Hokage office as soon as possible." So fast. Naruto felt a little sad that he had to go back by himself just when he came out to have a meal. "Okay, let's go then, Konohamaru, Iruka-sensei, I'll leave first." Iruka waved his hand and said, "Yeah, since Master Hokage has summoned me, you can go quickly." Wood leaves, roots. Danzo held his cane and stood motionless in front of a statue. Behind him, a man wearing a dog head mask was half kneeling on the ground, reporting the matter to Danzo. "You mean, that boy from Nine Tails has returned to Konoha village and brought Jiraiya with him?" The dog-headed man nodded and said, "Yes." Danzo squinted his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking in his heart, and then said, "Go down and continue to monitor Nine Tails." "Hi." With a whoosh, the root member just now disappeared into the darkness, leaving Danzo alone, standing here contemplating. Inside the Hokage office. Kakashi and his party have returned to take orders. Because Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi fight. After the battle, he was taken away by Uchiha Madara. Kakashi and his team completely lost Sasuke's whereabouts. There was no way, the mission could not continue, so I had to return to the court. First go back to Konoha and report to Master Hokage before making a decision. As a result, Kakashi, who had just returned, was called over by Tsunade and asked about it. When they learned that Naruto suddenly fainted and then left the team as if he was a different person without even taking his head back, both Tsunade and Jiraiya were very confused. He even heard that after Naruto forcefully kissed Hinata and confessed his love, Jiraiya stood up and exclaimed, "This boy is so fierce, he really deserves to be my disciple." As a result, Tsunade glared and scared her back to sit down. Tsunade paced in place, thinking back and forth. Jiraiya was also deep in thought at the same time. He was thinking, since it was Naruto who said that his Flying Thunder God and Sage Jutsu were taught by 4th Hokage, how did he know that he would be in danger? Because in Jiraiya's opinion, if it hadn't been for Naruto's sudden appearance, he would have really revealed that he was there, and there would be absolutely no possibility of survival. What a coincidence. It's like knowing ahead of time. Jiraiya, who became more and more frightened as he thought about it, decided to call Naruto and ask him. And Kakashi was even more surprised. Because Tsunade has always trained Kakashi as the successor of the Hokage, basically all major secrets of the Hokage village will be confessed to Kakashi, such as the details of Jiraiya's return this time. When Kakashi heard Naruto's sage art, Flying Thunder God, Rasengan, and showed off continuously, and then returned with Jiraiya, he felt bad all over. This kid is growing up too fast. Kakashi was already shocked by escaping Yamato's with style control that day. After all, sage art. Once you learn this thing, it will far exceed Jonin's strength. What the hell is Flying Thunder God? When did Naruto learn the skills of his father and his master, Fourth Hokage? This is incredible. To know the time and space ninjutsu, it goes without saying that it is difficult to practice, but you also need to have talent. The 3 elite Jonin guards of the Fourth Hokage need to work together to complete this ninjutsu. Moreover, these 3 people can only move in space. Listening to Master Jiraiya, Naruto has used it to perfection and is first class in actual combat. Kakashi was a little stunned. On the first floor of Hokage, as soon as Naruto arrived, he saw a beautiful figure approaching. Naruto-kun. Naruto was expressionless at first, but when he saw the person coming, he immediately burst into laughter. Hinata. Then, he opened his arms very consciously, ready to hug Hinata. Because when Naruto saw Hinata running over, he subconsciously thought that Hinata would rush up to him and throw herself into his arms, just like in his previous life. Unexpectedly, Hinata was so shy in the end because there were so many people. She just ran to Naruto and stopped. Naruto opened his arms in surprise and stopped there. Hinata glanced at Naruto shyly, gestured behind him and said, "Naruto-kun, there are children here." Naruto looked back. Oh. Konohamaru, Mo-Huang, and Udon are all here, so the impact is not good. Then Naruto scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Hey, I'm sorry Hinata." Behind Hinata, Haruno Sakura snorted and crossed her arms. Shikamaru frowned a little and said in disbelief, "Hey, there are 2 of them, really?" Ye came directly over, possessed Shikamaru's ear, and said excitedly, "It's true." Naruto fainted and woke up, and he started talking. After hearing this, Shikamaru was shocked. He looked at his teeth and said with disbelief, "Real or false?" Ye patted Shino and said, "If you don't believe me, just ask Shino." Shino pushed up his glasses and nodded seriously. Sai was afraid that Shikamaru would not be able to imagine the scene at the scene, so he directly drew a picture of the scene at that time. Ye glanced at it, gave a thumbs up, and praised, "Professional." Shikamaru looked at the painting, then looked at the giggling Naruto outside, then clapped his hands and sighed, "Oh, bullshit." After flirting with Hinata and asking about the general situation, Naruto basically already knew about Sasuke's situation. Just like in the previous life, Sasuke had a duel with his brother Uchiha Itachi. In the end, Sasuke won and Uchiha Itachi died. Then Sasuke was taken away by the masked guy, Uchiha Madara in the disguise of Obito. Then next, Obito will tell Sasuke the truth, and then Sasuke will go to the land of Thunder, Cloud Thunder Canyon, to hunt 8 tails. It seems that I have to pick up my rhythm. After saying hello to the friends on the first floor, Naruto arrived at the Hokage office on the top floor of the Hokage office building. Pushing the gate of opening, Naruto greeted, "Grandma Tsunade, did you call me?" Then he rolled his eyes and said in surprise, "Teacher Kakashi is here too." After closing the office door, Tsunade sat on the Hokage desk, placed her hands on her chin, stared at Naruto and said, "Naruto, don't you have anything to say about this operation?" Facing Granny Tsunade's aggressive eyes, Naruto subconsciously looked at Jiraiya. As a result, Jiraiya sat up on his butt, not looking at Naruto. Naruto rolled his eyes at Teacher Jiraiya. This guy came back for free. Judging from the way his master is like this, if he really gets married to Grandma Tsunade, he will probably be a strict henpecker. Okay. If you don't ask, I will just pretend to be stupid. So, Naruto answered innocently, "What do you want me to say, Granny Tsunade?" Tsunade sighed, then stood up, walked to the Hokage desk and leaned against it, folded her hands on her chest, looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, there is no one else here. I, your master, Jiraiya, and Kakashi are all people you can trust. Your changes are too strange, and your strength has increased too much, and, you haven't told your master yet, how did you know that he was in Yueing village, and successfully found him and rescued him? I'm not doubting you, it's just, you also know that as Hokage, I have many things to consider. I hope you can understand." Seeing Tsunade finish speaking, Jiraiya coughed a few words and said, "Naruto, no matter what happens, Master, I will always believe in you, but your mother-in-law Tsunade is more sensitive, and she is indeed worried about you, so, tell her these changes and she will feel more at ease. After listening, Naruto was silent for a few seconds, and then said, I'm sorry, Granny Tsunade, I have no comment. Kakashi reminded aloud, Naruto, it is Master Hokage who is asking you now, not Granny Tsunade. I hope you understand the position involved. Of course I understand, but I also hope Grandma Tsunade can understand me. Everyone has their own secrets, and I am no exception. The only thing I can reveal is what I told my master. This is my dad, fourth the Hokage gave it to me. Jiraiya and Tsunade were silent when they heard this, because they also thought of this. Kakashi was shocked when he heard what Naruto said, and said in disbelief, Fourth Hokage? Naruto, you mean, you saw the fourth Hokage? How is this possible? The fourth generation is not. Jiraiya said, the fourth generation left chakra in Naruto's nine-tailed seal. When Naruto went berserk, the fourth generation chakra came out. He probably talked to Naruto and explained some things, which led to this. Now he changes. Kakashi was a little surprised and said, that's it. Naruto looked at Tsunade and said, then, do you have anything else to do? Tsunade looked at Naruto and frowned, what's wrong? Naruto looked at Jiraiya and said, Teacher Jiraiya, please come out. I have something to ask you. Then, Naruto nodded and walked out of Hokage's office. Kakashi stretched out his hand and shouted hurriedly, Naruto, wait. Before he finished speaking, Naruto went out. Jiraiya frowned, glanced at Tsunade, Tsunade nodded, and Jiraiya also went out. After Jiraiya left, Tsunade asked Kakashi again about all the circumstances of Naruto leaving the village. Knowing that Naruto's entire journey, Nine Tails rampage almost never happened. Because once Nine Tails goes berserk, Yamato will definitely be the first to know. The only abnormality was that Naruto suddenly fainted. Thinking of this, Tsunade suddenly fell into deep thought. Outside, it's night. Under a streetlight in Konoha, Jiraiya was sitting on a bench. The sound of footsteps hurriedly came from the darkness. Jiraiya followed the sound, raised his body and asked doubtfully, where have you been? It took you so long to buy something. Naruto hurriedly sat down, tore open the packaging bag, and gasped, in order to find this flavor, I searched the freezer for a long time, which took me a while. With that said, Naruto took out the one-piece popsicles from the packaging bag, then broke it open, handed one to Jiraiya and said, come on, master, here it is. When Jiraiya looked at it, he was slightly stunned, and memories came to his mind. When Naruto ate this double-headed popsicle for the first time, he taught him Rasengan himself. Naruto was thirsty and bought it himself. I thought I was going to treat myself to something, but I didn't expect it to be this. The taste I bought here is the same as the one I bought myself. Jiraiya smiled slightly and took the popsicle. When Naruto saw this, he smiled and ate the popsicle happily. A gust of autumn wind blew by, and both of them felt a little cold. For this reason, Jiraiya complained a few words, saying that it was almost autumn, and even dragged the old man over to eat popsicles, but to Naruto's ears, this was so happy the sound. Tell me, what are you asking me for? Isn't it just to ask me to eat popsicles? Naruto sucked on the popsicle, shook his head and said, no, I came here to ask the teacher to give me the key. Jiraiya stopped eating a popsicle, looked at Naruto, and said with some uncertainty, what key? Naruto looked over and said, the key to the Nine-Tails seal. Isn't it with the teacher? Jiraiya took a sip of the popsicle and hesitated in his heart. Originally, before the battle with Pain, he had already prepared the handover of the Nine-Tails seal key and asked Toma to return to Konoha first to find Ibiki. However, after Naruto rescued him, especially the strength Naruto showed and his secretive behavior, Jiraiya felt a little uneasy for a moment. Although, he also believed in his apprentice, and also believed in fourth generation's choices and backup. But how can I put it, I feel a little uneasy after all. Because he had seen Nagato's example, Jiraiya was a little worried that Naruto might also go astray, and then he would really have no disciples. Probably seeing teacher Jiraiya's worry, Naruto comforted him, "Don't worry, teacher, my father has told me that he trusts me now. Let me come out and ask teacher for the key. Under your supervision, practice Nine Tails chakra and master it." Jiraiya said unexpectedly, "Did the fourth generation teach you to do this?" Naruto nodded and said, "Yes, otherwise you think I have that kind of thoughts and brains." Jiraiya nodded, and while sucking on the popsicle, he thought about it. It seemed that some things were understandable. That's right, he was ready to hand the key to Naruto anyway. So, Jiraiya finished the last popsicle and said to Naruto, "Come on, get up and lend me a hand first." Naruto was a little confused and said, "What?" Jiraiya rolled his eyes at him and said, "I don't need a hand to form a seal." So, catching one of Naruto's hands, Jiraiya formed a seal to summon Toad-in. Toad-in came out of Jiraiya's mouth, and then shouted, "Why did you ask me to come out again?" Then he looked at Naruto next to him, who was greeting him. He looked at Jiraiya and said, "Have you really decided to leave it to him?" Jiraiya nodded and said, "It was decided before. Now, since Naruto has taken the initiative, let's hand it over normally." Gao-in looked at Jiraiya's severed hand and said, "You're like this, you can't even summon me out. If you really leave it to this kid, can you stop Nine Tails once it breaks out of control?" Jiraiya frowned a little, what Gao-in said was true. Naruto smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm no longer the Naruto I used to be. I have my own methods for Nine Tails." Since Naruto returned from rebirth, he has tried to actively practice Nine Tails, and even tried to enter the sealed place, the familiar sewer. As a result, Nine Tails directly closed the chakra link with itself, making it impossible for Naruto to enter. Naruto was very puzzled and called Nine Tails many times but there was no response. Therefore, Naruto was anxious to get the key. He wanted to open the gate of opening to enter and see what happened and why Nine Tails ignored him. Gao-in looked at Naruto and frowned, "Arrogant boy, do you know how scary that Nine Tails guy is? Just by opening 4 tails, he has already severely damaged Jiraiya into that." "That's enough, Gao-in," Jiraiya said. "I have made up my mind, let's put it into Naruto's body." Toad-in sighed and said, "Okay." So, he stretched out his body, revealing the 9 tails seal pattern left over from the 4th generation, and then looked at Naruto and said, "Stop your handprint here, and I can enter your body." Naruto was very familiar with this person, so he stepped forward and put his handprint on it. Then, Gao-in put it away, looked at Naruto and said, "Open your mouth wider, I'm going in." Naruto gulped. He could never forget Grandma's feeling of putting toads in the warehouse, and he never expected to experience it again. Gao-in clasped his hands together, aimed at Naruto's open mouth and said, "Xiaoshi, I'm coming." Ah! Naruto was about to cry without tears, and was whimpering uncomfortably, because the Toad-in was so big that Naruto couldn't swallow it at all, even if his mouth was open to its maximum. Jiraiya covered his forehead, sighed depressedly, and then came to Naruto's side. "I'll fight." With a slap, Toad-in was pushed in directly. With a grunt, Naruto swallowed the toad, and then vomited with difficulty. Jiraiya finally finished one thing, looked at Naruto who was retching and said, "In this way, the storage will be considered a success." That night, after finishing washing, Naruto lay on the bed in his memory and stretched out. This is the house where he grew up. When pain invaded Konoha in his previous life, a Shinra Tenjin was destroyed. The moonlight outside was beautiful, but Naruto had no time to appreciate it. He closed the curtains, then lay down again, lifted up his upper body pajamas, and slowly moved his hands down. Finally, I came to my navel, where 9 tails sealed it. On the fingertips of the 5 palms, chakra gathered, and the 8-sign seal emerged. Naruto pressed his palm, then turned it, with a click, the first seal opened, and Naruto's chakra entered. Inside the sealed door, a pair of scarlet pupils suddenly opened, looking at the door with hatred. Naruto smiled slightly, then his heart sank. I opened my eyes again, and sure enough, I successfully came in this time and came to the familiar sewer. Naruto didn't want to be too familiar with this road. He stepped forward directly, walked to the seal gate, and shouted, "Hey! Kurama, I asked you what happened, but you didn't answer when I called you, and you cut off the chakra with me. Contact me, I can't get in without the key." Nine Tails slowly walked forward, staring at Naruto with his scarlet eyes, grinning as if he wanted to swallow Naruto in place. Naruto was a little strange, so he came closer and said, "Why are you looking at me like this?" As a result, when Naruto approached the gate, Nine Tails didn't even say hello, and stretched out his claws. Fortunately, Naruto reacted quickly, otherwise Nine Tails' sharp and long nails would have pierced the soul's body. F***K. I said Kurama, you are so F***G crazy, sneak attack on me. Naruto cursed loudly. Nine Tails gritted his teeth and looked at Naruto, and said fiercely, "Don't call me Kurama, you fake." Naruto hummed, looked at Nine Tails in confusion and said, "What, do you mean?" Nine Tails walked around inside the sealed gate. "You are not that boy like Naruto at all. Naruto will only call me Nine Tails. You have taken over his body, and I can feel your state of mind. Compared to that boy, I know how many times stronger. You fake, who are you and why do you know the name Kurama? Get out of Naruto's body." With that said, Nine Tails roared loudly, and the powerful tailed beast's sound came from the sealed gate. Naruto covered his ears, and after the sound passed, Naruto smiled. "I see. No wonder he tried to contact Nine Tails after he came back, but Nine Tails ignored him at all and even locked himself up. The fundamental reason is that Nine Tails noticed the changes in the soul of Naruto's body. The original Naruto seemed to have disappeared, and another soul entered Naruto's body. Therefore, Nine Tails believed that Naruto had been taken away from him, and that the current Naruto was not the same brat at all. "Tell me, where did you get that brat Naruto?" Nine Tails said very angrily. Naruto smiled slightly in his heart and wanted to tease Nine Tails, "What's wrong? Don't you hate that brat the most? Why do you care about him so much?" Nine Tails snorted coldly, "I need to explain to you the things that I am concerned about." Naruto crossed his arms across his chest, looked at Nine Tails playfully and said, "I'm sorry, that brat's soul has been devoured by me." After Nine Tails heard this, all Nine Tails started to fly, and his eyes became scarleter. He wanted to go out immediately and tear Naruto apart in front of him. "You evil guy, you are even more hateful than me. I'm going to eat you, you guy." Seeing Nine Tails' angry look, Naruto felt warm in his heart. This guy, who said he didn't care on the surface and was so arrogant, was actually more worried than anyone else on the inside. Seeing Nine Tails acting like a cat, clawing at the sealed door with both claws in anger, wanting to rush out and fight Naruto, Naruto couldn't help it anymore and laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, Kurama, you are really. Ha ha ha, you are so funny. I am so amused, ha ha ha, you really haven't changed at all." Nine Tails roared, "I told you, don't call me Kurama, you don't deserve it." Just kidding, Kurama is the pet name that the old man from Six Paths gave himself. Apart from the old man from Six Paths, there are other tailed beasts who can call themselves that. Others calling them that is simply an insult. Naruto stopped smiling and looked at Nine Tails in front of him, his former brother, and he chose to reveal his heart. Because Nine Tails can be said to be the person who has been with him the longest, and has been in his body since birth. Moreover, Nine Tails knows many secret things about Naruto. It can be said that Nine Tails is the second Naruto, the roundworm in Naruto's belly. After the fourth ninja war, there was no seal, and the chakras of the two people were connected, and their hearts were connected. They fought side by side, and there was nothing to hide. Therefore, Naruto plans to tell Nine Tails the truth. It's true that I'm not the Naruto brat I used to be, but I'm still Naruto, but I'm a Naruto who traveled from the future. Listening to Naruto's words, Nine-Tails' dancing tails temporarily stopped. Then, Nine-Tails snorted coldly, looked at Naruto and said, "Can you make up a reliable reason? Who can travel through time and space? It's simply nonsense, talk." Naruto smiled slightly and said, "It was the old man from Six Paths who sent me back." Hearing Naruto say Six Paths, Nine-Tails' eyes widened. "What did you say?" Naruto sighed and said, "I said it was Sage of Six Paths who sent me back in time. As for why I know your nickname, you may not believe it. According to the trajectory of my previous life, I will follow Uncle Killer Bee and Eight Tails, that is, with the help of Aaba, began to practice and master your chakra. Kurama's name is what Aaba told me." Nine-Tails looked at Naruto in surprise and said, "Baga. Are you kidding me? Eight Tails will choose to help you. Also, how could I be willing to let you control my chakra?" Naruto nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed, you haven't changed this. You did not agree at the time. I remember I treated you to a lot of meatballs, and then you had to agree." Nine-Tails grabbed the door and looked at Naruto even more fiercely. When this guy said something about, "Please eat a lot of meatballs," you knew it was not a good thing as soon as you heard it. "Humph. Even you kid can beat me. I am the Supreme Lord Nine-Tails. Baga Yalu. Also, you kid, you even know the nickname of Eight Tails. It seems that you have collected a lot of information." Naruto said depressedly, "You told me these in the previous life, and I know all the nicknames of the tailed beasts. Let me tell you. One tail, Shikaku. Urwei, Matatabi can also be called Nikomata. Three tails. Four tails, Sun, also known as Son Goku. Five tails, Kokuo. Six tails, Saiken. Seven tails, Komiai. Eight tails, Gyuki, also known as ABA, Uncle Killer Bee likes to call him Xiaoba. 9 tails, Kurama, that's you, the silly big cat. Naruto said the same as Lajia-chan. However, to 9 Tails' ears, it was unbelievable that these secret titles came out of Naruto's mouth so easily. You know, the nicknames of the tailed beasts are all given by Sage of Six Paths. After Sage of Six Paths left, it became known that humans were the rare Jinchuriki recognized by the tailed beasts. However, Jinchuriki usually only know the name of their tailed beast. Because after Six Paths left, the relationship between the tailed beasts was not very good, and they did not mention each other. Some tailed beasts were even sworn enemies, like 9 Tails and 1 Tail. 9 Tails often laughs at 1 Tail for having less tail and less chakra. 1 Tail is very angry and often calls 9 Tails, dead fox, and stinky civet cat. Here, after hearing what Naruto said, 9 Tails was a little silent, because he began to waver and believe what Naruto said, but he didn't believe everything yet. 9 Tails snorted coldly and said, "These are not enough to prove anything, but they are some hidden history that can still be found out." Naruto touched his chin, thought for a while and said, "Then what's going on? Think about it. If you can't find it out, I'll think about it." 9 Tails was not making any noise at the moment, as if waiting for Naruto's answer. "Right." Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up, he looked at 9 Tails and said, "Do you still remember the prophecy of Sage of Six Paths' death?" 9 Tails narrowed his eyes and was shocked. Naruto looked at 9 Tails with a smile and said, "The green-eyed boy was playing while calling the names of the 9 beasts." 9 Tails' eyes suddenly condensed, and he looked at Naruto in front of him in surprise. That harmless smile made 9 Tails feel uneasy for the first time. "Why are you upset? It is 9 Tails, the most powerful and evil existence in the world." But now, the young man in front of him actually said the prophecy left by the founder who created it so easily, which is really hard for 9 Tails to accept. "No. This is not true, you are not Naruto. Go, get out of here. Go." With that said, Nine Tails turned around and walked towards the depths of the sealed gate, preparing to ignore Naruto. Naruto became anxious and shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, Jiu Xiao Xiao, don't leave. If you don't believe it, I can tell you again and verify it with you." Nine Tails ignored him and continued walking deeper into the door. Naruto shouted, "Hey! Jiu Xiao Xiao, don't delay things. If you do this, in the near future, you will return to Ghetto Statue and be swallowed by 10 tails. By then, I will die." Nine Tails, who was moving forward, stopped, because when he heard Naruto say Ghetto Statue, 10 tails, these cryptic words, Nine Tails' heart was even more shaken. Now, basically, I believe it, but it needs time to digest it. Seeing Nine Tails disappearing, Naruto said, "Hey," and immediately opened the seal on the sealed door, opened the seal on his stomach, rushed in and invited Nine Tails to eat meatballs. However, Naruto felt that someone kept calling him, and his mind became increasingly unstable. "Naruto! Naruto! Wake up, wake up! Naruto!" Naruto opened his eyes with difficulty, and when he entered his eyes, he saw Teacher Jiraiya, constantly slapping his face with his hands. "Ah, it's Jiraiya-sensei." Naruto sat up, rubbed his eyes and yawned. Jiraiya sighed and said, "Did you go to find Nine Tails?" Naruto scratched his head and said with a smile, "Teacher, how do you know?" Jiraiya rolled his eyes at Naruto and said, "How do I know about it? Nine Tails' chakra is almost flying into the sky. If I don't come back, the whole village will know about it." Naruto was a little embarrassed. It must have been that Nine Tails had just vented his anger, and chakra leaked out of 8-sign seal. At this time, Naruto noticed that there were many people standing around his house. Looking at chakra, they were all very powerful beings in the village. Naruto sighed. It seems that it really alarmed a lot of people. Jiraiya knew what Naruto meant, opened the curtains, looked out the window and said, "It's okay, you can withdraw." Master Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, spoke, and under the moonlight, many dog-headed masked men dispersed and left. Jiraiya closed the window again, drew the curtains, looked at Naruto and said, "I said you were too impatient. Just after you got the key, you ran to find Nine Tails alone, you agreed to be under my supervision. What happened? If the teacher hadn't been careful and followed you home and stayed near your house, I wouldn't have been the one who broke in tonight." Naruto raised his eyebrows, hearing the implication of Teacher Jiraiya's words. Besides Granny Tsunade's Hokage Umbu, who else is the sealing class in the village? Jiraiya narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Naruto and said, "The people who just came have roots, and their numbers and strength are quite large and not weak." Naruto sneered, "Ah, it turns out to be Danzo." Jiraiya walked towards Naruto's door and said before opening it, "Be careful, Danzo and his roots have been using you as Konoha's weapon and want to control you, although I don't know what kind of means Danzo has, I have such confidence, but my broken arm cannot be restored for the time being, and I may suffer a loss if I break my face." Naruto felt warm inside and nodded. "My own master, consider yourself first at all times." Jiraiya was not afraid of Naruto going berserk, but he was afraid that after he went berserk, he would be used by Danzo, and General Jiraiya's broken arm has not recovered, and his strength has been greatly reduced. In addition, Tsunade is a Hokage, so it is not easy to intervene. On the surface, Danzo didn't dare to do anything, but if the two sides broke out secretly, Jiraiya would suffer. After Jiraiya left, Naruto's eyes flashed with cold light. Just as Danzo and Gen thought about Naruto as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, why didn't Naruto also miss Danzo? Based on Sasuke's memories and narration in his previous life, Naruto knew all the details of the battle between him and Danzo. This old boy has a lot of good things in him. It was just that he had always been wary of Danzo's backup plans, so when he returned to Konoha, Naruto didn't touch him. Now, people are starting to try to come to our door. Thinking about the time when he drank with Gaara in his previous life, Gaara recalled that Danzo used the eye that took Uchiha Shisui away at the 5 Kage conference to impose genjutsu on Mifune, a samurai from the Iron Country, and asked him to recommend the Danzo. As the head coach of the Ninja Alliance, Mifune did not feel that he had been tricked at the time. Naruto had a judgment in his heart. Teacher Jiraiya wondered why Danzo had such confidence. Presumably, it was because of Shirsui's genjutsu and such methods that Danzo dared to make his own plans. After all, Shirsui's genjutsu is awesome. Even if you hit genjutsu, you won't know that you are hit. You will act completely according to the intention of the caster. Because distinguished heavenly gods is not a visual genjutsu at all, it does not need to be seen, it only needs to be activated by the caster. Naruto snorted. It would definitely be risky to use the eye Itachi left for himself on Danzo. Because Danzo's right eye is also Shirsui's eye, genjutsu, who has the same origin, may notice it in advance. Thinking of this, Naruto sighed. Home is a harbor after all, and this big ship of yours is about to set sail. Wood leaves, roots. Danzo held his cane and squinted his eyes, listening to the subordinates in front of him reporting on Naruto's intelligence. So, Jiraiya's action prevented the possible outbreak of Nine Tails. Yes, Lord Danzo. Boom. 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 Danzo was walking on the same spot with his cane in hand, and his only exposed eye was showing a strange look at this moment. Go down. Yes. There were several sounds of breaking through the air, and the root members retreated. Danzo was thinking in his mind. At the moment, Jiraiya had a broken arm and his strength was greatly reduced. As a Hokage, Tsunade lost most of his help. Well, Kakashi, as long as he uses his little plan, it's not a problem. The biggest key is that he does not have a legitimate opportunity to rise to the top. Danzo covered his right eye, and his left eye showed its sharpness. Originally, he thought that if Nine Tails rioted again, Tsunade and Jiraiya would definitely suppress it. When the two sides were almost fighting, he could take advantage of this opportunity to kill Naruto and control Nine Tails from then on. Then, taking advantage of Tsunade's incompetent rule and connivance with Nine Tails, she directly forced her to step down. By that time, there will be no more agreement or disagreement. His strength will be arrogant to Konoha. If Tsunade doesn't step down, he will personally ask her to step down. As for those who resist, kill them all. The Uchiha clan can be slaughtered, so Tsunade's little influence is nothing. Thinking that he still had so many Sharingan sealed in him, Danzo felt more confident. Snort. After becoming the strongest Hokage, I believe that under my plan, given time, even the entire ninja world may be taken down. Danzo thought happily, but unfortunately, he didn't know that his idea would soon turn into nothing. The next day, early in the morning, Naruto washed up, had breakfast, tidied up his home, then arranged the symbols of the flying thunder god, left a shadow clone, sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes and absorbed the natural energy. After setting up, locking the door, Naruto jumped up and jumped onto the water tower in front of the house. Then he looked back at the house behind him. Naruto sighed, and then left directly. At the gate of the Hyuga clan, Hinata ran out excitedly, looked at Naruto and said with a smile, "Naruto-kun, I heard that you are looking for me." Naruto smiled and nodded, "Yes, Hinata." Hinata smiled, then pulled Naruto and asked him to enter the house. Naruto waved his hand and said, "If you still can't, won't it be inconvenient?" Guessing Naruto's worries, Hinata smiled and said, "It's okay, my father and little sister have gone out and are not at home for the time being. Brother Niji has also gone on a mission with Teacher Kai. I am now in charge of the house." After saying that, he still proudly puffed up his chest. Naruto lovingly scratched Hinata's little nose with his hand and said, "Let's see what you can do." This shave made Hinata's face turn red. "What are you doing? Doing this to others?" Saying that, Hinata was so shy that she didn't know what to do. Afterwards, Hinata pulled Naruto and turned directly into the alley next to the door of her house, and then fell directly into Naruto's arms. Naruto was very surprised, then he smiled, hugged Hinata with both hands, and lowered his head to smell the fragrance of Hinata's hair. This fragrance is engraved in Naruto's soul memory. This scent is the greatest comfort to the reborn Naruto. The panic, uneasiness, etc. in my heart all disappeared at this moment. There were too many people under the Hokage office building that day, so I didn't have the nerve to hug you. Now I'll make it up to you, hee. After saying that, Hinata didn't forget to rub her head in Naruto's arms. Naruto smiled happily, then stroked Hinata's hair and said, "Hinata, there is something I want to say hello to you in advance." Hinata raised her body, looked at Naruto with a smile and said, "What's the matter?" Seeing Naruto's serious expression, Hinata said worriedly, "Did something happen to you, Naruto-kun?" Naruto looked at Hinata. She was truly his future wife. He could guess his general state just by looking at her. Naruto put his hands around Hinata's shoulders, looked at Hinata solemnly and said, "No matter what happens in the future, you have to remember, first, no matter how my position changes, I will protect Konoha and aim at the Hokage, will not change. Secondly, no matter what I do, my original intention must be for the entire ninja world. Thirdly, and the most important point." Naruto took a deep breath, stared at Hinata and said, "No matter what I become, I, Uzumaki Naruto, will only love you, Hyuga Hinata, in this life." Hearing Naruto's solemn explanation, especially the last sentence, Hinata threw herself into Naruto's arms again, hugged Naruto tightly and said, "Naruto-kun. Thank you for liking me so much. I, Hyuga Hinata, too, will do my best in this life. I only love Naruto-kun. It's just that I hope that if Naruto-kun encounters any difficulties, he won't face it alone. At least he can take me with him and let me accompany Naruto-kun and face it together." Naruto stroked Hinata's hair, looked up at the sky, took a deep breath, and tears stayed in the corners of his eyes. This road is too dangerous. Naruto didn't want the tragedy of his previous life to repeat itself before his eyes. I don't want to experience the body temperature of my beloved in my arms slowly disappearing again. Forgive me, Hinata. Naruto let go of Hinata, then touched her face with both hands, put his forehead against his forehead, looked at her lovingly and said, Okay, just remember my words, I won't tell you, I want to went to Hokage-sama's place. Oh. That's right. With that said, Naruto rolled up Hinata's sleeves, and then left the Flying Thunder God's mark on Hinata's arm. Hinata asked doubtfully, "This is?" Naruto smiled slightly, "With this mark, I can appear by your side anytime and anywhere to protect you." After hearing this, Hinata smiled happily. Naruto warned, "Remember, this is a secret between the two of us. Don't tell others. I left a mark on you." Hinata nodded. "Also, if you encounter any danger, try to gather the chakra to this mark. I will sense it and appear next to you." Hinata raised her head in surprise. Naruto-kun is really amazing, he can actually do such a trick. Naruto smiled and touched Hinata's head. His wife was so gentle and obedient. For such a cute girl, Naruto will naturally feel sorry for him for the rest of his life. Therefore, Naruto specially improved his father's Flying Thunder God technique. Once the marker is injected into chakra, the caster can also sense it, and then teleport to the rescue. After explaining all this, Naruto turned and left. Naruto-kun. Naruto left and looked back. Hinata stood there, put her hands on her mouth, and shouted like a trumpet, "After Hokage-sama is over, let's go eat Ichiraku ramen together in the evening." Seeing Hinata's silly smile, even though he was a little shaken in his heart, Naruto nodded against his will. "Ah. I'll come as soon as I finish." After getting the reply, Hinata tilted her head and smiled, "Well, we agreed, see you at 6 o'clock in the evening, bye." Looking at Hinata waving, Naruto smiled and raised his hand and said, "Bye." Then, he turned around and leaped away. In mid-air, Naruto leaped and dropped 2 lines of tears. "Forgive me, Hinata." Hokage office, Naruto arrived as scheduled. Hitting the gate of opening, Naruto discovered that the target had not yet appeared. Mito Shueien and Koharu arrived and sat quietly aside. These two people are the top members of Konoha's staff. Naruto specially asked Grandma Tsunade to invite him, in order to dispel Danzo's suspicion. With these two people here, Danzo probably thought that they were really discussing something. In the office, Hokage's mother-in-law Tsunade is sitting in the Hokage's office, with Sister Shizen standing behind her, and Master Jiraiya has also arrived. Looking at Tsunade, Naruto asked, "Grandma Tsunade, where is Lord Danzo?" Tsunade frowned and said, "Kakashi has been sent to invite him." Naruto nodded and stopped talking. Tsunade looked at Naruto and asked, "Naruto, I'm very curious as to why you have to have Danzo present before you tell your secret." Naruto looked at Tsunade with a smile and said, "Mother-in-law will know later." Jiraiya looked at Naruto, and for some reason, there was always a trace of uneasiness in his heart. This uneasiness gave him an indescribable feeling. Mito Shueyen looked at Tsunade and said, "Tsunade, what are you calling us here to discuss?" Also, Nine Tails, ahem, the secret that Naruto said is about Konoha's secret? After moving to bed, Koharu also said, "Yes, they all called us, even Danzo. It must be a very important secret." Naruto nodded and said, "Yes, it's the secret about the fourth generation." Mito Shueyen and Koharu couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise and looked at each other. Here, Danzo received a report from his subordinate General Hokage Tsunade invited Mito Shueyen and Koharu to the Hokage office, and even sent Kakashi to invite him. What tricks is Tsunade up to, and what do these old people do? Danzo was suspicious in his heart, but since Lord Hokage invited him in the name of business, he had no reason not to go. Snort. It's probably because Jiraiya's strength was greatly damaged, and when he encountered something he couldn't solve, he remembered us old guys. Danzo smiled slightly, and as soon as Kakashi arrived and explained his purpose, he got up and went. As for the guards, he didn't bring any with him. After all, no one in Hokage village dared to attack him. Danzo still had this confidence. Besides, it's not good to go to the Hokage office with root guards and be noticed by Tsunade's Umbu guards. Naruto thought of this, which made Granny Tsunade invite these three people in the name of discussing matters. It's nominally about the secrets of the fourth generation. In fact, it was to let Danzo relax his vigilance and appear in front of him without any protection. There was a knock on the door. Tsunade said, "Please come in." Kakashi gate of opening came in and said, "Hokage-sama, Danzo-sama has arrived." With that said, Kakashi turned sideways and Danzo walked in with his crutch. After seeing it, both Mito Shueyen and Koharu stood up. Koharu complained, "Danzo, you are too slow, we have been waiting for you for a long time." Danzo responded with a smile, "Who knew Master Hokage could think of summoning an old guy like me? As people get older, their pace naturally slows down." Tsunade frowned slightly. Danzo's words are full of irony. It was obviously saying that she did not pay attention to these elderly people and ignored them. It seems that he is talking about himself, but in fact, together with Mito Shueyen and Koharu, they form a small group in an instant. Naruto's back was turned to Danzo. Suddenly, Naruto's mind moved, and the shadow clone left at home that morning was instantly released. Then, orange eye shadow instantly appeared in the eyes. Jiraiya was the first to notice. Because he and Naruto were the only ones who knew how to sage jutsu. Apart from Naruto, he was the most sensitive to the forces of nature. Looking at the orange color in the corner of Naruto's eyes, Jiraiya knew that something was going to happen. Unfortunately, it's too late. In Sage mode, the perception ability, movement speed, and attack power have all been greatly improved and increased. Briefly describe 3 words, which are offensive. Quick. Allow. Ruthless. Naruto turned around and looked back. There was still a smile on Danzo's face, his mouth was still open, and his eyes were still on Mito Shueyen and Koharu. Just as he regained consciousness, Naruto's right hand was already in front of Danzo's right eye. "I'll take your right eye." Because he was worried that Danzo would activate distinguished heavenly gods, Naruto directly turned on the Sage Perception mode. The action is so fast that one cannot react. Wow! With a scream, Danzo's right eye was directly pulled off by Naruto. Danzo was even kidnapped by Naruto, and everyone was confused. When Kakashi saw this, he took action directly from Raikiri, intending to punish Naruto. Naruto screamed and had no choice but to retreat first. With a buzzing sound, Naruto disappeared on the spot. Appeared on the roof of a building not far from the Hokage. Tsunade stood up in shock. Mito Shueien and transferring Koharu shouted at Tsunade in fright, "Tsunade, what does this mean?" They thought that everything Naruto did was Tsunade's signal. Tsunade smashed the Hokage office with a punch and said angrily, "Naruto. What are you trying to do?" Jiraiya was surprised in his heart, why would this kid do this? Danzo covered his bleeding right eye, gritted his teeth and looked at Tsunade, "Tsunade, are you trying to deal with me?" Tsunade didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, it was Naruto who asked her to invite these people over. "I said, Danzo, Granny Tsunade is going to deal with you, so she still needs to invite you over." Everyone looked around and saw Naruto standing there, holding the eye he had just dug out in his hand, his right hand stained red with blood. Kakashi was the first to break open the Hokage window and jump out, followed by Jiraiya. The Umbu guards guarding next to the Hokage building have all been dispatched to surround Naruto. Tsunade also jumped out. Mito Shueien and Koharu also came over and helped Danzo up. Shizen came over, frowned and said, "Danzo-sama, let me stop your bleeding first." Danzo covered his right eye and let go of Shizen's hand. He was so angry that he also jumped out. That's his right eye. Uchiha Shirsue's eyes. Being detained like this, he still has the thought to stop the bleeding. Stop it. Danzo released his hand covering his eyes, pointed at Naruto, looked at Tsunade with his only good eye and said, "Tsunade, if you don't give me an explanation today, I will never be done with you." Tsunade's head is huge now. Looking at Danzo in front of him, countless rages shot out from his only left eye, and the right eye that was taken away was a bloody hole. Tsunade was not thinking about how to explain to him. She just doesn't understand now, what on earth is Naruto doing? Didn't you say that you want to reveal the secret of the fourth generation? Why are you pressing Danzo's right eyeball? Also, Naruto, how dare you? In the Hokage office, in front of him and the top management of Hokage, he just took off Danzo's right eyeball. What is the difference between this and betraying Konoha? Tsunade couldn't figure it out. How could a guy who had been targeting the Hokage do this? But, it's really happening before our eyes now. Tsunade didn't understand. Jiraiya and Kakashi didn't understand either. Danzo doesn't understand even more. Damn it, before you come here, if anyone dares to tell Danzo that Naruto is going to eyeball you in the Hokage office, Danzo will definitely think that person is crazy. Because, even if he puts himself in his shoes, he feels that he can't do this. Back then, when he punched Shirsue's eyeballs, he led a group of boys to find a very secluded place, and even prepared a plan to kill and silence Shirsue after the eyeballs were punched. After all, Danzo also wants to continue to hang out in Konoha. How can someone like Naruto flip the table directly? Precisely because of this, Naruto took advantage of this, letting Danzo put down all his guard, and made a sudden attack by himself, a sneak attack. This was how he succeeded. Naruto looked at Danzo and snorted coldly and said, "Danzo-sama, how do you feel? When you buttoned Uchiha Shirsue's eyes back then, did you ever think of today?" As soon as Naruto said this, everyone present who was about to attack Naruto stopped what they were doing and looked at Danzo. Especially Kakashi, he looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto. You mean, that right eye is Uchiha Shirsue's eye?" Naruto nodded and said, "Then it's still fake, otherwise why would I bother to get it here?" With that said, Naruto took out a small bottle of liquid culture and put the eyeballs into it. Shizen looked at the bottle in Naruto's hand, her eyes narrowed slightly, "This is it." Not long ago, Naruto asked for what he asked for, and even the liquid in it was prepared for him by himself. At that time, Naruto also said that he wanted to cultivate the psychic beast frog tadpole. So, let Shizen get him the life culture fluid. It turned out that Naruto was ready to do this at that time. Danzo looked at his precious eyeballs, which were taken away by Naruto, and said angrily, "That was given to me by Shisui, don't spit on me." Then, he looked at Tsunade and said, "Tsunade, if you don't kill Naruto today, I will use my roots to kill him." Naruto placed the culture bottle and sneered, "Don't be anxious, Danzo-sama." Buzz. Naruto disappeared from the spot and appeared behind Danzo. "I also accept your right hand." Danzo turned back in horror, but unfortunately, the moment he turned his head, he only saw a flash of cold light. Then, there was another buzzing sound, and Naruto reappeared where he was just now. It turned out that when the eyeballs were buttoned, Naruto took the opportunity to mark the Flying Thunder God on Danzo because Naruto was worried that there would be others who would stop him and he would not be able to complete the second harvesting action. Therefore, draw these people outside and focus everyone's attention on themselves. Danzo turned out last, fell in last, and had better act. Kakashi looked at Naruto's actions and was too shocked to speak. The classic second part of Flying Thunder God. This is the most classic and best fighting method of my master, fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Everyone looked at Danzo in shock. At this moment, Danzo was in terrible condition. His only left hand was covering the broken part of his right arm. He was bleeding. There was a bloody hole in his right eye. His only left eye was not angry at this moment, but fear. Upon seeing this, Kakashi immediately came to Danzo's side to protect him. Shizun came directly over and treated Danzo directly. Hokage's Umbu guard also came to Tsunade to protect her. Mito, Shueien and Koharu were watching from the Hokage office. They were almost scared to death and quickly stepped back for fear of Naruto coming over. Jiraiya looked at Naruto and shouted angrily, "Naruto, you know what you are doing." Naruto seemed not to hear, and directly pulled off the bandage on Danzo's right arm, and a Hashirama cell arm with a metal seal appeared in front of everyone. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and said, "The skin color of that arm is the color of Hashirama cells transplanted from my grandfather." Jiraiya also looked at Danzo's right arm in Naruto's hand. The metal on the arm looked like a sealing strip. There's something in Danzo's right arm that needs to be sealed and suppressed like this. Naruto looked at Danzo and thought, Danzo-sama, with so many Sharingan transplanted on his right arm, it will be difficult to suppress it. Look how good I am, I have relieved you of your troubles today. Danzo raised his head with difficulty. He looked at Naruto, his whole body was trembling due to excessive blood loss and said, "Who are you?" When things got to this point, Danzo began to doubt Naruto's identity. Jiraiya looked at Naruto and said seriously, "Naruto, do you know what your behavior today means?" Naruto took a deep breath and exhaled, "I know, but I have to do this." Jiraiya frowned. He is afraid. That guy Nagato's path has gone astray. He is just a disciple, the son of prophecy. Why does it seem like he is going astray now? Tsunade spoke, "Naruto, return Danzo-sama's hand and right eye to him. There is still room for discussion on this matter." Danzo said fiercely, "No. I want him to die." Naruto waved his hands helplessly and said, "Grandma Tsunade, look, I am also helpless." Then, Naruto looked at Danzo and said, "Danzo-sama, don't die. I won't take your life. I will leave it to Sasuke to come and get it. Your hands are stained with the blood of the Uchiha clan. If you die, in Sasuke's hands, he can untie the knot in his heart." After saying that, Naruto turned around and was about to use the Flying Thunder God to escape. Jiraiya shouted in time, "Wait a minute Naruto. Tell the teacher that you are doing this to avenge Sasuke's Uchiha clan. Also, where are you going next?" Naruto looked at Jiraiya and said, "Teacher, I do this without any hatred. It's just that Danzo has what I need, Shisui's eyes, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, that's all, as for where to go, teacher, don't worry. I have my plans next. I think the teacher will hear my name soon. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes slightly and gritted his teeth and said, so, you are planning to defect from Konoha. Naruto said expressionlessly, no matter what Konoha does to me, I will still be the Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya's heart was bleeding. Naruto actually, really planned to defect from Konoha. Why? Isn't Naruto the true son of the prophecy? Why did he go to the opposite side of himself? Tsunade looked at Naruto and yelled angrily, Naruto, you know what you are talking about. Kakashi also looked at Naruto and asked, Naruto, what's wrong with you? It's only been a few days and you've become like this. Naruto was silent. These people who ask questions are all people whom I cherish very much, but I can't help it. He looked at everyone and said, I'm sorry everyone, I know that if I tell you, you may find it very incredible, so I choose to keep it secret, because this matter itself sounds very incredible. Even if you gain the trust of some people, it won't mean much, because before that day actually comes, the pressure you will face is not something that ordinary people can bear. Instead of a group of people resisting in vain, it is better for me to bear it alone. The possibility of success is greater. Jiraiya looked at Naruto, as if he wanted to see through his apprentice. These days, from seeing Naruto in Yuin village, to Naruto often looking at me affectionately, treating me to ice cream, and asking me for the Nine Tails key. Even now, take Danzo's right eye and right arm. Think of this. Sage art, flying thunder god, the power of Nine Tails that may appear soon, the eyes of the strongest Genjutsu Shursui, and the possible Sharingan on Danzo's arm. It's obvious that Naruto is collecting power consciously. Jiraiya quickly looked at Naruto and asked, Naruto, what kind of enemy are you going to deal with, and you are collecting power so crazily? Meeting the teacher's eyes, Naruto even felt a little moved in his heart. He is indeed his mentor, a father-like figure, and he actually has some clues. Naruto smiled and said, Teacher, I said that there is no point in speaking out about this matter. Please believe me, student. I, Uzumaki Naruto, am still the young man I was before, and my original intention remains unchanged. However, if I don't do this, tragedies like the Uchiha clan may happen again. Tsunade shouted, the Uchiha clan has problems left over from history, and there is nothing we can do about it. Naruto shook his head and said, yeah. Although I respect Grandpa Third Hokage very much, I have reviewed that the tragedy of the Uchiha clan was, in the final analysis, the political failure of Grandpa Third Hokage. If he hadn't let Danzo and his subordinates do whatever they wanted without taking any substantive measures, there would have been those two rotten staff officers, Mito Suiyen and Koharu's political persecution. The ambitions of the Uchiha clan will never find ground. Danzo spat out a mouthful of blood and said, what do you know, kid? Do you know what a village is and what a Hokage is? Naruto snorted and said with a smile, Hokage, it's not like I haven't done it before. At this moment, Naruto's entire demeanor changed, making everyone present who was familiar with him feel very strange. Naruto looked at Danzo and continued to say calmly, the Uchiha clan, as a major clan in Konoha, the Hitomi clan that is on par with the Hyuga clan, has not only distrusted them since the second generation, but has not even given them a high-level advisor. The wait is over. In the hands of third generation, surveillance was arranged everywhere, and they were even pushed to the outskirts of the village at one point, and they even set their sights on the head of the family. Uchiha Itachi is a product of dark politics and a perfect victim. Whether it's the Uchiha clan or Orochimaru, the grandpa of the third generation has really done something substantial. Enough. Tsunade and Jiraiya shouted at the same time. Naruto was getting more outrageous and bold as he spoke. After talking about third generation, we traced back to second generation. This indirectly negates the efforts of two generations of leaders. Jiraiya looked at Naruto and said seriously, Naruto, the teacher wants to ask you again, if you insist on doing this, if you go to the opposite side of the teacher, if the teacher wants to stop you, do you want to learn Nagato and kill the teacher too? Ah. Naruto looked at Jiraiya and smiled bitterly. Teacher, I'm sorry, don't worry, we will never be opposites. I am not Nagato, you are the most important person in my life. Then what are you doing now? You have begun to deny the Hokage and the will of fire. Isn't this the opposite of me, teacher? Before Naruto could finish speaking, Jiraiya shouted angrily. Naruto, expressionless, sighed and said, the will of fire, no, I have not given up, it's just that now I understand the will that is more important than the will of fire. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and asked, what is it? Naruto said, God's will. When Jiraiya heard this, he immediately shouted angrily, Naruto, you have fallen. Naruto raised his hand and said, Teacher, don't get me wrong. I'm not talking about the pain created by Nagato. He is a false god at most. What I'm talking about is a god who truly possesses supreme power and is superior to all living beings, a god who can ignore the 6 paths of reincarnation and cause and effect, and cut off everything. Under God's will, if you are not strong, if he destroys you, it will be like crushing an ant to death ourselves. There will be no feeling at all, not even a sense of guilt. It's a terrible thing. At this point, Naruto fell silent. Tsunade waved her hand and said, Naruto, what you said is too unrealistic. It's better to just surrender and I will consider giving you a lighter punishment. Naruto snorted. The ways are different and they do not agree with each other. It is too early to explain now. A buzzing sound. Naruto escaped with the flying thunder god. Danzo looked at his right eye and right arm and completely disappeared from his sight. The layout of more than 10 years was just gone. He was so angry that he vomited blood and passed out. Yuin Village. Naruto hit the flying thunder god and came directly to the place where Jiraiya was rescued. Putting Danzo's right arm with the sealing scroll, Naruto walked towards the depths of Amigakure village. The heavy rain also fell on Naruto. Somewhere in the rain, Nagato suddenly opened his eyes. Konan tilted his head and asked, what's wrong? Nagato said, an intruder blocked my rain, and the location where he appeared is very close to us. This chakra is very strong. Konan wondered, could it be that Mr. Jiraiya is back again? Nagato shook his head and said, I am already familiar with Teacher Jiraiya's chakra. It doesn't feel like this, it should be someone else. Konan, thank you, it's the same as last time. Konan nodded to Nagato and said, I understand. With that said, Nagato fired chakra, and the Tiandao pane outside moved, came to the high tower outside, and began to form seals. Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. Solution. Here, Konan once again launched the paper dance, transforming his body into countless pieces of paper, then folding them into butterflies and flying out from the high platform. Naruto looked up at the sky and found that the rain had stopped. It seems that I have discovered myself, so I have to speed up my pace. Naruto jumped up, found a secluded place, formed a seal, separated 3 shadow clones, and then condensed the Sage Jutsu chakra. Because there is a long distance between Konoha and Amigakure village, it took Jiraiya 3 or 4 days to come here, and he still used toads to walk by water. Flying Thunder God as a spacetime ninjutsu is fast, but consumes a huge amount of chakra over long distances. As soon as Naruto landed, the Sage Jutsu chakra was gone. Therefore, when Nagato's rain fell on Naruto, what he detected was Naruto's own chakra, not the Sage Jutsu chakra from the last fight. In addition, the last time Naruto came over, the Rain Tiger Free technique had been stopped because of Teacher Jiraiya, and Naruto himself had never been exposed to the rain. Therefore, Nagato didn't notice immediately that Naruto was back. In the comprehensive water pipe building, Naruto was sitting there. Sage Jutsu chakra will be fully accumulated in a short time, and Sage mode will be turned on again. Naruto's range of perception expanded in an instant. Just then, a paper butterfly was flying over leisurely. Naruto smiled slightly, walked over and caught the flying butterfly. No need to look for it, senior sister, it's me. The surrounding origami quickly gathered, and then gathered into a human shape. Then, a woman wearing a fire cloud pattern robe appeared, but in the form of origami. Are you Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto? Naruto couldn't help but smile bitterly. Senior sister, is that what you call me? Conan said expressionlessly, in Zhao's information, this is how you appear. Naruto shook his head helplessly. That's right. At this time, Nagato and Conan don't even care about killing Jiraiya-sensei. They still agree with you. Isn't this nonsense? What are you doing here? Naruto looked at Conan and replied, I came to see senior brother Nagato for an appointment. After all, I told him last time I left that I would come see him again when I was free. Behind Conan, two pairs of wings slowly appeared, then floated high, looked at Naruto and said, there is no such thing as your so-called senior brother Nagato here, you are looking in the wrong place. Also, you are guilty of passing through the territory of God without permission. To be killed. As he said that, the two pairs of wings were like two Gatling guns, instantly shooting out countless pieces of paper, heading towards Naruto. Naruto in Sage mode, this kind of attack, Naruto directly dodges. Unexpectedly, Conan was really holding two machine guns, chasing Naruto and shooting at him. Naruto kept running on the wall, and Conan kept chasing and shooting. Is this all you have? Naruto said with a sincere voice, I just don't like hitting women. After saying that, insert a kunai in place, and then shoot another kunai quickly, close to Conan, and then jump directly to the Thunder God to catch the kunai. Sage Art. Big Ball Rasengan. He turned around and threw it directly into Conan's face. Conan's paper dance shooting continued, but the Big Ball Rasengan, the high-speed rotating wind escape, cut the continuous pieces of paper into paper foam, and with Naruto's strength, it continued to approach Conan's paper body. If this continues, Conan's paper body will turn into paper foam. A man in red robes of fire cloud suddenly appeared behind Conan, and then stretched out a hand. Shinra Tenjing. A powerful repulsive force appeared instantly, directly deflecting Naruto's attack. Naruto flew directly to the God of Thunder and jumped again, directly escaping the rebound and returning to the kunai mark left by the previous attack. Conan looked at Pain and said, sorry, he is stronger than me. Pain nodded and said, you leave first and leave the rest to me. After saying that, Conan left the battlefield again, and then Tendo Pain slowly floated up and came to Naruto. Naruto looked at the floating Tiandao Pain with envy. The Reincarnation Eye is really a good thing. In my previous life, I was able to fly only after gaining the power of 6 paths and mastering the truth-seeking ball. In today's world, Kazekage Gaara can use sand as a flying pad, or like Ōtsutsuki Janoki, he can use magic to control the weight of his body to achieve flight. The power of 6 paths is temporarily unavailable. Naruto doesn't like Gaara and Ōtsutsuki's method, but the Reincarnation Eye is still real. Thinking of this, Naruto's purpose became clearer. Looking at Pain in front of him, Naruto smiled and said, brother, let's meet and talk. Tiandao Pain stood in mid-air, his face expressionless. You are not qualified to talk to God yet. After Tiandao Pain finished speaking. Swish, swish, swish. All 5 pens wearing fire cloud robes appeared and surrounded Naruto. Naruto looked around, seeing all the old acquaintances in his memory. This wave is the group of pains that attacked Konoha and faced off against Naruto. I originally planned to go to Konoha village to hunt you, but I didn't expect that you actually threw yourself into the trap. Then, I'll accept 9 tails. After saying that, Tiandao Pain stretched out his hand. All things are attracted by heaven. Naruto's body shook for a while, and then he was sucked towards Pain. For Tendo Pain jumped up directly, and the black rods were exposed. This is going to kill Naruto in midair. Naruto formed a seal with his hands. Multiple shadow clone techniques. Bang bang bang. In an instant, 3 Naruto clones appeared. One shadow clone pulled Naruto's hands and swung them, and then the main body's feet used the other two shadow clone Naruto's bodies to log out. The main body showed a bow shape and shot directly downwards. Because in the air, Tiandao Pain could only suck one side, and there were 4 peons attacking from above, so Naruto had to retreat below. As a result, as soon as the main body landed below, it was tied up by an invisible thing. Naruto frowned as a wet feeling hit his whole body. Taking a closer look, the short-haired girl named Pain was holding a hand gesture on one side. It's that disgusting chameleon. Cut. The 3 shadow clones in midair each entangled one of Pain. The last Pain held a black rod and inserted it directly. The chameleon flew and tightened his tongue quickly. Naruto sneered and jumped away with Thunder God, and Pain stepped in. Returning to the kunai marked at the beginning again, Tendo Pain narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had already expected it, and he teleported over at close range, and the black stick on his sleeves was inserted directly towards Naruto. You can't hide from this distance. When Tiandao Pain thought like this, he didn't expect that Naruto didn't want to leave at all. The frog team spreads out its hand, holding the black stick inserted by Tendo Pain with its right hand, and blocking the attack with Tendo Pain's other hand with its left hand. Naruto looked at Tiandao Pain, smiled slightly, and then exerted force with his right hand. A thud. The black stick was broken directly by Naruto. Immediately afterwards, Naruto flew up with his left foot. Upon seeing this, Pain crossed his hands to block, and with a bang, 6 paths Pain was kicked away. Tiandao Pain, who flew out, got up, and the other 5 Pain came to his side and took their respective positions. Naruto sneered and said, although the heavenly way is strong, there is a 5-second interval between spells, and the close combat and defense are not satisfactory. Tendo Pain looked at Naruto without comment. Then, Naruto turned his eyes to the other Pains and continued, Kido, responsible for resisting injuries and absorbing chakra, Beast Path, channeling and summoning, the chameleon who just attacked me was the invisible chameleon, right? The human realm is responsible for harassing and gathering intelligence, and is good at extracting other people's souls and reading memories. The hell realm can judge true and false, and reincarnate and resurrect. As for this person, if my guess is correct, he should be swirled into the sea by me and resurrected. You can't do Shuradao, you're wearing a modified bomb weapon. Listening to Naruto telling the various intelligence attributes of Pain's 6 paths so easily, Tendo Pain said, sure enough, Jiraiya-sensei has obtained Pain's key information and told you, but it doesn't matter. In the face of absolute strength, everything is in vain. Naruto sneered and said, I'm here, but I don't have the leisure and elegance to accompany you to fight. Forget it, I'd better find your true form first and talk to you face to face. After saying that, Naruto directly inserted the black rod he had just captured into one shoulder. The black rod can receive the chakra emitted by Nagato. Just like in his previous life, Naruto directly uses Sage Mode's perception to conduct reverse exploration and search for Nagato's location. Sure enough, I found it. Naruto looked at the tower in the distance and said, where is it? Deep in the tower, the crumbling Nagato suddenly raised his head and froze, because in the darkness, he saw a pair of orange eyes. This was him receiving Naruto's chakra. This guy. He actually uses Sage Mode to perform reverse searches. Naruto snorted coldly, threw away the black stick, and then formed a seal with his hands. Multiple shadow clone techniques. Bang bang bang. In an instant, Naruto directly cloned himself into 1,000 shadow clones of Naruto. Nagato was stunned through Pain's perspective. This guy, with so much chakra, is truly a 9-tails Jinchuriki. Stop them. The main body Naruto gave an order, and 1,000 clones immediately surrounded and attacked him. Nagato had a headache. Of course he knew Naruto's purpose. It is to trap 6 Pain, and his body comes alone. Tiandao Pain took the lead, leaped up and said, you are too naive. Shinra Tenjing. The infinite repulsive force spread out and wiped out more than a dozen Narutos surrounding him in one fell swoop. But unfortunately, it takes 5 seconds for his technique to be activated again. The other 5 paths each show their magical powers. But unfortunately, they could not solve such a large number of Naruto shadow clone in 1 minute. Especially Naruto with the blessing of Sage Art and Flying Thunder God. The real Naruto used the projected kunai to mark several locations, and flew directly to the Thunder God to dodge back and forth. In the high tower, Nagato sighed and said, "Conan, come back and stay by my side." Conan stayed by Nagato's side and was on guard. Naruto jumped up to the tower and saw a square entrance. Naruto walked in and found that it was very dark inside. He looked at the surrounding environment. Most of them were made of steel building materials, but the ground he walked on and the sounds he walked on seemed to be made of stone. The overall tone was cold, giving people a feeling of depression. After walking for almost 100 steps, it finally dawned on him that a large square appeared in front of Naruto, almost the size of a basketball court. There are steel pipes of the same size standing up all around, arranged densely, presumably to facilitate the drainage of running water. If you think about it carefully, because of the rain, the entire Yuin village is built in this style. In the center, Nagato was standing on a machine, with all his limbs embedded in it. There were more than a dozen black rods stuck in his back, and he was as skinny as a stick. He stared at Naruto with his samsara eyes and said weakly, "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Since we can't stop him, let's meet and talk." Nagato actually also wanted to know what Naruto wanted to talk to him about. After all, he and he are both Jiraiya's apprentices. For the master, he may not be that interested, but for the junior fellow apprentices, it's a different story. Naruto looked at Nagato and said, "Brother, I, Naruto, will not mince words. I came here mainly to talk to you about recruiting Ōtsutsuki." Nagato stared at Naruto, and for a moment, he wondered if he had heard it wrongly. Conan stepped forward, looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, are you crazy? Do you know what you are saying?" Naruto sighed and said, "I know you won't be able to accept it right away. To be honest, I think Konoha has already considered me a defecting ninja, although I don't think so myself." Conan was shocked. "You defected from Konoha?" Naruto nodded. Nagato looked at Naruto and said, "You should have been the one begging me to take you in, instead of your arrogant attempt to recruit Ōtsutsuki. You are insulting God." Naruto raised his hand and looked at Nagato and said, "Brother, let me tell you the truth. I might have talked you down before, but now I really want to tell you that what you gave up is still very precious. What you are doing now is really ridiculous." "Why?" "Because you have been played around by someone and are doing things for others. If you really control the overall situation yourself, then there is no doubt that your idea is correct. Gathering the 9-tailed beasts to control the war and balance the peace of the entire ninja world can indeed be called a god. After all, you still have god consciousness. In this respect, you are stronger than the Kages of the 5 major ninja countries." Hearing that Naruto agreed and understood him, Nagato was a little unsure of Naruto for a moment. Nagato said, "Oh," and looked at Naruto and said, "Do you also understand why I did this?" Naruto nodded and said, "Of course. It is true that only by feeling the pain first can one understand it, and then fear the pain and cherish peace." Nagato frowned and looked at Naruto, as if he could see through him. After a few seconds, Nagato said, "Naruto, you are better than Sensei Jiraiya, at least when it comes to feeling pain." Naruto then said, "But, brother, the pain you created now is at most a false god. The true will of God is not what you understand. You are at most a ninja god." Nagato looked at Naruto and said, "So you mean, have you seen a real god?" Naruto calculated the time, well, about the same. "Yes, the real gods are the Ōtsutsuki clan who are so powerful that they regard life as worthless and call us humans straw dogs. Under such gods, the pain you created is not strong enough. Fight it." After saying that, Naruto opened the scroll, released the crow directly, and said with a smile, "Come, let me lead you to create a real power that is on par with God." Ga. 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 After a few crow calls, Shirsui's distinguished heavenly gods was activated instantly, and Nagato and Konan saw the crow's eye with their own eyes. Naruto's leisurely voice came, always obey my orders, follow my arrangements, follow me, I will lead you to find the path of light. Unconsciously, Nagato murmured, Junior brother, what you said makes a lot of sense. I will listen to you from now on. Konan also said with a smile, if it is my junior brother Naruto, these requests will not be a problem. Naruto smiled slightly, just as expected. Shirsui's strongest genjutsu, distinguished heavenly gods, is not a visual genjutsu. Otherwise, it is impossible to change your thinking without realizing it. Moreover, this Rinnegan is not Nagato's own, but was transplanted to Nagato by Uchiha Madara. Nagato can use it because he is a member of the Uzumaki clan and has strong chakra and vitality. Therefore, Nagato's Rinnegan cannot absorb and counteract the distinguished heavenly gods. Emitted by Shirsui's strongest genjutsu. Consciousness was still changed by Naruto. Naruto waited so long just to accumulate chakra, just in case the jutsu seal didn't work on Nagato, he would use force. Even a path to open the sealed door of 9 tails with the key is prepared. After all, he is determined to get Nagato's Rinnegan and the Ōtsutsuki organization. Fortunately, nothing went wrong, and Nagato and Konan were taken under his command. Naruto came to Konan and said, Sister, please get me some clothes too. Konan nodded and said, Okay, junior brother, please wait a moment. Then, Naruto looked at Nagato and said, Brother, how did that Uchiha Madara appear here normally? Having been completely brainwashed by Naruto's distinguished heavenly gods, Nagato completely regards Naruto as his own and his leader. He said, Madara has an eye that can mark time and place. He usually appears out of nowhere somewhere, similar to your flying thunder god. Naruto nodded, he was well aware of the capabilities of Obito's eyes. However, my future destination might be the Hidden Rain Village, so I can't let Obito come here casually anymore. Naruto, here, I took it based on your size. Naruto took it from Sister Konan, thanked her, and put on the black and red Hongyun robe. I never thought that one day I would wear it. Naruto himself sighed at the wonder of fate. At this time, Nagato summoned all 6 pains to his presence, looked at Naruto and said, Junior brother, you said you would lead us to find the path of light, so what should we do next? After putting on the Ōtsutsuki organization's specially made robe, Naruto's entire temperament turned into a dark tone. First of all, Shao has become a thing of the past. From today on, we will officially change our name to Tian. Konan whispered, Heaven. Nagato murmured, Heaven, is that the will of God? Naruto nodded and said, You are right in one point. Heaven is an organization. You and I in the organization are all gods. The consciousness of each of us is the consciousness of God. When we put it together, we are heaven. It is the world. Rules and order. Konan and Nagato's eyes lit up. Naruto hid in his robes and said in a low voice, Similarly, as the sky, we also need to shield the living beings in this world from wind and rain in advance. As he spoke, Naruto threw his robe and strode out. The first action of the day, begin. As the first act of the day. Also in order to make his power stronger, Naruto's trip was mainly to resurrect a person. The man who never dies. Even during Naruto's reign, Orochimaru, Ant Snake, this eternal man, was still following the truth and making contributions to Konoha. After all, Naruto gave him the title of Konoha's chief scientist to facilitate his research, but he had to accept Konoha's supervision and could no longer be as perverted as before. In Yuin village, Naruto has made a time and space mark and left a shadow clone to defend it. After all, the Rain Tiger Freedom technique is always there. If someone invades, the Thunder God can fly back directly. Because Nagato relied on a black rod to launch chakra, and he had difficulty walking, he had to stay on the huge launcher. Therefore, Naruto directly marked the Flying Thunder God on the launcher and took Nagato with him. Naruto took Nagato and flew directly to a place in the country of fire, more than 30 kilometers away from Konoha village. This place is the time and space mark he made in advance when he left Konoha village. Here, Konoha village's defense perception power cannot be detected. According to the memory of his previous life, Naruto learned that Mitarashi Anko should be performing a mission somewhere now. As for the location, Naruto could probably guess it. So, Naruto reactivated Sage Mode and asked Nagato to summon the big green feathered bird. Immediately afterwards, Naruto summoned the Shadow Clone, fixed the launch pad where Nagato was waiting on the big bird, and then flew it into the sky to the destination. Naruto himself sat on the head of the bird and turned on the Sage Perception Mode. Perform large-scale sensing. Fire Nation, somewhere. Mitarashi Anko is taking Captain Yamato and Sai, and the three of them are looking for traces of Orochimaru. Looking at the map in front of him, Sai said, I have used Super Beast fake paintings to detect these places, and they are basically empty. Yamato looked at the remaining strongholds and sighed, they say there are 3 cunning rabbit holes. I think this Orochimaru is the real master of setting up doubts. Mitarashi Anko interrupted, no. It's not. She looked at the stronghold marked on the map, frowned and said, you have never been in contact with him, you will not understand that this man left so many strongholds and research institutes purely for the convenience of research. Even if one is destroyed, there will also be other research institutes that will preserve his research results. Sai, there are still such people. Yamato, what kind of strange man is this? Mitarashi Anko looked at Captain Yamato and Sai and said, for him, finding his so-called truth is more important than anything else. Of course, he will not die so easily. Having said this, Mitarashi Anko couldn't help but touch the curse mark on her neck. That man left him with too much harm. Just as he was recalling it, Mitarashi Anko suddenly discovered a problem due to his unusual perception. Captain Yamato asked hurriedly, what's wrong? Mitarashi Anko frowned and said, someone is moving quickly in our direction, very fast. And it doesn't seem to be on the ground, huh? They fell down and stopped in front. Here, Naruto in Sage Mode had already discovered Mitarashi Anko when he flew the big bird near this location, so he attacked directly towards this direction. Then it fell directly several thousand meters away from Mitarashi Anko. Konan looked at Naruto and said, he seems to be from Konoha. Naruto, do you want to go say hello? Naruto shook his head and said, if we can successfully save the ninja world, there will be plenty of time to reminisce about the past in the future. Brother Nagato, use all your firepower and cooperate with me, I will capture them alive. Nagato whispered, Naruto-kun, please leave these people to me. Don't show your face for the time being. As soon as he finished speaking, several lions rushed over from the grass. Nagato frowned. As soon as he told junior brother Naruto that he was coming, the enemy took action in advance. It was too disrespectful to give him the face of 6 Paths. The next second, 6 Paths Pain's entire army attacks. A few lions and it was solved in a few seconds. Naruto nodded. Sure enough, with the help of thugs, he didn't have to do it himself. Apparently, it's Sai's technique, and it should be based on temptation. Nagato's mind moved, and 6 Paths Pain overwhelmed them all. Here, Captain Yamato, Sai, and Mitarashi Anko finally saw who was coming. It's Ōtsutsuki. Why are they here? Tendo Pain stepped forward directly, without even saying hello, and aimed at Mitarashi Anko with a move of everything Tendu. Wanting to suck her over. Mitarashi Anko was no longer a vegetarian. Seeing that she was about to be sucked in, she simply tried her best. Latent shadow snake hands. Under Hongdo's sleeves, a multi-headed snake suddenly appeared, opened its bloody mouth, and headed towards Tiandao Pain. He wanted to use this to directly entangle the roots of an old tree and wrap around Tiandao Pain. Tiandao Pain said disdainfully, naive. Hungry Kido. Mitarashi Anko was shocked. What happened? This fat pain suddenly appeared and stood in front of Tiandao. With his hands spread out, his own latent shadow snake hands were absorbed. I see, this pain's move should be about absorbing chakra. Captain Enko. Yamato shouted urgently, and then used with style, directly turning his hands into multiple wooden bars, quickly stretched out, wrapped around Enko, and then pulled her back, otherwise Enko would be sucked by the other side. After Yamato pulled Enko back, he immediately looked at Sai. Sai immediately used Super Beast pseudo-painting and drew a lot of lions. Nagato looked at Naruto and asked, Naruto-kun, as long as you catch the ones alive, that's fine. As for the damage, it's nothing. Naruto sat on the bird's head, folded his hands on his chest, looked ahead and said, it's okay, as long as no one dies. Nagato nodded and said, okay. Immediately, Pain of Shura Dao saw this, opened his arm and fired countless missiles. Beast Do Pain summons a chameleon. Boom boom boom. After a round of bombing, Sai's lions were all blown into ink. The three of them dodged the bomb and separated. At this moment, Mitarashi Enko, who was staying on a big tree, looked at Akatsuki in front of him, feeling strong uneasiness in his heart. She even suspected that Orochimaru discovered them and wanted to use the hands of Akatsuki to eliminate the three of them. How can this be done? Just as she was thinking about it, Hondo suddenly became alert, but it was too late. An invisible rope wrapped around Hondo. Because her face was also strangled, Hondo noticed that the rope was wet. Just as chakra was about to break free, unexpectedly, the invisible rope suddenly tightened, and the hand that was directly wrapped around Enko was unable to form a seal. The chameleon also appeared from this, and Hondo discovered that what was wrapped around him was actually a chameleon's tongue. Just as he was thinking about his next move, Kido Pain arrived in an instant. Hug her directly to absorb Enko's chakra and prevent her from using any techniques. Captain Yamato and Sai saw this and rushed to the rescue. Tiandao Pain flew up directly with a palm. Shinra Tenjing. The powerful repulsion directly sent Captain Sai and Yamato flying. Here, the chameleon rolled its tongue, swallowed red beans and hungry Kido Pain into its mouth, and then retreated directly invisibly. Nagato looked at Naruto and said, Junior brother, the capture is complete. Naruto nodded. Shao is still a professional. After all, capturing this matter is not something they have done again and again. I've caught 6 or 7 light-tailed beasts. Not to mention a little jonin, Mitarashi Enko. If Naruto hadn't said he wanted to live, Nagato would have solved the battle in a second by following the method of capturing the tailed beast. The chameleon came to Naruto and spit out the Mitarashi red beans. At this moment, she was in a coma and her whole body was wet. Hungry Kido Pain got off her body and had sucked almost all of Enko's chakra, leaving only a little for her to save her life. Naruto motioned to Konan and said, Sister, I'm sorry. Konan understood, separated out countless pieces of paper, wrapped the Mitarashi red beans, and took them away. Here, Captain Yamato and Sai slowed down and pursued them again. Nagato frowned, and Naruto raised his hand and said, I'll go, sooner or later they will know. So, after Sai's Super Beast pseudo-painting and Yamato's with style came over, Naruto directly shadow clone, and then 2 Rasengan appeared. The broken wood style debris and black ink were rotated at high speed, flying on Yamato's shocked face and Sai's unbelievable expression. Naruto. Why is he here? After the fight, Captain Yamato and Sai stood together, and Naruto fell across from them. Captain Yamato looked at Naruto wearing Akatsuki organization clothes. After repeatedly confirming that the properties of chakra were correct, he looked at Naruto in disbelief and asked, Naruto. You look like this, have you joined the Akatsuki organization? Naruto shook his head. Captain Yamato breathed a sigh of relief, that's it, how could Naruto betray Konoha? Correction, I am not joining the Akatsuki organization, I am now the Tian organization, and I am the sole founder of the Tian organization. Naruto's words caused Captain Yamato's original relaxed state to disappear instantly. Sai looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto-kun, don't you want to become a Hokage? Why did you choose to betray Konoha?" Naruto spread his hands and said very depressedly, "When did I say that I was going to betray Konoha?" Sai frowned and said, "Your current clothes and your behavior are telling us that you have joined the Ōtsutsuki organization." Naruto said depressedly, "It's the sky, I reiterate, it's the sky." Captain Yamato shouted urgently, "Naruto, tell me, are you controlled by genjutsu?" Captain Yamato has had contact with Naruto. Who dares to say that Naruto betrayed Konoha? Yamato feels that that person is definitely out of his mind. Naruto's Hokage spirit is so strong. But now, Naruto, wearing Ōtsutsuki organization clothes, gave Yamato a stronger impact than Orochimaru. Therefore, Yamato felt that Naruto must be controlled by Ōtsutsuki's genjutsu. Naruto shook his head and explained, "Ah. Captain Yamato, I think it is necessary to explain to you that I am not controlled by genjutsu, and I have not joined any Ōtsutsuki organization. My organization is called Tian. Remember, okay, don't report according to Zhao's instructions when you go back to report. As for the pain you see, I have successfully recruited them, and they will be members of Tian from now on. You should not call them Xiao anymore." Sai looked at Naruto, a man who was very unfamiliar to him at the moment, and asked, "Naruto-kun, what is the heavenly organization?" Naruto looked at Sai, a former member of Team 7, and smiled and said, "The Tian organization is an organization that protects the future of the ninja world. If you are interested, Sai, you are welcome to join." Captain Yamato looked at Sai and shouted, "Sai." Sai apologized, "I'm sorry, I was just asking Naruto-kun." Captain Yamato no longer pursues the case. Sai is a member of the Gen and he understands the strict system of the Gen. "Naruto, I don't care what you say now, please release Captain Enko immediately, otherwise, I will make Konoha want you." Naruto smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will personally send Enko-senpai back to Konoha when I'm done." Captain Yamato, "Don't worry, I just need Enko-senpai's help." "Okay, it's getting late, so I won't reminisce with you too. Now that we've settled down, we'll have plenty of time to talk." After Naruto finished speaking, he signaled directly to Konan. Konan took Enko and Nagato controlled the big bird to take off directly. "Sai, Captain Yamato, see you later." After saying that, Naruto flew directly to the Thunder God and returned to the big bird in the sky. Sai looked at Captain Yamato and said, "Would you like me to follow you with a Super Beast fake painting?" Captain Yamato gritted his teeth and said, "No, it's obvious that the other party didn't kill us because of Naruto. Otherwise, with the lineup just now, we might." 6 pains, such a powerful lineup, is obviously a lineup to capture the tailed beast. However, the opponent seemed to be only interested in Captain Hongdo. He also had his own attack on Sai. After resolving it, he did not make any more in-depth attacks. Yamato felt that the things here were too complicated and had no choice but to go back to Konoha village and report to Master Hokage. Above the big bird, Naruto sat on the bird's head. For a long time, Naruto clicked his lips and looked at his clothes again, with a very inappropriate look on his face. Konan came closer and asked, "What's wrong, junior brother, are you uncomfortable sitting on the bird's head?" Nagato said, "Why don't you come and sit behind me? This transmitter of mine can block the wind and there will be no wind noise behind you." Naruto shook his head and said, "It's not that I feel uncomfortable sitting down, but I think this outfit may need to be changed because Ōtsutsuki's outfit is too popular." Konan nodded, that was indeed the case. After all, Ōtsutsuki had appeared in the ninja world for a long time, and was already notorious for collecting tailed beasts. "Then junior brother, what do you think should be changed?" Konan came closer, lowered his head and asked. Naruto thought for a moment, looked at the sky in front of him, and then had an idea. "Look, isn't it called the sky? When you look up at the sky, it's nothing more than blue sky during the day and night with stars, right? Although black is handsome, it is too dark, so I decided to re-dye the clothes on my body with blue sky and white clouds as the main color. In this way, we have a brand new uniform. This uniform can also represent the meaning of our organization and symbolize a bright future. Nagato murmured, bright future. Yahiko also said this before when he founded Akatsuki. Conan looked longing for him. Naruto had a dark look on his face. What do you two mean, you want me to die so much? However, it is a good thing that Nagato can miss Yahiko normally now. Because under the influence of the distinguished heavenly gods, his original crazy thoughts have been suppressed. Now, he is following Naruto, allowing him to slowly find the original intention of chasing the light when he followed Yahiko. Naruto planned to discuss with Orochimaru his ideas about resurrecting some important people after Orochimaru was resurrected. After all, there were so many eyes on Danzo's right hand. Naruto already knew how the Sharingan was transformed into the Rinnegan, but now he was missing one. Just scientists who can practice. After confirming these, Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God again, left the Kingdom of Fire, jumped and flew to the Kingdom of Iron, where he reached the mark. Because, now that Anko has been obtained, the next step is to find Yugo, because Sasuke said in his previous life that the source of the power of the curse seal left by Orochimaru came from Yugo, but Orochimaru improved it. But it doesn't matter, after all, the source is Chonwu. Moreover, Sasuke had personally tested it in his previous life, so Naruto felt that there would be no big problem if he followed what Sasuke said. It's night and the stars are shining brightly. Above the bird's head, Naruto's sage mode has been turning on perception. Suddenly, Naruto discovered that chakra, the traceable mark of the Flying Thunder God, struck again. Naruto opened his eyes and sighed. It's Hinata. Since Naruto took Danzo's right eye and right hand away that day, in the evening, Hinata didn't wait for her at a Chiraku ramen restaurant. When she got home, she frantically poured chakra into the mark of the Flying Thunder God, trying to call Naruto show up to her and give her an explanation. However, Naruto never appeared in front of her, because Hinata's appearance really made Naruto unable to face it, and he didn't know what to say to make her believe it. The traceability mark of Flying Thunder God is getting stronger and stronger, which shows that that silly girl is still injecting chakra into the mark desperately. Isn't this nonsense? Naruto sighed, stood up and said, Senior brother Nagato, senior sister Konan, I am going to a place, and I will come back as soon as I go. After saying that, Naruto flew directly to Thunder God and left. Konoha. Naruto landed on the Thunder God, looked around, and saw that there was no danger. He formed a shadow clone to absorb the power of nature on one side, and then Naruto came down from the tree. Hinata was sitting on a dead tree not far in front. This is the place where Naruto has been secretly training since he was a child, hidden in a forest in Konoha village. Hinata's attention at this time was all on the Flying Thunder God mark on her arm. She lowered her head and continued to inject chakra, completely unaware of the appearance of Naruto behind her. Naruto stepped forward, gently grabbed Hinata's arm, and said distressedly, That's enough, Hinata. Hinata was shocked, and her eyes finally began to move. When she saw those feet, the familiar shoes, there were finally some changes in her eyes. Under the moonlight, 2 drops of tears fell from the corners of Hinata's eyes. Why did you lie to me? This sentence was like a heavy hammer, hitting Naruto's heart hard, making his body at the moment stunned. My wife's questions are the most deadly. Although he had expected this, when Naruto actually experienced the scene at this moment, he found that he really didn't know what words to use in response to the questions from his beloved. Because whether it is Jiraiya, Mr. Kakashi, Granny Tsunade, Captain Yamato, etc., he has countless reasons, but Hinata, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. After a few seconds of silence, Naruto did not choose to escape, but chose to respond head-on. Hinata took a deep breath, then raised her head and looked at Naruto. What caught her eye was the black cloud and red robe. Hinata was frightened and broke away from Naruto's hand holding her. She stood up instantly, then staggered back a few steps and almost fell. Naruto tried to help him, but Hinata signaled him not to come. Hinata looked at Naruto in disbelief and said with tears in her eyes, "Naruto-kun, you actually, really, betrayed Konoha. And you actually joined Akatsuki." Naruto covered his forehead. "Grandma, these clothes must be changed quickly, and the reputation of the Tian organization must be improved quickly. No, Hinata, have you forgotten the 3 words I told you that day when I went to find you? No matter what happens, you have to believe me. I am still Uzumaki Naruto, the boy who aims at the Hokage. This won't change." After getting Naruto's response, Hinata seemed to calm down a little, and she continued to ask, "Then why are you wearing Akatsuki clothes?" Naruto quickly Kaido, "I didn't think about changing it at the time. I just remembered it today. If you don't like it, I'll just take it off." With that said, Naruto took off his clothes, revealing his original clothes. Naruto chuckled and said, "It's okay now." Then he would come over and hug Hinata. Hinata cooed, "Don't come over here." Okay, I'm not coming." Naruto hurriedly hid aside. Hinata wiped her tears, sniffed, and said aggrievedly, "Tell me. Why did you lie to me and not come to Ichiraku Ramen House that evening?" Naruto sighed, "I didn't go to you in advance that day and gave you a vaccination. I chose to act that day. You know what happened now. After I did it, I couldn't appear in the village again." Hinata said angrily, "Then you can't tell me clearly in person first." "Naruto, I said it clearly, then you will definitely stop me, of course I can't say it." Hinata turned away angrily and complained, "Then why did I inject chakra into this mark so many times and you didn't show up? Tell me." Naruto sighed and said, "It's not that I don't want to come, I'm afraid of seeing you and I don't know how to face you." Hearing Naruto's guilty tone, Hinata seemed to feel a little soft-hearted. She turned her head and looked over secretly, and found that Naruto-kun's face was very melancholy, with a feeling that he could not relate to outsiders. Under the moonlight, Naruto's figure appeared so lonely. In an instant, the worries and longings of the past few days made Hinata unable to hold back any longer. With a sudden movement, he threw himself into Naruto's arms. Hinata cried, "Naruto-kun, they all said that you betrayed Konoha, but I don't believe it, but the facts are in front of me, tell me what happened to you and why you did such a thing, woo-woo." Naruto hugged Hinata, leaned his cheek against Hinata's head, and said softly, "I'm sorry, Hinata, I have my own difficulties, I hope you can understand me, I still say the same thing, please believe me, I will follow you every word said." Hinata raised her head, looked at Naruto hopefully and said, "Naruto-kun, please take me away. Let me follow you and face it with you, okay? I won't hold you back." Naruto looked at her dotingly, touched her cheek and said, "No, what I want to do is too dangerous, and I can't let you stay with me for the time being." Hinata's eyes were full of worry. She looked at Naruto and said, "The village has issued a wanted notice for you." Naruto nodded and said, "Yeah, it's okay. It's mainly you. Take care of yourself, you know. Also, don't go flying to the Thunder God's mark and the chakra will rush out like crazy. You're going to die." Hinata mumbled and said, "Who told you to lie to me?" Okay. Naruto coaxed Hinata again, held her in his arms and said, "I will be very busy in the future. I have to do some things. You believe me, everything I do is for the future of the ninja world. In the future, if you miss me or really need to find me, activate the Flying Thunder God's mark again, and I will come to you when I have time. If you don't come right away, something should happen. Do you understand?" Hinata nodded in Naruto's arms. She seemed to predict from Naruto's words that in the future, the number of times she and Naruto would meet would become less and less. Within the Kingdom of Clouds. After Naruto comforted Hinata and made an agreement with her for 3 chapters, he released the shadow clone he had reserved before, restored Sage Mode, and rushed back with Thunder God again. Konan saw Naruto coming back and said sleepily, "Junior brother, you are back." Naruto apologized, "It took me a while to deal with some personal matters." Nagato opened his eyes, looked at Naruto and said, I sent 6 paths pane down, spread out in a line, and kept searching. Naruto nodded and said, thank you for your hard work, senior brother. Next, I will do it. Nagato nodded, then recalled 6 paths pane back to the big bird, and then he closed his eyes and rested for a while. Naruto sat on the bird's head and turned on the immortal perception mode. In this way, when the white fish belly appeared in the east, Naruto finally noticed a trace of Sasuke. Found it. Nagato and Konan both looked at Naruto, and Naruto closed his eyes and said, southwest. When Nagato heard this, his mind moved slightly, and he controlled the big bird to fly towards the southwest. Somewhere in the forest, Shueisha stretched, yawned and said, don't tell me, if I don't light this fire tonight, it will be really cold when I sleep. Chonwoo stood up and stretched his muscles. Xiangling looked at Suigetsu with disdain and said, that's because you are weak. Look at me, Sasuke-kun, how strong I am. I can't sleep well. Suigetsu glanced at Xianglian with disdain and said, I said, can you stop acting like a nympho every day, Sasuke-kun? Sasuke-kun. Upon hearing this, Xianglan immediately clenched his fists in anger and shouted, Bagayalu, you guy, what are you saying in front of Sasuke-kun? Suigetsu quickly hid behind Yugo. When Xiang Phosphorus gets angry, he will beat Shueisha into a puddle of water at every turn. Sasuke stood up and said coldly, okay, stop making trouble, everyone hurry up and wash up, have breakfast, and we will continue to Yunlei Gorge. Suigetsu poked his head out from behind Jugo and said with a smile, did you hear that, your Sasuke-kun asked you to fetch water. Xianglan looked at Suigetsu and clenched her fists fiercely, but she did not dare to neglect Sasuke-kun, because just now, her dear Sasuke-kun did say that she wanted to get water to wash her face, so she had to go quickly, otherwise Sasuke-kun's handsome face would. It's a very bad thing to wash your face without water. So, without even thinking about it, Xiang Phosphorus grabbed Shueisha and left, following her to fetch water. Shueisha complained, why should I go? Xiang Liao raised her hand and slapped him, nonsense, you water style S*** X ninja, who will do it if you don't go over and suck the water. Shueisha, it's better for me to just water style. Xiang Phosphorus, Sasuke-kun wants natural water, do you understand? Shueisha scratched his head and said angrily, it's really. The two of them were chatting with each other as they walked. Yugo came to Sasuke, looked at Sasuke and said, Sasuke, are we really going to hunt 8 tails? Sasuke closed his eyes and said, why, you don't have confidence in me. Yugo shook his head and said, that's not true. It's just that 8 tails, as a tailed beast, is not a small enemy after all. I was just thinking that with our Eagle squad alone, if Kumogakure's ninjas came to support us, we might not be able to get away. Sasuke opened his eyes, looked at Yugo and said, don't worry, I will try my best to fight quickly. Now I am no longer the me who has a simple Sharingan. This kind of tailed beast can only succumb under the power of my eyes. It only takes a few seconds. A matter of minutes. After saying that, Sasuke closed his eyes and meditated again. Yugo didn't say anything anymore. He wasn't worried about danger and could even die for Sasuke. However, he felt that Sasuke might suffer a loss during this operation, and if there was danger, that was his focus. As for whether he can survive the fight, this is not a question that Yugo considers. In his world, Sasuke is the reincarnation of Kimimaro, and he only needs to follow and protect him. Here, Xiang Phosphorus urges Suigetsu to drink more water. If Sasuke feels that the water for washing is not enough, I want you to look good. Shueisha rolled her eyes at Xiang Phosphorus and manipulated water style to absorb the water flow from the river. Suddenly, Xiang Ling frowned and looked at the sky not far away, looking nervous. Shueisha saw Xiang Phosphorus's appearance and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Xiang Ling warned, there is a very powerful chakra, and there are quite a lot of people. It seems to be coming towards us. Shueisha frowned and said, no way, we have just stayed in the Kingdom of Clouds for one night, and we are far away from Yanin village. How can we still be discovered? Xiang Ling said calmly, it doesn't look like a ninja from the Kingdom of Clouds. Come on, let's go back to Sasuke. Here, Naruto's Sage mode has locked the Eagle team, especially in the perception mode. Seeing the two pillars sitting there cross-legged, Naruto couldn't help but smile knowingly. This is the first time Naruto has met Sasuke since his rebirth. Senior brother Nagato, just in front, speed up. Nagato, okay. The big bird showed its voice in the air and flew directly towards it. At this time, Sasuke opened his eyes and looked up at the sky in front of him. In the sky, a big bird flew across. Then, swish swish. Just like making dumplings, Naruto appeared in front of Sasuke with 6 paths pain, 7 of them. High in the sky, Konan and Nagato stayed above the big bird and continued to hover in the sky nearby. Naruto looked at Sasuke in front of him, waved and smiled, hey, Sasuke, long time no see, he's still so handsome. Hey. Yugo, he's still so handsome. Sasuke saw the person coming clearly and said in surprise, Naruto. Why are you here, and what about your clothes? Sasuke looked at Naruto and then at himself. What's going on, why is Naruto also wearing Akatsuki's costume? Naruto raised his hand and said, don't get me wrong, I didn't join Akatsuki, and I didn't wear couple clothes with you specially. I will change these clothes when I go back, so that they will be different when we meet next time. Sasuke stood up, looked at 6 paths pain behind Naruto, and frowned, what do those 6 people behind you mean? Naruto smiled and said, oh. Let me introduce, this is the one I recently recruited, 6 paths pain, a member of the Tian organization. When Nagato saw his junior brother introducing himself so solemnly, his heart moved slightly. Tendo Pain stood up, nodded to Sasuke and said, hello, I am a member of the Tendo organization, Tendo Pain. Immediately afterwards, Beast Road Pain, Hungry Kido Pain, Shura Road Pain, etc. came out one by one to greet Sasuke. Sasuke was shocked. He has seen the strength of this 6 paths pain. Aren't these people all subordinates of the Akatsuki organization, that Uchiha Madara? When did they become Naruto's subordinates? What's going on with Naruto now? He's so awesome. Sasuke looked at Naruto and asked in confusion, are you betraying Konoha? Naruto clicked his lips and said, absolutely. Anyway, you won't believe it if I say no, and the Leaf Village has started to want me. Sasuke said in disbelief, Hokage has always been your dream. Naruto, what happened to you? You even betrayed the village. Sasuke never expected that. I originally thought that only Avengers or Truth Seekers like him and Orochimaru would betray Konoha. Who would have thought that someone like Naruto, with such a strong sense of fire and such a strong Hokage dream, could betray Konoha? Uchiha Madara is right, this world is too false. Sasuke-kun. Xiang Ling pulled Suigetsu and trotted all the way to Sasuke's side. Naruto saw the person coming clearly and greeted with a smile, hey, Xianlan, it's been a long time since I last saw you, and you've become a lot prettier again, Suigetsu, you're still so handsome. When Xiang Lian saw it, it was Naruto who had been chasing Sasuke. However, when he heard Naruto saying that he was beautiful, Xiang Lian said shyly, oh, you are annoying, but you still have some advantages. You just like to tell the truth. Really? Ha 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 ha. Shueisha stood aside and looked at Xiang Phosphorus as if he were looking at a psycho. However, Suigetsu was also surprised to see Naruto wearing Akatsuki costume and having 6 paths pain standing behind him. What's going on, why are Konoha's ninjas hooking up with Akatsuki? Sasuke took a step forward, looked at Naruto with a smile and said, Naruto, I don't know what you encountered during this period, and I don't know what means you used to make some members of the Akatsuki obey your orders. I just want to know, you came here today not just to catch up with me, right? Naruto responded with a smile, same, I just came to borrow someone from you and will return it to you after use. Sasuke frowned and said, who can I borrow? When Xiang Lian heard that he wanted to borrow someone, he immediately huddled behind Sasuke, looked at Naruto and said, "I'm telling you Naruto, don't try to take advantage of me. Seeing that I'm as beautiful as a flower, you just want to lend me out for fun. I tell you, in this life, I belong only to Sasuke-kun." Saying that, Xiang Ling hugged one of Sasuke's arms, put it on his chest, and started rubbing it back and forth. Oh, Sasuke-kun, I will never marry you unless I am in this life. That little scoundrel Naruto, don't even think about getting her. Even if you get me, you will only get my body. You will not get my heart. My heart, forever. Unfold for you. While talking, he did not forget to dance back and forth on Sasuke's body intoxicatedly. Sasuke rolled his eyes and said, Okay, I haven't asked you to borrow it yet. Naruto laughed on the side. I really want to record this scene and put it on the big screen at Sasuke and Sakura's wedding. Ha, Sasuke will definitely die on the spot. Naruto raised his hand and said, Xianglan, don't get me wrong. I know that you and Sasuke are a perfect match. I'm not here to borrow from you. I'm just here to borrow from Yugo. When Xiang Ling heard this, Naruto actually said that she and Sasuke were made for each other, and her favorability towards Naruto immediately increased. The young man has great vision. Zhongwu frowned and said, lend it to me. Sasuke looked at Naruto coldly and said, what are you doing by borrowing Yugo? Naruto smiled and said, sorry, the heavenly organization is doing something, so I have no comment. Sasuke sneered and said, the heavenly organization, when did Akatsuki change it to the heavenly organization again? Naruto said, the sky I founded will soon be resounding throughout the ninja world. How about Sasuke, your eagle, isn't it going to fly? Are you interested in joining my organization? Let's join forces as brothers. Sasuke snorted coldly, no need, my eagle is not bound by anyone. Also, Yugo is mine, I won't borrow it. With that said, Sasuke turned around and left. Naruto frowned slightly and shouted, Sasuke. All living beings in the ninja world cannot escape the cover of the sky. Even eagles have to soar under the sky. Oh. Sasuke's body froze, and the Mangekyo Sharingan was activated instantly. He turned back and looked at Naruto coldly, then I want to see if the day is completely broken. There was a thud. A cold light appeared, Sasuke drew the knife from his waist and came straight towards Naruto. Naruto shook his head. The rain stopped and the sky cleared up. Ōtsutsuki felt that he was doing well again. Through Six Paths Pain's eyes, Nagato knew the situation below very well. Sasuke attacked, and Tendo Pain instantly came to Naruto, raising his hand, ready to use the Shinra Tensei to protect Naruto from any harm. Naruto pulled Tendo Pain aside and said, hey. Senior brother, please don't interfere. It just so happens that I haven't had a fight with Sasuke for a long time. With that said, Naruto logged out directly. The Sage Jutsu Chakra appears on the palm, and the frog Kutsu unfolds its hands. Sasuke struck with a knife, Naruto dodged, and then punched him. Sasuke snorted coldly and tilted his head to avoid it. Under Mangekyo Sharingan, all fancy attacks are useless. The next second, Sasuke was hit directly by a fist on the cheek, and his whole body flew backwards. Kaoru exclaimed, Sasuke. Suigetsu and Yugo were a little surprised. You must know that Sasuke is very strong now. How come he suffered a loss under Naruto's hands just after they met him? Although Sasuke flew backwards, his fighting state remained the same. He turned sideways, held the knife behind his back and inserted it into the ground, using the resistance of the ground to stop himself. He squatted on the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at Naruto, and frowned slightly. Why was he still hit even though he had already escaped? Taking a closer look at Naruto, I found that Naruto's chakra seemed to have undergone some changes, and there were some orange marks next to his eyes. Is it the power of Nine Tails? No. He has seen the power of Nine Tails, but it is not this kind of aura. Hey! Sasuke, what's wrong? Why don't you stop now? Looking at Naruto's smile, Sasuke stood up and snorted, "You are indeed a little different from before, but I want to tell you that I am not the same person as before." As he spoke, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Sasuke's eyes. There was a bang. Purple chakra spurted out from Sasuke's body, and the skeletal Susanoo expanded directly. Naruto looked up, folded his arms, touched his chin and said, "Sasuke, your Susanoo has only reached half-length skeleton, TSK TSK TSK, TSK TSK TSK, you haven't even put on the armor, you are still far from the Crow Tengu form. There's still a long way to go." Sasuke raised his eyebrows and looked at Naruto with a little more hatred. Not only did this guy know his Susanoo so well, but he also made comments and looked so contemptuous. This made Sasuke very unhappy. "Enough with you." With that said, Sasuke attacked directly towards Naruto. With the addition of Susanoo, Sasuke's attack range was greatly increased. Sage Art, Big Ball Rasengan. Sasuke snorted coldly and directly blocked and resisted. Naruto gritted his teeth, pressed the Big Ball Rasengan with his palm, and kept spinning Sasuke's Susan. With a bang, the Rasengan exploded, and the two people stepped back. "Okay, today I will try to see how strong your Susanoo's defense is." With that said, Naruto directly summoned multiple shadow clone. Sasuke sneered and said, "It's this move again, Naruto, the use of this move is exactly a sign that you are too insignificant and your strength is too weak." Naruto rubbed the balls and said with a smile, "As long as the moves are easy to use, why bother with so many?" After saying that, the 100 Narutos who had just been separated directly rubbed their balls and came towards Sasuke. Sage Art, Dayu. Multiple Rasengan. Bang 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 bang. One after another, balls were directed towards Sasuke's Susan. Even the top of his head, Naruto didn't let go. "Sasuke, look at this." Sage Art, Massive Rasengan. Sasuke gritted his teeth and resisted with difficulty. Unknowingly, a crack appeared in Susanoo. Sasuke's inner OS, Naruto is such an idiot. When did he get such a strong power? Finally, after Naruto used the Flying Thunder God one after another Big Ball Rasengan was eaten by Sasuke, which directly cracked 3 exoskeletons of Sasuke's Susanoo. Wow! Sasuke coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Seeing this, Xiangling exclaimed Sasuke and was about to go over, but was pulled by Suiyu and told her to stay safe. Sasuke was not that fragile. Naruto patted the dust on his hands, looked at Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, you're not very good. It's hard for me to teach you a lesson like this. It seems like your brother Itachi really went too far with you." Sasuke, on his side, stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at Naruto, and said fiercely, "I tell you Naruto, you are not allowed to mention that name, you are not worthy." Naruto looked at Sasuke calmly and said, "Sasuke, actually there is something I want to tell you. Before Itachi challenged you to a duel, he came to me. He asked me to take good care of you to prevent you from seeking revenge on Konoha and walking to Konoha. The opposite of ye, I personally think you should understand Itachi's hard work, and at the very least, stop hanging out with those people from the Akatsuki organization." Sasuke snorted coldly, "You are like this now, and you are not worthy of telling me. Besides, how much do you know about Itachi, and you are so blatant about it, let me understand my brother." Sasuke roared angrily, and the blood from the corners of his eyes started to flow even more. "I'm telling you, it's because of the so-called villages in your mouth that Itachi's tragedy happened, and you don't know anything or understand anything." "Ah!" Sasuke roared loudly, as if he was remembering Itachi's tragedy, the hatred of the genocide, and the displeasure of having his only friend standing tall in front of him and pointing fingers at him. Sasuke just ran away on the spot. Naruto looked at the crazy Sasuke. In fact, he wanted to say that not only did he know, but he knew everything. Rich purple chakra spurted out, and Skull Susanoo rapidly evolved, with 2 arms appearing, and then muscles grew, and then armor grew directly reaching the half-adult state. Xiangling felt Sasuke's changes on the side, and couldn't help hugging himself tightly and said, Sasuke's breath changed all of a sudden, and the whole chakra became dark and cold. Yugo frowned and said, Sasuke's power is also changing. Suigetsu snorted coldly, I told you, Sasuke is not that good. Naruto shook his head, forget it, fight with this lunatic until he is paralyzed, and just in time, he doesn't have to go to Yunlei Gorge. So, a shadow clone was created, and then the form change was directly added to the Rasengan. The sound of breaking through the air came slowly. Because of Naruto's technique, the wind flowing in the air continued to intensify. Xiangling then sighed, what a powerful wind escape. Suigetsu pulled Chugo and Kaso, and hurriedly dodged behind them. While pulling him back, he shouted, we all know how powerful we are, why don't we get out of the way quickly? Sasuke has Susanoo, it's okay, but we don't. If this wind release is an explosive spin, get up, let me tell you, there won't be any rubbish on us. Sasuke looked at Naruto as if he were seeing a long-lost opponent. Naruto, it seems that you have grown a lot during my absence. Anyway, it will be more interesting for me to defeat you like this. With that said, Sasuke stepped out and shouted, Naruto, let me show you my unique move. As he said that, armored Susanoo bent his bow and drew an arrow. The ancient bow of Mega of Heaven is drawn, and Flame Control's Flame Shield arrow is directly connected. Sasuke's Mangekyo eyes were fixed on Naruto. At this moment, his eyes revealed true murderous intent. Naruto. I want you dead. The arrow is on the string, ready to be fired. With a whoosh, it flew directly towards Naruto. Naruto was not to be outdone and threw the Rasen Shuriken in his hand directly. The two people in the destiny, just like the Fourth Ninja World War in the previous life, the final blows of the two people were also like this, delivering their strongest blows at the moment. Boom! The Sage Art Spiral Shuriken and the Flame Control's Flame Shield arrow collided with each other, and they were evenly matched. They exploded on the spot, and the area within a few miles was directly flattened. Yugo quickly Sage transformed his armor, protected Karen and Mizuki, and hid in a low-lying area. Although Sasuke was using Susanoo, he was also blown away by the shock wave generated by the explosion. In addition, in order to fight against Naruto, the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan was overdrawn. Now, as soon as he stopped, the pain in his eyes it came slowly. Naruto, on the other hand, flew away directly as the Thunder God and returned to the Big Bird. Sasuke looked at the dust that was blown up in front of him, trying to sense Naruto's location, but he was unable to do so. Sizzle. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan was overloaded and went on strike, retreating into a 3 Magatama Sharingan. He half knelt on the ground, covering his eyes and gasping for breath. In the previous wave, Sasuke's Susanoo directly changed into 3 forms. It was a forced opening, which consumed a lot of Sasuke's chakra. Cough cough cough. In a low-lying rocky place, Chugo's cursed armor faded away. Karen half knelt on the ground, coughing, fanning away the dust in front of her, then raised her body and looked for Sasuke's trace. There. Sasuke-kun. Karen ran over anxiously. Mizuki looked at the battle in front of him and shook his head, saying, this destructive power is too scary. Yugo was always alert, looking at Suigetsu and said, Sasuke's condition is not good, we have to go check it out. Just finished speaking. All things are attracted by the sky. With a chirp. Shigeo found that he was actually floating up, and then he was sucked over by an unknown force. Shuewa shouted, Zhongwu. As he said that, he pulled out his beheading sword and beheaded Tendo Pain. There was no way the other 5 Pains could possibly let him have his wish. Pressed directly over. Seeing that Suigetsu couldn't rescue him, Yugo directly Sage transformed and wanted to fight Tendo Pain, but the result. Naruto jumped down from the Big Bird with a bang. Directly sinked the Yugo hammer into the ground. When Chonwoo coughed up blood and passed out, I was amazed at the powerful power of the immortal. Naruto chuckled, and the orange sage transformation logo reappeared in the corner of his eye. He placed his palm close to Yugo's body, took out a scroll, and then Naruto began to make hand seals. Sealing technique, suction seal. A buzzing sound was heard. Naruto placed one hand on Yugo's back and the other on the sealing scroll. The cursed power on Yugo's body is continuously moving to the sealing scroll through Naruto's body. Tendo Pain stands guard beside Naruto to protect him. Here, Karen has already noticed the difficulties that Suigetsu and Yugo are facing, but Sasuke can't even stand up, so she has to protect Sasuke first. Then, Karen stretched out her arm, handed it to Sasuke and said, "Sasuke-kun, don't pity me because I am a delicate flower. Just suck as much as you want." Sasuke panted, bit Karen's arm, and then took a deep breath. Karen suddenly tilted her head back, her eyes intoxicated, her mouth slightly opened, and she couldn't suppress, "Ah." His face showed an expression of both pain and enjoyment. Sasuke is constantly recovering and regaining health very quickly. On Naruto's side, Yugo's cursed seal power continued to dissipate, and he continued to shrink, slowly, even turning into a child. It's amazing, worthy of being Orochimaru, the product of Ant Snake. Thinking of this, Naruto wanted to meet Orochimaru even more eagerly. Seeing that it was almost time, Naruto collected the scroll, put it away, and prepared to leave. Here, Suigetsu saw that Yugo had become a child, so he held a beheading sword and shouted at Sasuke, "It's not over yet, Sasuke, Yugo is about to be sucked dry by them." Naruto rolled his eyes at Shueisha and said, Hey, Shueisha, you, watch your words, okay?" Sasuke heard Suigetsu's cry for help, and rushed out with a knife. Karen put down her sleeves and complained shyly, really, after smoking, she just left without saying a word. Sasuke came over here, picked up the knife and rushed over. Naruto motioned to Tendo Pain. So. Shinra Tensei. Powerful repulsive forces came from all directions, directly knocking Sasuke and Suigetsu away. At this time, the two of them realized that the opponent's strength had never been truly revealed from the beginning. Sasuke looked at Naruto, who was so calm and composed, and couldn't help feeling very unhappy. He had fought with all his strength just now, but Naruto seemed like nothing had happened. Could it be that my strength is no longer as good as Naruto's? Hateful. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Naruto was very happy because the purpose of this trip had been accomplished. Just as he was about to say a few more words to Sasuke, Yuin's shadow clone was broken. The smile on Naruto's face disappeared instantly. Because shadow clone disappeared, the battle process was also fed back to the main body accordingly. The person who came was Obito. It seems that he also noticed that something was wrong with Nagato. After all, he hadn't contacted the Akatsuki organization on his own initiative for a long time. "Excuse me Sasuke, I have something urgent to do and I won't talk to you for now." "I'm fine, don't worry, I just borrowed a few things." "Oh yeah bro. You know that old fellow Danzo, right? I know you want to kill him, so I've given you a good beating and left him half alive. If you have time, you can go and harvest him. Don't thank me, elder brother." As he said that, Naruto called out to Six Paths Pain, then disappeared from the spot. Shueisha held the sword in her hand and asked in surprise, "Disappeared?" There was a bird cry and a big bird flew by. Naruto stood on the big bird, looked at Sasuke and his group below, and waved his hand. There was no trace of smile on Sasuke's face. Yuin Village. Naruto, taking Nagato and Konan, flashed back with a flying thunder god and landed on the high platform. As soon as I landed, you saw the masked man sitting where Tiandao Pain usually likes to stay. Naruto smiled slightly, walked towards the big bird, and yelled at the masked man, "Hey! What's wrong with you? You came to someone else's house without saying hello, and you destroyed the shadow clone they left behind, is that true?" The masked man slowly turned his head, and in his only pupil, Mangekyo Sharingan appeared. He looked at Naruto quietly for a long time, then slowly opened his mouth and asked doubtfully, "Naruto?" Naruto put his hands on his hips and said, "Well, it's me, what can I do?" The masked man stood up, pointed at Nagato behind him and said sternly, "Nagato, why are you cutting off contact with me? The Ōtsutsuki organization has a new mission, don't you know?" Nagato still stayed on top of the big bird, his cold eyes expressionless and silent. Mask couldn't help but feel depressed. This was not a good sign. Konan came out, looked at the masked man and said, "Madara. From today on, we are no longer members of Ōtsutsuki, and the uniforms on our bodies will also be changed later. From today on, Yuin village will be ruled by the Tian organization. I hope you know." The masked man snorted and sneered, "Oh my god. Ha 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 ha, it's so funny. When did you get the name of a playhouse?" Konan was a little angry. Because now, to insult the Tian organization is to insult junior brother Naruto. As for Nagato, he directly expressed it through actions, and 6 paths pain dispatched directly. The masked man frowned and said in a deep voice, "Why, you have grown up, you dare to fight with me." Naruto raised his hand to signal, looked at the masked man with a smile and said, "Brother, it's raining heavily outside. You and senior sister Konan go in first, and I'll talk to this person alone." Nagato looked at the masked man and frowned, but Nagato had seen the power and ability of the masked man. He was worried that junior brother Naruto might suffer, so he was not at ease. Naruto looked back at him and said, "It's okay, you guys go in, there are some things I just want to talk to him alone." Looking at Naruto's determined eyes, Nagato nodded. "I see." After saying that, Nagato controlled the big bird and walked into the high platform. Konan followed behind Nagato and glanced back at Naruto before entering. As soon as Nagato and Konan left, the masked man's voice came slowly, "You don't have a Sharingan yourself, and, as far as I know, there is no Genjutsu training foundation in your training system." Naruto smiled slightly, turned around slowly, and looked at the masked man. The masked man continued to stare at Naruto and said, "In this world, the only ones who can change people's consciousness without any impact and unconsciously are the eyes of Uchiha Shursui, the strongest Genjutsu, distinguished heavenly gods. Nagato and Konan, you changed their consciousness and betrayed the Ōtsutsuki organization." Naruto refused to comment. The masked man snorted and walked around Naruto. "If my prediction is correct, the reason why you can cast Shursui's distinguished heavenly gods must be with the help of Uchiha Itachi." The masked man looked at Naruto and said, "I'm really curious, Naruto, you, a person who has been targeting the Hokage since childhood, would actually betray Konoha and become a rebel ninja. What makes me even more puzzled is that you actually took the strongest Genjutsu Itachi gave you and instead of using it on Sasuke, you came over and used it on Nagato and Konan, and you also created an organization called Tian Tian. It's really innovative and confusing. After all, I still haven't figured out why you did this." Looking at the masked man's thirsty eyes for knowledge, Naruto smiled disdainfully and said, "Am I confusing people now?" Naruto spread his hands, and then looked at the masked man with a tortured tone and said, "Then, what makes me even more confused is that a person who has been loved and cared for by his master and his wife since he was a child, would one day take advantage of it. When the master's wife was giving birth, she sneaked into Konoha secretly, used the master's newborn son as a threat, took the master's wife away, and released 9 tails." As Naruto spoke word by word, the masked man's expression hidden under the mask became colder and colder. Even if the master hadn't arrived in time, that guy might have controlled 9 tails and killed the master who had always loved him with one slap. Having said this, Naruto sneered a few times, looked at the masked man and said, "Tell me, if the master and his wife are so kind to him, why would this scum want to repay a favor with a grudge like this?" "Enough!" The masked man shouted coldly, pointed at Naruto and roared, "What do you know? What do you know about this world? You know how infuriating this hypocritical world and the hatred in it are. But what's the matter? Naruto shouted, interrupting the masked man's speech. Naruto looked at the masked man and shouted, no matter how hypocritical, unreal, or disgusting this world is, what does this have to do with your master and my wife? Looking at your life, how do they feel sorry for you? Damn it, my dad and mom treat you like their own son, how about you? When Lousy was born, explosive charms were attached to my body. This is the time when people can do it. Ah. Talk. The masked man was yelled at by Naruto and was at a loss as to what to do. He even couldn't help but take a few steps back. He stared at Naruto closely and murmured at the corner of his mouth, "You, who are you? Why do you know?" Naruto sneered. To attack people, attack their hearts. Obito, since I was able to escape your pain in the previous life, I can still hit your heart in this life. Naruto formed the seal. Transformation. Change. With a bang, Naruto transformed into a woman. The masked man's eyes widened, and he stepped back continuously. He pointed his finger at Naruto and said tremblingly, You. What's wrong, Obito? Why, do you treat the master and mistress like this? Also, you forgot your promise to me. Don't you want to become a Hokage, Obito? Naruto transformed into Lin, looked at Obito, and asked a sole question. Obito looked at Lin in front of him, the biggest secret hidden in his heart, especially the question of the soul. Let him recall that Lin once said. Before becoming a Hokage, Lin said that she would always pay attention to herself. Pain. It hurts so much. This painful memory. And this Naruto is too scary. Obito didn't even think about it, he just escaped from the space-time vortex. White Jew Army Base. Obito came out of the space-time vortex. Due to the great impact from Naruto, he almost lost his balance when he landed. At this time, a rustling sound came from the ground. Black and white Zetsu, which looks like aloe vera, came out. By Zetsu, the latest news is that Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha, defected from the village. Moreover, he seems to have hooked up with Six Paths Pain of our Akatsuki organization, and even attacked Sasuke who went to capture Eight Tails. A group of people. Hey Jew, I don't understand what this Nine-Tails boy is doing, but this is good, we can capture Nine-Tails better. White Zetsu, but, according to White Zetsu's response from Sasuke, Naruto seems to be wearing Akatsuki's costume, and Six Paths Pain seems to be getting together with him. Black Jew frowned and said, it's impossible, that kid from Nagato. Nagato has betrayed the Akatsuki organization. Obito said. Black and White Jew said in surprise in unison, how could it be? Obito's eyes narrowed slightly, Naruto already knew his true identity, and he seemed to know all about his past information. How is this possible? Could it be that Kakashi leaked it? No, Kakashi thought he was dead and there was no way he could tell Naruto this, otherwise, Kakashi should have recognized him in the Land of Iron, but that fool showed no sign of recognition. The more Obito thought about it, the more confused he became. Originally, Naruto's behavior was very puzzling to him because his motives were completely unclear. Now, okay, people directly know the identity that he has hidden for so long, which makes Obito guess whether Naruto knows it alone, or the higher-ups of Konoha also know it. Black Zetsu said, the Rinnegan Eye is still in Nagato's hands. If Nagato betrays Akatsuki and is not under our control, the Rinnegan Eye cannot fall into the hands of others. Obito nodded. This is natural, the Reincarnation Eye is the most critical step in Yu's plan, and nothing can be missed. However, Obito can't go to Yuin village for the time being. He has to investigate Naruto, otherwise he won't worry. Baizetsu looked at Obito and said, the only good news is that Sasuke seems to have successfully captured Eight Tails. Obito groaned and asked with some confusion, after the battle with Naruto, do you still have some energy left? Baiju said, after the fight with Naruto, he seemed to have grown. Susanoo evolved completely, but his power was overdrawn. After resting, he went to hunt 8 tails by force. Obito snorted coldly, "Finally, I have some happy news." After thinking about it, Obito decided to pick up Sasuke personally. After all, there are too many unstable factors now. One, Naruto had already interfered with many of his plans. "Sasuke, where are they now?" Baiju responded, "We are rushing to the place we agreed on. We should arrive soon." Obito smiled and said, "Then, I have to rush to greet our hero." With that said, Obito activated the spacetime ninjutsu and disappeared from the place. A place of construction. Sasuke sat there, breathing heavily. Next to him lay Killer Bee, who was burned by Amaterasu. With the help of Sasuke, Yugo has recovered as before. He is holding the unconscious Karen in one hand, and holding Suigetsu in a jelly state by 8 tails human cannon. "It's okay, Sasuke." Sasuke gasped, "We have to hurry up, the meeting point is right ahead." With that said, Sasuke stood up and prepared to carry Killer Bee. "No need to bother, Sasuke, I'm here." As soon as he finished speaking, Obito came out of the spacetime vortex and saw Killer Bee on the ground. Obito said happily, "Very good, I believe you, Sasuke can definitely do it." Sasuke snorted and said, "As promised, I brought 8 tails." Obito nodded. When Sasuke saw that the agreement was completed, he turned around and left. "Wait a minute, Sasuke." Obito stopped Sasuke, looked at him and said, "Where are you going next?" Because according to the agreement between Obito and Sasuke, Sasuke hunted 8 tails for him. After the success, the eagle officially left the Akatsuki organization and was no longer restricted by the Akatsuki organization. Sasuke looked at the forest in front of him and said without looking back, "First of all, I want to heal my injuries. When the injuries are healed, I will go to Konoha." After saying that, Sasuke prepared to leave with Yugo. Listening to Sasuke's answer, Obito recalled. After telling Sasuke the truth about Itachi, Obito once asked Sasuke, "After knowing the truth about Itachi, will you still choose to inherit Itachi's will and protect Konoha?" Sasuke's answer is, he didn't approve of Itachi's way of survival in which he risked his life to protect the village. Because compared to the pain of losing Itachi, he would rather not have this way of survival. The peace gained by sacrificing Itachi was not what he hoped for at all. Now that he knows the truth, he simply cannot do such things as inherit Itachi's legacy and continue to protect Konoha. Moreover, he will never forgive those 3 people in the upper echelons of Konoha, especially that Danzo. Similarly, the people of Konoha who shamelessly enjoy peace at the expense of Itachi's life are equally guilty. Obito continued to question Sasuke at that time, "Aren't you going to get rid of more than just people from the top of Konoha?" Sasuke continued sullenly. He wanted to take revenge on the entire Konoha village, on the people who tortured his poor brother, the entire so-called village. Because of those people who looked at the Uchiha clan with colored glasses, eventually father and son killed each other, and brothers and sisters killed each other. He even forced Itachi into a desperate situation and finally killed his Konoha upper-level officials. And the guys from Konoha who admire Senju. It's all rubbish among rubbish. They are all the targets of his revenge. Don't even think about running away. Thinking about what Sasuke said, Obito woke up from his memories and looked at Sasuke's leaving figure. Obito couldn't help but sigh. When a person experiences love, he also bears the risk of hatred. Thinking about Sasuke's purpose, Obito shouted to the leaving Sasuke, "Sasuke." Sasuke stopped and looked back indifferently. Obito said, "Duanzo's right eye was deducted by Naruto, and his right arm was also cut off by Naruto. Now his strength is greatly reduced. If you go to Konoha after recovering from the injury, you can take him." Surgery. Sasuke was a little shocked, Naruto. Thinking about the last fight, when Naruto left, he seemed to say that he helped him repair Danzo and allowed himself to be free to harvest it. I didn't understand what it meant at the time, but now I think about it, this Did Naruto kill Danzo and betray Konoha for himself? For some reason, Sasuke's heart suddenly became a little confused. This guy. Snort. Sasuke turned around, took Yugo with him, and continued walking forward, disappearing into the forest. Are we going to start, junior brother? Naruto held the scroll, looked at Anko lying on the floor in front of him, and nodded. Seeing this, Konan stepped forward to help Anko up, took off her coat, and revealed the curse mark on her neck. Nagato stayed on the launcher, looking at the curse seal, thinking about what Naruto was going to do, and sighed. I originally thought that only the 6 paths reincarnation technique can resurrect people, but I didn't expect that this guy Orochimaru, it can also be resurrected in this way. Naruto smiled and said, after all, he is the #1 scientist in the ninja world. It is not surprising that this kind of thing happens to him. After saying that, Naruto stepped forward, pulled the scroll open, and then placed it on the curse seal on the back of Anko's neck. Sasuke once said that Orochimaru's curse seal is equivalent to a backup of the living body. Although the curse seal is not unique, it is a pointer that can point to Orochimaru's soul. If you want to resurrect Orochimaru, you must find the key and unlock the window of the curse seal, so that Orochimaru's only soul can come out. As long as Orochimaru's soul can come out, with his own excellent regeneration ability and the power left by the cursed body, he can perfectly restore himself. Chongwu is the key. Because the curse seal came from Yugo, but was later obtained by Orochimaru and made some modifications. Naruto stood behind Anko and began to form seals. Removing the evil seal. With that said, Naruto cast a spell and pressed it on Anko's neck, on top of the scroll, and Yugo's cursed seal power chakra continuously poured into the cursed seal on the back of Anko's neck. Then, a white light flashed, and Naruto slowly raised his hand. A big white snake emerged from Anko's cursed seal, and the entire snake head and body became bigger and bigger. Then, the snake's mouth opened, and Orochimaru came out, followed by slime all over the place. Naruto frowned and said, I said, Uncle Snake, can you improve the way you appear in the future? It's disgusting. Orochimaru stood up, turned to look at Naruto, and said in a hoarse voice, oh my, this really surprises me. I really didn't expect that the person who resurrected me was actually you, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto responded, I didn't expect that one day, I would actually wear these clothes and resurrect you. Orochimaru licked his tongue, I can't help it, things are so unpredictable. It seems that something happened to the path you are pursuing. He is worthy of being a man who pursues the truth in the ninja world. He is so artistic when he speaks. Naruto looked at Orochimaru and said, I did encounter something. No, I specially resurrected you, Uncle Snake, just to use your power to help me build a new ninja world. A new ninja world? Orochimaru said playfully. Naruto nodded, yes. Orochimaru sneered, sorry, I'm not interested. Konan took a step forward, looked at Orochimaru and said, Orochimaru, don't be ignorant, Naruto can resurrect you, and he can also stuff you back. As soon as Konan finished speaking, Nagato manipulated 6 paths pain to come to Naruto. The intention is very obvious. If you don't cooperate, I will save you on the spot. Naruto raised his hand and said, don't do that. Force is useless against a man like Uncle Snake. Besides, the person who can kill Uncle Snake hasn't appeared yet. Even I can't do it now. Orochimaru was a little surprised and said, I never thought, Naruto, that you could make Konan and Nagato of Ōtsutsuki organization work for you. Especially, Nagato's. As he spoke, Orochimaru's long golden pupils stared at Nagato's Rinnegan, as if he was looking at an invaluable treasure. Naruto came to Orochimaru and said, they are all my companions now. I believe that you, Uncle Snake, can also become my companion and join us as a member of the 10 organization. Orochimaru sneered, why would you let me join? Naruto said sincerely, I know what you want. Uncle Snake, you are a person who exists to uncover the truth of the world. For you, Finding the true meaning of life is more important than those what Hokage, what village, come and have fun. Orochimaru sneered, pulled up his hair and said, "You are right about this." Naruto walked around Orochimaru and continued, "I also understand that you like freedom and don't like to serve any village, organization, or person. Your hobby is to continue to do research to discover the mysteries of life, or it's the truth, and something interesting." Orochimaru was somewhat surprised to hear Naruto introduce himself so knowingly. "Don't worry, if you join Tian, I won't be a constraint on you. On the contrary, I will strongly support your research. Moreover, I will study with you, because there are some powers that I don't understand very well." Orochimaru said, "What kind of power makes you, Naruto, so fascinated?" Naruto looked at Orochimaru and said seriously, "There are many, such as how to make Sharingan into Samsara Eye, what is the power of Sage of Six Paths, if all 10-tailed beasts are collected, can they be summoned? The legendary 10 tails, and so on. There are many mysteries that I want to explore," Naruto said as he looked at Orochimaru. Sure enough, after hearing what Naruto said, Orochimaru's eyes emitted a strange light. That light revealed a long-lost excitement. "Ah, Naruto, you really surprised me. I originally thought that I was the only one in the world who would pursue such a crazy truth. I never thought that you are even more advanced than me." Orochimaru licked his tongue excitedly. Compared to his own research, the topic Naruto proposed now obviously surpassed him and was ahead of him. Because the power of the Sage of Six Paths and how to transform the Sharingan into the Rinnegan involved two forces: the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. Orochimaru also took a long time to discover. Therefore, after losing hope of possessing Sasuke's body, he still paid close attention to Sasuke. He wanted to see where the wind of his Uchiha clan would blow to. At the same time, he also understood that the power of the Senju clan was still hidden and had not yet been revealed, so he had no way to study it. It was not until later that he was sure that Naruto was that wind, the other wind he had been looking for. Now, Naruto raised these topics directly before Orochimaru, which made Orochimaru very excited. Found a confidant. Naruto smiled and said, "How about it, Uncle Snake, are you interested in helping me with my research?" Konan stepped forward in time, looked at Orochimaru and said, "As long as you join us, not only can you study with Naruto, we can also provide you with a research site and shelter." Orochimaru thought about it, and finally nodded, "I agree to join, but it's just a partnership." Naruto nodded happily and said, "No problem. From today on, you are the chief scientist of my Tian organization." "What did you say?" "The killer bee was captured." Kumogakure, Reikage office. Reikage was twisting a heavy barbell with his left hand and moving it up and down, while listening angrily to the report of his subordinate who was half kneeling on the ground under the desk. "Yes, there are also members of Konoha's Uchiha clan among the attackers. Now, the seniors are tracking them." Seeing this, Reikage's office secretary Mabui looked at Reikage and asked, "Reikage-sama, what should we do now?" Reikage kept clenching his right hand and said angrily, "I will never forgive Akatsuki, Akatsuki." As he spoke, he punched the desk in front of him with his right fist and broke it in half. Reikage raised his head and said affectionately, "My Odo, wait for me. Here, Obito has brought the killer bee that Sasuke hunted to the Gedo statue, preparing to seal 8 tails inside." Kisame looked at 8 tails lying on the ground and said with emotion, "I didn't expect that guy Sasuke really caught 8 tails." Obito smiled and said, "I said, that guy has no problem." Heiju said, "Then we will be busy for a few more days." Baiju sighed and said, "Oh, I won't be able to see the sun for another 7 or 8 days. Because the Akatsuki organization fell apart recently, only 3 people could be found to seal it, so it took more time." Obito formed the seal and said, "Let's begin." Ever since, the 3 of them began to form seals. The magic seal covered Killer Bee's body, and Killer Bee began to emerge from the tailed beast chakra, making a whining sound from its mouth. This is a common appearance of pulling away the tailed beast and leaving Jinchuriki. Obito, Kisame, and black and white Zetsu are not surprised. Suddenly, the killer bee lifted into the air and disappeared with a bang, replaced by a lump of something. With a snap, it fell to the ground. Kisame frowned and said, "Sasuke, you won't be fooled." Baiju saw the object clearly and couldn't help it. He laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha ha, it's an octopus leg. Ha 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 ha." Obito. Black Zetsu looked at Obito's expression, as if he had eaten shit, and immediately said angrily, "Stop laughing." Baiju quickly suppressed his laughter. Obito's face hurts. 1 second he was praising Sasuke, but this second he was completely slapped in the face. Obviously, the appearance of octopus legs means that Eight Tails was not successfully captured at all, and the clone should have escaped. It seems that Eight Tails has indeed been underestimated. Docking the tail to survive. It should be the life-saving technique of Eight Tails, otherwise it would be impossible to deceive Sasuke who has the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kisame. Kisame looked at Obito, and Obito looked at him and said, "You'll have to make a trip." Kisame snorted coldly and said, "It's true, I still need to make a trip." With that said, Kisame carried Samehada on his back and walked towards the door, muttering to himself as he walked, "Mr. Itachi, it's a pity that you are no longer here. Now I can only carry out the mission alone." In the country of fire, outside Konoha village, the Uzumaki clan Namen Hall. Naruto Flying Thunder God came here with Orochimaru and Konan. In order to be wary of Obito coming back again, Nagato stayed at the base camp. Naruto also left a shadow clone beside him. If Obito used some secret method to forcibly take away the Reincarnation Eye, the shadow clone Naruto could fly directly with Nagato. Walk. Orochimaru looked at Namendo in front of him and said with some surprise, "Naruto-kun, are you here?" Naruto looked at Orochimaru with a half-smile and said, "Of course I will accompany you to get the mask of the Uzumaki clan, Shinigami." Orochimaru groaned, looked at Naruto and said, "You want to see your father?" Naruto shook his head and said, "No, it's not that time yet. I mainly want to help you get your hands back, so that you can help me do things better and study with me." Orochimaru was a little touched. He really didn't expect that Naruto would consider himself so much. "Aren't you afraid that my hands will recover, my strength will increase greatly, and then I'll leave?" Naruto shook his head and said, "I said, Uncle Snake, I know you. In this world, no one can make you surrender except the truth. Moreover, you and I have a cooperative relationship. If you are really determined to leave, I will never stop." After saying that, Naruto walked into the Namen Hall. Orochimaru licked his lips, looked at Konan and said, "I finally understand why you and Nagato are willing to follow Naruto-kun. He does have a very charming personality, much better than that Madara." Konan smiled and followed Naruto. Orochimaru also followed with a smile. Looking around, Orochimaru said with nostalgia, "This place is still the same, shabby, and has not changed at all. Naruto-kun, you can teleport here directly, you must have marked it before." Naruto nodded and said, "Yes, after sending the master back to the village, I came here to make a mark." Orochimaru looked at Naruto with some appreciation. It was obvious that Naruto did everything with plans and arrangements. This shows that what Naruto said about building a new ninja world was not a joke, nor was it a child's sudden whim. He was really planning to do it. From this point of view, Sasuke and Naruto are no longer on the same level. The current Naruto can at least be compared with the masked Madara. Naruto looked at the rows of masks on the wall, stepped aside, made a gesture of invitation and said, "Uncle Snake, thank you." Orochimaru smiled slightly and came to the mask wall. A long snake emerged from Orochimaru's left sleeve, and then the snake's head spit out its core, searching among the many masks one by one. After a while, Orochimaru was found. Konan was a little confused and asked, "Why do you come here specifically to find this mask?" Naruto explained, "Because back then, Grandpa third generation used the ghoul seal to seal Uncle Snake's hands and keep them in Shinigami's belly. This mask is the Shinigami mask of the Uzumaki clan. Wearing it, you can temporarily become Shinigami's host, thereby slitting your belly and releasing the souls of Shinigami's hands that have been swallowed up. Orochimaru looked at the mask, then looked at Naruto and smiled. Naruto-kun has indeed studied it thoroughly. Naruto waved his hands and said, "Thank you. Although I know this technique, I don't dare to use it. It's only you, Uncle Snake. If it were anyone else, who would dare to take advantage of Shinigami?" Orochimaru chuckled. It was obvious from Naruto's words that he obviously knew the secret of his flow technique. Since Naruto-kun knows this in detail, you should understand that the reincarnation of the dirty land requires a living life form. After I sacrifice, if there is no suitable one. Naruto smiled and said, "This is easy to handle, don't worry, just wait for me for a while." After saying that, Naruto flew directly to Thunder God and left. 7 or 8 minutes later, Naruto came back, holding a sealed white zetsu in his hand. There are so many white zetsu like this around Konoha village that one can be caught at once. Hidden Rain Village. High platform, inside the tower. Nagato looked at the group of people returning and said, "It's only been half a day, and they're back. It looks like the journey was smooth." Orochimaru joked, "Naruto-kun has a good plan, and with Flying Thunder God, he is naturally fast." Konan habitually walked over to Nagato and waited. Naruto untied the shadow clone and was a little surprised to find that the shadow clone talked a lot with Nagato when he was together. Including what Jiraiya was like in the village and how he trained Naruto. Similarly, Naruto also asked Nagato about some things about how he met Jiraiya, and Nagato also recalled it seriously and told Naruto about it. There are many that Naruto in his previous life had never heard of. Naruto looked at Nagato and smiled, and Nagato smiled back. Distinguished heavenly gods is really a magical technique. After suppressing the original crazy thoughts, people begin to return to their ultimate original heart. It seems that Nagato is still the same Nagato, just like the Nagato in his previous life. In his heart, he still longs for peace and a world of mutual understanding. He still recognized Jiraiya and still wanted to accompany his master as a disciple. Thinking of this, Naruto became more determined in his thoughts. "Uncle Snake, it's your turn to perform the God Tier dance." With that, Naruto moved away from Orochimaru to give him room to perform. Orochimaru rolled his eyes at Naruto, then a long snake appeared from his left sleeve. He took out the Shinigami mask from his waist, and put it on his face. Suddenly, Orochimaru began to sway, whimpering, Then, Orochimaru opened his hands, and his whole body formed a big word. With a buzzing sound, a Shinigami figure wearing white clothes, with long white hair, pointed red horns on his head, golden pupils, a mouth full of black fangs, and holding a dagger in his mouth appeared behind Orochimaru. As soon as Shinigami appeared, the temperature of the entire scene dropped instantly. Konan frowned a little and hid behind Nagato. As a girl, she didn't like this atmosphere very much. Nagato, on the other hand, looked at Shinigami with great curiosity, and murmured, "Is this Shinigami? I wonder if Yahiko." Naruto glanced at Nagato and knew what he was thinking. He smiled and said, "Nagato. Don't be anxious. Trust me and take your time." Nagato smiled and nodded, feeling a little expectant. It seemed that Naruto-kun had similar thoughts. Shinigami raised his left hand, grasped the dagger in his mouth, and then cut open his stomach. Suddenly, the swallowed soul emerged. At the same time, Orochimaru groaned, and a scratch appeared on his stomach out of nowhere, and blood gushed out. Of the 5 souls released, one seemed to be summoned, flying in the air for a while, and then quickly returned to Orochimaru's hands. Orochimaru said happily, "My hands are back." Naruto realized his goal was achieved and looked at the remaining 4 souls, namely the F4 of Konoha, 1st generation, 2nd generation, 3rd generation, and my father, the 4th generation. "Forgive me, Dad, but now is not the time for us to meet." As he spoke, Naruto pulled out the scroll he had prepared long ago and formed a seal. Spiritual seal. This is sealing technique specifically designed to seal souls. In his previous life, as the Hokage, Naruto practiced a lot with the Book of Forbidden Techniques after losing the 9 tails. This Book of Forbidden Techniques records many of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. As he spoke, Naruto performed ninjutsu, and 4 chakra grabbers emerged from the scroll, grabbing the 4 soul balls at once. Yoshi. Seal. Naruto shouted, and then 4 chakra grabbers directly dragged the souls of the previous Hokage into the scroll, and with a whoosh, the seal was completed. Naruto rolled up the scroll, sealed it, put it away, and waited for the right time to take it out. Orochimaru took off his mask, clutched his stomach, and yelled in pain, "Naruto-kun." Seeing Orochimaru like this, Naruto quickly walked over to the white zetsu next to him, unsealed it, and then pried open white zetsu's mouth, shouting, "Uncle Snake, come on." Seeing this, Orochimaru opened his mouth, and suddenly, a long snake with a human face and a snake body gushed out of Orochimaru's mouth, then flew in the air, and then rushed directly into Naruto's open mouth of white zetsu. Naruto stood up, and the white zetsu lying on the ground slowly began to change, and soon, it turned into the appearance of Orochimaru. Nagato was stunned watching on the side. He is also from the Whirlpool clan and has some knowledge of sealing techniques. To break the seal on the corpse, the caster must be sacrificed. It is the most classic one-for-one sealing technique. But this Orochimaru is so awesome that he can actually get into trouble with Shinigami. Naruto quickly helped Orochimaru up and said with a smile, "Uncle Snake, you've worked hard. Congratulations, you have regained your hands and your strength has greatly increased." Orochimaru was indeed very happy. After all, sometimes it is really painful to be without hands, and even the most basic hand ion cannot be done. "Tell me, Naruto-kun, what do you need me to do for you next?" Naruto nodded, looked at Orochimaru and said, "No hurry, I need to take care of some things myself before I ask you to help me." Orochimaru uttered a thoughtful, "Oh." Naruto's arrangement of one thing after another made him more and more excited. This windmill was indeed a pleasant surprise. The return of Orochimaru's hands is absolutely good news for Naruto. Because he is not only the #1 scientist and biologist in the ninja world, but also an expert in surgery. This can be clearly seen from the outstanding student he trained, Kabuto. However, Naruto had to meet 2 important people before accepting the change. Naruto didn't want them to see him differently, at least, in this life. For the first impression, Naruto wanted to show his original appearance. "Sister Konan, is there any secret place in Yuin village?" It is a place that is relatively solid and suitable for cultivation. Konan frowned and said, "You mean, something like a secret training room, right?" Naruto nodded. Nagato said, "Yes. It's in the underground tower of Yugakure. It was built by Hanzo before. The site is very large. It was also there when I first made Pain and trained Pain." Naruto smiled and said, "That's great. It just so happens that you are here, Uncle Snake. Please help me protect the law. Add more barriers around me to make it safer." Orochimaru said in surprise, "Naruto-kun, are you going to? The fortified secret room is not enough, and a barrier is added outside. This is obviously a protective measure because it is afraid that its destructive power will be too shocking. If you want to practice on your own, you definitely don't need to do this." Looking at Naruto, under what circumstances does he have such destructive power? Thinking again that Naruto said he was going to meet someone, Orochimaru frowned slightly, he had already guessed it. 9 tails. It seems that Naruto has obtained the seal key of 9 tails, otherwise, he would not be so confident. Nagato looked at Konan and said, "Take Naruto and Orochimaru down. I'll stay up there to avoid other accidents." Konan nodded. Naruto looked at Nagato and said, "Thank you for your hard work, brother. After walking down a long underground staircase, we finally arrived at the secret room. Conan used the art of origami, and suddenly dozens of paper butterflies flew out in front of him. Then Conan made another seal, and the paper spontaneously ignited. Bang bang bang. Group after group of flames were ignited, and the entire secret room suddenly became brighter. It turned out that the paper lit by Sister Conan fell into the lighting brazier beside the wall of the secret room, igniting the fuel inside. At this time, Naruto could see the whole picture of the secret room. The entire underground secret room is like a bowl upside down underground, with an area almost as big as a football field. The floor is all made of extremely hard marble, laid out piece by piece, perfectly fitting. If you look carefully, you can still see some sword lights and shadows, which should be traces left by previous people during training. The entire wall is made of hard granite. According to Sister Conan, the thickness of the wall is at least 50 centimeters. It can be seen how much effort Hanzo, the former demigod man, put into building this place. Conan looked at Naruto and said, "This was once the place where Hanzo used to train his secret army. In terms of hardness, Naruto, you can rest assured that ninjutsu can also withstand ordinary damage." Naruto looked around and nodded with satisfaction. Afterwards, Naruto came to the center of the secret room, looked at Orochimaru and said, "Uncle Snake, I'm in trouble." Orochimaru nodded and used the shadow clone technique to create 3 shadow clones, forming a quadrangular shape and surrounding Naruto in the center. Then start to perform the seals. For purple flame formation. A purple barrier rises. Conan was very surprised on the side. With such a secret room and such barriers, what is junior brother Naruto going to do? Naruto nodded towards Orochimaru, then sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Orochimaru looked at Naruto, and then said to Conan, "If Naruto goes berserk later and I can't resist it, go up to Nagato and get all 6 paths pain down." Conan was surprised, "Is it so serious?" "Naruto, this is." Orochimaru frowned, stared at Naruto with a serious expression and said, "He's looking for something scarier than Shinigami. The place sealed by 9 tails." Naruto's mind sank in and he came to this familiar sewer. "Hey! Kurama, how are you? I haven't seen you for a few days. Did you miss me?" Naruto greeted Nine Tails warmly as he walked over. Nine Tails lay inside the sealed door, raised one eyelid, glanced at Naruto, then closed it, snorted coldly, "I'm not that familiar with you, so there's no need to be so enthusiastic." When Naruto saw that Nine Tails was still so arrogant, he immediately became unhappy and joked, "I say you have to change your arrogant temper, or I will treat you to meatballs." Nine Tails opened his eyes, stood up, and gritted his teeth and said, "You humans are all of the same virtue." Originally, if Naruto had discussed it carefully, there would still be some discussion. After all, Nine Tails has accepted the fact that Naruto has traveled from the future. However, the current Nine Tails strongly disagreed with Naruto's statement that the future Nine Tails would be honest with him. Why? Because of it, Nine Tails, how could you fall in love with someone you hate? Please give it a reason. The hatred of Nine Tails is all humans, full of the power of tailed beasts, control. 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 Whether it's the annoying Uchiha Madara, or the Uzumaki Mito, or the Uzumaki Kushina. For it is all in different control and seal. Oh yeah, especially the guy named Senju Hashirama. There are thousands of real hands, plus a Buddha on the top, a giant Buddha hundreds of meters high. He caught himself with one hand, just like catching a kitten. Thinking of this, Nine Tails felt so aggrieved that he wanted to cry. That shameless Senju Hashirama, with a serious expression on his face, said that his power was too strong and he wanted to seal himself. Damn it, it's the other way around. Before I even started to resist, I was easily manipulated. After that, a wooden golem was forced to appear, with a seal written on the hand, and was pasted on the person's forehead, forcing them to shut down their phone and go to sleep. There is no natural reason at all, and there is no question whether people are willing or not. Thinking of this, Nine Tails was very angry, and looked at Naruto's face with a bad expression. Naruto doesn't have that much time to listen to Nine Tails' heart this time. He has to bring out the chakra buried in his body anyway. It's better for Nine Tails to be angry, otherwise his original intention will not be lost, and his parents' chakra will also come out. Not coming. With that said, Naruto floated directly to the sealed gate and tore off the seal on it. Nine Tails bared his teeth, looked at Naruto and said, "What are you going to do? Lift up your shirt, bite it with your mouth, and then roll up the sleeve of your left hand with your right hand." The 5 fingers of chakra gather together, and the key to the 8 sign seal suddenly appears on your hand. Naruto chuckled and said, "Isn't it obvious at a glance that my mouth is empty now? Then, press it directly on your belly and it clicks." Suddenly, the lock seal on the sealed door began to click and turn. 8 sign seal, untie. Nine Tails roared angrily and slapped the door open with one palm. "Naruto! You are playing with fire." Nine Tails roared and its 9 tails flew. Naruto was in mid-air and was directly carried away by the air wave set off by Nine Tails. Outside, Naruto, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, suddenly began to have chakra blisters on his body. Starting from the sealed navel, 1, 2, 3. More and more, until the yellow Nine Tails chakra covers Naruto's entire body. Konan was shocked. This chakra, this feeling, this is. Orochimaru stood ready and said cautiously, "This is the Nine Tails chakra, but this is only the first state. The Nine Tails chakra overflows to form the Nine Tails chakra coat." Orochimaru had dealt with Naruto several times, and once, when he mentioned Sasuke, Naruto immediately exploded. At that time, Naruto transformed into 9 tails, with several tails exposed, which was much scarier than now. I still remember that when Naruto was in a rampage state, he fired a tailed beast bullet. If he hadn't used triple Rashomon to block it in time, he might have been offline long ago. I hope Naruto can control himself and not repeat the scene again. Orochimaru was just thinking in his heart, when suddenly, black chakra began to flow out from Naruto's navel, and then, a tail began to appear. Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat. This phenomenon means that Nine Tails consciousness overflows. Depend on. Don't worry about it. Barriers like him can at most resist Naruto's rampage with 4 tails, but most of them can't. Konan, if Naruto appears with 4 tails later, go up and call Nagato down. Seeing Orochimaru's expression so nervous, Konan understood the importance of the matter and nodded. The place of seal. Naruto, who was carried far away by the air wave, had not yet stabilized his body in mid-air when the tail of 9 tails swept towards him. Holy shit! Kurama-you! Naruto exclaimed and quickly blocked with both hands. Just when 9 tails' tail was about to reach Naruto, a yellow flash appeared. With a buzz, Naruto disappeared from the spot. The next second, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, pulling Naruto, appeared not far from 9 tails. 9 tails looked at the man in front of him, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his whole body trembled with anger. "You are, 4th generation." 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, looking at the 9 tails in front of him, completely lost the seal, said in disbelief, "It's impossible, once the seal of the 8th tail is released, I will appear in Naruto's consciousness, but now, in this situation, how come all the seals have been released?" Minato was very panicked, and his entire attention was on 9 tails. He remembered that he had clearly prepared the seal in advance. Naruto patted his father, pointed at himself, and said with a smile, "It's me, Dad, I opened all the seals." Minato exclaimed, "What? You mean, you opened this sealed door on your own initiative?" Naruto nodded proudly. "Where did you get the key?" Naruto replied, "I found teacher Jiraiya and tricked him." Minato's eyes widened in shock, with an expression that said, "You are really a father." 9 tails snorted coldly, looked at the father and son in front of him, and roared, "4th generation, you didn't expect that you tried so hard to seal me, but in the end, your son released me in one breath. Next, watch how I take over your son's body consciousness and regain his freedom. As he spoke, Nine Tails' chakra surged wildly. Outside, half of Naruto's body was wrapped in black Nine Tails chakra, and all three tails appeared. Namake's Minato exclaimed, "Oops." Naruto snorted coldly and said, "What a shame. Jiu Xiao Xiao, you underestimate your brother and me." Nine Tails roared angrily, "Bagayalu, you are so shameless, who is your brother?" Naruto didn't care and logged out in one step. Minato exclaimed from behind, "Naruto, don't be impulsive, let me do it. If you are asked to come, then how can I, as my son, shock you?" As he spoke, the orange symbol appeared in the corner of Naruto's eyes, Sage Mode was turned on, and the seal was formed. Multiple shadow clone techniques. Bang 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 bang. Dozens of Narutos appeared, and then they all jumped up. Then, Naruto started rubbing his balls. Sage Art, Massive Rasengan Barrage. One meatball after another, thrown directly on Nine Tails' face. The Nine Tails of Nine Tails form a shield to resist Naruto's crazy attacks. Namake's Minato was very shocked. Naruto not only learned Rasengan, but also learned Jiraiya's Sage Art, and the combination was so clever. While he was shocked, he noticed that not far away, there were two Naruto shadow clone, making balls there. Is it Rasengan? Ah, no, it's Rasengan's form-changing technique. Naruto, this kid, can actually improve ninjutsu by himself. While Namake's Minato was shocked, the battle on Naruto's side had already entered a fever pitch. The Otama Rasengangan directly knocked Nine Tails down. The yellow water waves caused by the battle were more than 10 meters high. Nine Tails is hairy. It has been many years since I received a beating like this. Naruto, you underestimate me too much. Aw! Nine Tails roared, and the Nine Tails instantly bounced away, directly sending all the shadow clones and big ball Rasengan that had not attacked before flying away and disappearing. Here, Naruto's other ninjutsu is ready. Looking at the furious Nine Tails, he sighed, Nine Tails is still as brave as before. After all, during the Fourth Ninja War in the previous life, Naruto and Nine Tails officially transformed into tailed beasts for the first time. Nine Tails raised a golden tail and directly bounced away the tailed beast Jade of 8 tailed beasts. Kurama, I'm going to F****ku. Naruto held the wind release spiral shuriken and rushed over. One more shot, Kurama. Buzz buzz. With a high-speed rotating roar, the wind release spiral shuriken flew in Naruto's hand. Nine Tails gritted his teeth and said, "Don't underestimate me." As he spoke, the Nine Tails attacked one after another. Naruto snorted coldly, and then shot a kunai. After flying behind Nine Tails, the next tail of Nine Tails struck, and Naruto instantly teleported away. With a buzz, Naruto disappeared directly. Fourth Hokage Namake's Minato's eyes widened, that's. The next second, Naruto appeared behind Nine Tails, holding a kunai, turned around, and shouted. Wind release, spiral shuriken. A chirp. The spiral shuriken hit directly, and then exploded into a huge wind escape cutting ball, which rotated on Nine Tails. Nine Tails' whole face was almost crushed, and he said in surprise, with this power, when did this kid have such power? Such a powerful force. Naruto held his hands against the wind, pressed forward hard, and shouted angrily, get in there. Bang! The wind escape ball exploded and turned directly into a wind escape sword. The explosion caused Nine Tails to retreat quickly and hit the depths of the sealed gate. At the same time, the situation of the real Naruto sitting cross-legged outside also improved slightly. The chakra of Nine Tails was beaten back by Naruto. The original 3 tails turned into 1 tail, and the black chakra was also fading away. Seeing this, Orochimaru felt a lot more at ease and smiled knowingly. It seems that Naruto-kun has made some progress. Nine Tails drew a long waterway on the water, and its huge body stirred up a huge wave of water. The whole body was lying on its back, and even the tail was blown apart by the spiral wind. 4 on the left and 5 on the right. Namikaze Minato swallowed and looked at Naruto in front of him, very shocked. He actually even learned his own flying thunder god. Moreover, that note just now. Receive, transform, and develop. It was quite a beautiful fight. In a way, my demeanor back then made me worthy of being my father's eldest son. For a moment, Minato temporarily forgot about the matter of Naruto breaking the seal of Nine Tails without any scruples. Shinshi. Next, it's tug of war. With that said, Naruto touched his fist and used his own chakra. Suddenly, a shadow of himself appeared behind Naruto, which was formed by the condensation of his own chakra. What should I do if Nine Tails does not cooperate and I have to use Nine Tails chakra? The only option is to do the same as in the previous life, beat Nine Tails first, snatch it away, wait until later, and then coax it slowly. After all, Naruto was coaxed here like this in his previous life. Naruto came to one of Nine Tails' tails. The phantom Naruto behind him stepped forward and grabbed the tail of Nine Tails with both hands. Naruto stepped back. Suddenly, a large piece of blue Nine Tails chakra was absorbed by the phantom Naruto. It was pulled out. Namikaze Minato was shocked. He finally understood why Naruto had to open all the seals. After a long time, my son wants to peel off the Nine Tails chakra and use it for himself. Okay, this guy. The progress was faster than I expected, and my original intention was not even affected, so I started practicing Nine Tails chakra mode directly. Minato came to Naruto, looked at Nine Tails, and said cautiously, Naruto. While Nine Tails is weak now, pull its chakra outward. Naruto gritted his teeth and nodded, I know. Minato was also worried because when he was alive, he heard his wife Kushina talk about the use of Nine Tails chakra. Kushina said that capturing the Nine Tails chakra is like a tug of war. Whoever wins the tug can use the Nine Tails chakra. He heard it half understood at the time, but now seeing Naruto like this, he understood it completely. Come on, Naruto. Namikaze Minato was on the side, cheering for his son. Nine Tails stood up shakily and looked at Naruto, this kid, actually pulling his chakra. Apart from being angry, I was also a little disdainful, so. Naruto was pulling Nine Tails chakra, and Nine Tails was releasing his hatred to Naruto. The red and black Nine Tails chakra seeped out from the tail of Nine Tails, and spread rapidly along the blue chakra strips pulled out by Shadow Naruto, like a snake, directly dyeing Shadow Naruto until it was completely wrapped. Then, a lingering sound of hatred came from Naruto's ears. I hate it, I'm in so much pain, I want to kill you. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not resist and chose to relax and let this hatred come in. As a result, he instantly felt like he had entered a hell, with countless evil ghost heads floating everywhere, whimpering and shouting in his ears. If only there wasn't that guy, it would be great if there wasn't that guy. Naruto covered his head and gasped, Nine Tails guy. On the chakra connection belt, the phantom Naruto slowly flowed out of Naruto's body, being dragged further and further away from Naruto's body by the evil chakra of Nine Tails. Namikaze Minato shouted in shock, oops. Naruto, cheer up, don't admit defeat. Nine Tails saw this and said sarcastically, it's a shame I didn't completely believe you, huh? In the future, you can't even control my power, so why are you talking to me? Minato looked at Nine Tails in shock. From its words, Minato learned that Naruto must have talked with Nine Tails before this, and the content of the talk seemed to be some serious things. Naruto half-crouched on the ground. Due to the interference of Nine Tails, the Sage Jutsu chakra was unstable, and the orange sage symbol in the corner of his eyes faded. He snorted coldly, looked at Nine Tails and said, don't be too proud, Kurama. Minato squatted beside Naruto and asked with concern, are you okay, Naruto? How about I close the seal? Naruto gritted his teeth and waved his hands. No. Dad, leave me alone, really. Believe me, Mom will come out after a certain amount of time. Namake's Minato raised his body in surprise and looked at Naruto in front of him. He seemed to have thought of something and asked in shock, Naruto, could you be doing this on purpose? Naruto raised his head with difficulty, his forehead was covered with sweat, and said with a smile, ah. If not, how can Mommy's chakra come out? Nine Tails looked at the two father and son muttering there and didn't know what to say, so he said, don't waste your efforts, Naruto, fourth generation. You are just a small part of my hatred. In my chakra, you have a long time. Even this young boy can bear the endless hatred in his heart. Naruto gasped for breath and allowed Nine Tails' evil chakra to enter. In a daze, he seemed to have returned to his childhood. That's it, disappear. No one will agree with you. The young Naruto stood there alone, a group of indifferent people stood in front of the young Naruto, and kept chanting. Disappear, 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 disappear. Naruto covered his head and roared, it's so noisy. Namake's Minato was shocked and shouted urgently, Naruto. Hold on. As a result, one of Naruto's eyes had turned completely evil and turned completely red. Disappear, disappear all of them. Because he completely relaxed his mind, Naruto was completely affected and roared loudly. At this time, a gentle voice sounded. No, just stay here. Naruto's frown relaxed, his uneasiness disappeared, and his eyes opened. When he entered his eyes, he saw a gentle woman with red hair, hairpins, and a green suspender standing in front of her. Call your name affectionately. Naruto. When Naruto saw the person in front of him clearly, his eyes couldn't stop crying. Ha ha ha, I finally met my mother. Kushina looked at Naruto and said happily, Naruto, guess what, I'm yours. Mom. Naruto immediately threw himself into Kushina and cried loudly. Kushina was a little surprised that Naruto recognized her at a glance. Then, Kushina hugged Naruto tenderly, slowly stroked Naruto's back, and said softly, oh, don't cry, have you suffered a lot of grievances, don't cry, don't cry. As soon as he said these comforting words, Naruto's tears were like a flood that could not be stopped. Only mother is good in the world, and a mother's child is like a treasure. At this moment, Naruto was in the arms of his mother Kushina, crying bitterly, as if he wanted to release all the depression in his heart. Mom, I miss you so much. Naruto hugged Kushina tightly, and Kushina gently stroked Naruto's back and whispered comfort. Since his rebirth, Naruto has been under great pressure. Not only does he have to face the incomprehension and complaints from people around him, but he also has to face his own inner pressure. In fact, he was also very scared. He was afraid that even if he was reborn once, the outcome would not really change. Therefore, he has been working non-stop to gain strength and strengthen himself. Because once he stops and goes short, he will think, what will happen if he fails this time? Whenever I think of this, the images of those relatives and friends who died tragically in my previous life reappear. Several times late at night, Naruto was awakened by nightmares. Now, his mother's embrace gave Naruto the deepest gentle touch in his heart, making him feel extraordinarily peaceful. Kushina hugged Naruto's shoulders with both hands, then looked at the crying Naruto, with her forehead against her forehead, touched Naruto's face with her hands, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said distressedly, okay, don't cry anymore. He's such a big man, but he still cries like a child. Naruto's tears were wiped away by Kushina, and his emotions were comforted, but he still kept sobbing. Kushina herself was also infected by Naruto's emotions. After all, this was the first time she saw her grown-up son. However, as a mother, in front of her children, she was brave as a mother. Although the tears did not fall, they were still in her eyes. Spin. Kushina adjusted her emotions, comforted Naruto, and said, Naruto, please wait for Mom for a while. I'll ask Nine Tails to be honest first, and then I'll talk to you. As he spoke, Kushina's chakra stretched out. In the sealed land, Naruto, who was lying on the ground, slowly raised his body, and then roared, and 7 chain heads instantly appeared on his chest. Then, they flew out quickly and locked towards 9 tails. Suddenly, 9 tails was directly 5 flowered bundles, tied tightly. After 7 locks locked 9 tails, they were firmly planted on the ground. 9 tails was locked so that it could not move. At this moment, he raised his head with difficulty, looked at Naruto with gritted teeth and said, "This chakra belongs to Kushina." Namake's Minato looked at Naruto in front of him in surprise. This boy really brought out Kushina's chakra. It turns out that all of this was done intentionally by Naruto. But, how did this kid know that he had injected Kushina's chakra into the sealing style? "No, you have to go in and take a look yourself." Saying that, Namake's Minato put his hand on Naruto, and with a whoosh, he completely sank into Naruto's body. As soon as I came in, I saw my wife and children sitting on the ground, chatting happily. Kushina was still smiling happily. "You are the second one to praise my red-haired man." Naruto pretended to be surprised and said, "That's right, then the first one is." Namake's Minato walked forward and said proudly, "It's me, your father." Naruto turned around in surprise, "You can still come in here." When Kushina saw Minato, she jumped up happily, then flew over and threw herself into Minato's arms. Minato. While Minato Namake's gently stroked Kushina's red hair, he looked at Naruto and smiled, "I built all the sealing styles, and I injected your mother's chakra. It's not easy to enter your soul space." Kushina looked at Minato, then couldn't help but kiss her, and said happily, "Minato, I miss you so much." Namake's Minato glanced at Naruto and said embarrassedly, "The child is still here." Naruto was on the side, with a black line on his face. Hey, you two show affection and consider my feelings, okay? Because Namake's Minato was sealed to death by a ghoul, his soul is not in the Pure Land. Therefore, although Kushina is also dead, she has not been able to see Namake's Minato at all in these years. That's why Kushina was so excited and happy when she saw Minato. Hearing her husband Minato remind her, Kushina stuck out her tongue at Minato, then turned to look at Naruto, only to see her son Naruto looking unhappy. Kushina stepped forward and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Naruto?" Naruto snorted coldly, "Humph. Mom, you didn't even kiss me when you saw me." Kushina chuckled, then approached Naruto, kissed him on the cheek, and said with a smile, "Okay, now mommy will kiss you too, that's all." Naruto shook his head and muttered, "No, I'll do it more than dad." Minato smiled bitterly and said, "This kid is even jealous of your father." Kushina smiled lovingly and said, Okay, mommy will kiss you again." With that said, Kushina kissed Naruto's other cheek again. Naruto then said with satisfaction, "That's pretty much it." Namake's Minato was very happy when he saw the scene in front of him. For a moment, there were some tears in Kakuzu's eyes. The smiles of Kushina and Naruto made him feel so happy. It would be great if the family really lived in Konoha. It's true that he is a Hokage, but he is also a man, a father, and a husband. To say I'm not sad would be a lie. Naruto. Do you hate daddy? Kushina and Naruto, who were laughing, paused and looked at Minato in unison. Minato laughed a little at himself, "Because I sealed 9 tails on you, you suffered the fate of 9 tails Jinchuriki. You lost your parents, and you also lost your complete childhood." After hearing Minato's words, Kushina took one of Naruto's arms and stroked Naruto's body guiltily, as if feeling the changes in Naruto over the years. My son, who was pregnant in 10 months, had grown so big in the blink of an eye from a piece of flesh that fell off his body. I don't know whether I have eaten well in these years, whether I was naughty in school, whether I was bullied by my classmates, how I took care of myself when I was sick, etc. Kushina had so many questions she wanted to ask, but looking at such a big child in front of her, as a mother, she didn't know where to start. In the end, all that's left is guilty love. As if she wanted to comfort Naruto or Minato, Kushina said softly, Naruto, actually, your father didn't mean it. It was actually at that time. I understand. Naruto said. Namikaze Minato looked at Naruto in surprise. Naruto looked at Minato and Kushina and said, I understand the love my parents have for me. Under those circumstances, they sealed 9 tails in my body. On the one hand, they wanted me to become Konoha's hero. On the other hand, they wanted me to become Konoha's hero, to prevent that unknown masked man from causing turmoil in the ninja world in the future. Minato was both relieved and guilty to hear that Naruto actually stated his thoughts so accurately. I am gratified that my considerations were correct and understood. What he felt guilty was that his child was so sensible and did not blame himself, which made him feel bad. In fact, Minato hoped that Naruto would make a fuss at him. Naruto continued, moreover, my father also thought very carefully about me. Not only did he leave the 9 tails seal key, he also added his own chakra to the 8 tails seal to prevent me from going crazy. Even, in order for me to be able to master the 9 tails chakra in the future, when sealing, I will inject my mother's chakra into the sealing style. I can see all of this. Looking at his parents, Naruto took a deep breath and said with tears in his eyes, I don't regret becoming this container, because before I became this container, I was already filled with your love. Naruto had been a Hokage, and to a certain extent, he understood his father's approach better than in his previous life. Kushina shed tears and immediately hugged Naruto. Child, Mom and Dad are sorry for you. You. Kushina couldn't bear it anymore, and all her suppressed emotions and love for Naruto came out. Her son was too sensible. Instead of complaining about herself and Minato, he was so understanding and supportive. This filled her heart with love that wanted to compensate her son. Naruto closed his eyes, sobbing and crying. Namikaze Minato wiped his tears, walked forward, and hugged Kushina and Naruto. Only in this life did a family of 3 really have the opportunity to embrace each other. After a long time, the 3 of them separated. Kushina wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, took Naruto's hand and said, Naruto, how have you been in these years? Naruto scratched his head and said, I'm getting by, not bad. Minato said, come on, let's sit down and have a good chat. So, the family of 3 sat on the ground. Minato looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, can you tell your father about your childhood? In fact, Minato wanted to know if the people in the village treated his son as a hero. Naruto raised his eyebrows and said, Dad, do you really want to hear it? There is no better child than a mother. Kushina keenly caught Naruto's emotional changes and asked, yes, Naruto, tell me. In fact, my mother also wants to hear it. Well. Naruto frowned, looked at Kushina and Minato and said, actually, it's not very good. To be honest, I had a miserable life when I was a child. Kushina frowned in surprise and said, miscellaneous. Naruto nodded and said, well, I remember when I was 3 or 4 years old, I lived alone. I often didn't have enough to eat and was hungry. Kushina was shocked and said, not full. Hungry. Minato asked hurriedly, the 3rd generation didn't take care of you. Naruto said, Grandpa 3rd generation has always taken care of me. Basically, my living expenses were provided by Grandpa 3rd generation, but I was younger at the time and spent money more chaotically, and after you died, Dad, Grandpa 3rd generation I have become a Hokage again, so I am quite busy and don't have much time to take care of me, and... Kushina was already a little angry. Seeing Naruto hesitate to speak, she asked, and what, say it. Naruto was startled by his mother's sudden domineering side, and subconsciously blurted out in fear, furthermore, at that time, people in the village were quite discriminatory towards me, calling me a demon fox and treating me as a monster, so there were basically some people are willing to play with me, even if I buy a lot of candies to please them, but no one wants to play with me, so at the end of the month, I often have no money and go hungry. After hearing this, Kushina almost felt bad. Naruto said that as a Jinchuriki, she completely felt the same thing about being discriminated against. Because when she was a child, she also came to Konoha village as Nine Tails Jinchuriki. At that time, she was relatively well taken care of. After all, Uzumaki Mido-sama is the wife of the first Hokage, the sister-in-law of the second Hokage, and the master wife of the third Hokage. Before he came, Uzumaki Mido-sama personally summoned him and comforted him. He specially said hello to the top management of Konoha. This is a very important thing. In this way, Kushina was bullied in Konoha. Looking at her son again, Naruto sounded very relaxed, as if it was nothing, but the actual situation is probably unimaginable to Kushina. He must be ostracized to death. Think about it, 3 or 4-year-old children, in order to make friends, spend money on candy to please others and let others play with them. How lonely this is. Minato asked hurriedly, where is the third generation? Didn't the third generation publicize your heroic deeds? Didn't it tell the people in the village that you were my son? Namikaze Minato was very uncomfortable. This was different from what he expected. At least, as his son, Naruto must be treated favorably by the village and the villagers. After all, he died fighting for the village, and Naruto can be considered a descendant of martyrs. Kushina said angrily, how dare he? If such a taboo as Nine Tails is publicized, how many enemies will come to kill? Moreover, in the eyes of Konoha's senior officials, they probably only regard Naruto as a weapon. Kushina cried when she said this. Minato was a little autistic. He really didn't expect that his son would live such a miserable life in Konoha. Naruto comforted Kushina and said, okay, Mom, don't cry. Everything has passed. Look, I'm not fine now. Moreover, I was miserable when I was a child. After graduating from the ninja school, I passed through hard work. I have been recognized by many people, and I have made many friends. Because of some things, I have even become a hero of Konoha and gained the friendship of other ninja villages. Kushina wiped her tears, looked at Naruto and said, you said it so lightly, but my mother feels uncomfortable in her heart. You are older now and have the ability to be independent. This is nothing, but when I think of you being bullied at such a young age, and you don't have your parents to support you, so I will. Thinking of this, Kushina couldn't help crying again, and while she was crying, Kushina looked at Minato next to her, and suddenly became very angry, so she went up and slapped Minato. I asked you not to sacrifice yourself at that time, don't sacrifice yourself, and survive, you have to do it. Minato looked at Kushina aggrievedly and said, honey, you can't blame me for this. I didn't expect such a thing to happen later. Kushina was so angry that her hair was flying. Naruto quickly stepped aside. He had heard from his father Minato in his previous life that his mother had a nickname, Blood Red Pepper. When she got angry, her hair would fly. Minato was so frightened that he stood up and said flatteringly, honey, don't be angry, it's all over after all. Kushina gritted her teeth and said, it's over, just let it go as soon as you Hokage-sama. That third-generation old man, I will have to settle accounts with him sooner or later. What bullshit is Konoha Hokage village? When my Uzumaki clan was destroyed, I couldn't even be rescued in time. It's not because Uzumaki Mido-sama, first generation, and Nidame were not around, and the tea was cold when they left. As a horse rider, it's not enough for me to do Jinchuriki, my son also did Konoha Jinchuriki, and even my husband died doing Hokage. My family worked hard for Konoha, but what did they get in exchange? My son actually lived such a miserable life when he was a child. He was actually ostracized by the people in the village and called a demon fox. Namikaze Minato looked at his angry wife and quickly said with a smile, maybe third generation Sama also has difficulties, and Naruto also goes to school normally, which means that the village still has normal care, but maybe the care is not very good. Kushina said angrily, isn't this what it should be? You and I both died fighting for the village. As our heir, Naruto shouldn't enjoy the treatment of the children of martyrs. No matter how busy third generation is, no matter how protective they are of hiding Naruto's identity, why can't they just instruct the Sarutobi clan to find a nanny to take care of them, and just let me take care of them, and just give me some money and send them away? Kushina thought to herself that her son was more cheerful and optimistic, otherwise he would have been so young, rejected by others, had few friends, and had no parents or anyone to educate him. If it had been anyone else, he would have turned into a black man long ago. Kushina pointed at Minato and said, "Minato, you touch your conscience and think about it for yourself. What did I gain by marrying you? My family is gone and I can't help. If I give birth to a child, I will die directly. After that, my son will still be alive. I was turned into a Jinchuriki by you, and I almost went down the wrong path and turned into a black man." Faced with his wife's complaints, Minato Namikaze didn't dare to refute a word. Kushina sneered and said, "Third generation Sama, you are really good at Hokage." Namikaze Minato wanted to say something, but in the end, he had to admit that Mr. Third Generation did indeed do something that made him feel a little dissatisfied. It was normal for Kushina to complain. Because on the surface Minato Namikaze is the fourth Hokage, but in fact, the third Hokage is still behind the curtain to listen to politics. Take the matter of the Uzumaki clan being destroyed. Minato wanted to help with Kushina at that time, and also persuaded Konoha's top brass to send troops. After all, the Uzumaki clan is Konoha's ally. However, Konoha was also in a period of war at that time, and the Uzumaki clan was faced with the siege of the Four Nations. After comprehensive consideration, the third generation did not decisively send troops and chose a delaying strategy. In the end, the Whirlpool clan was wiped out, and only a few people escaped. And there are some things that Minato has opinions on in his heart. For example, Orochimaru. Regarding Orochimaru, Lord Third Hokage actually has an unshirkable responsibility. Because Orochimaru was doing research at that time, villagers in the surrounding villages disappeared for no reason. Minato, as elite jonin at the time, was in charge of the leader of the village defense department. His subordinates reported this situation to him at the time. After investigating, he found that he had something to do with Orochimaru-sama. Relation. Minato's department subordinates could all find out. As the third generation of Hokage at that time, it was impossible for his direct subordinate Hokage Umbu not to know. As a result, third generation, on the one hand, took into account the relationship between master and disciple, but on the other hand, it was a pity for Orochimaru's genius and hesitation and did not act in time. When the incident broke out and third generation had to personally lead the team to clean up the mess, at the last moment, they still cared about the relationship between master and disciple and let Orochimaru go. Teacher Jiraiya also talked about this matter with Minato in private while drinking and chatting, saying that the third generation old man should not have been soft-hearted at that time, and at least he should have stopped Orochimaru, captured him and locked him up. Naruto saw his father being scolded by his mother, and speaking from the bottom of his heart, he still felt a little comforted. After all, when he was a child, he really couldn't understand why he was ostracized like this. He was obviously very kind to everyone, so why did everyone be hostile to him and hate him? My mother was indeed right. If he hadn't met Mr. Irika, Mr. Jiraiya, and Hinata behind him, he would have turned dark long ago, and he might even have started revenge against Konoha with Sasuke. What can I say about Grandpa third generation? There is resentment, but not much. After all, the third generation grandfather raised himself and provided himself with living expenses, although the care was indeed not good, the kindness of raising him was still there. Naruto stepped forward, took his mother Kushina's hand and said, "Mom, it's all over. I've let go of the past. I've experienced some things, and I understand what my father and third generation grandfather did. But what you said, Mom, is right. Grandpa third generation is indeed incompetent, but his heart is not bad, and he died dedicated to the village." Minato said in surprise, "Naruto, you mean, Mr. Third Generation, is dead?" Kushina frowned and said, "It's impossible. I was in the pure land of ultimate bliss and never saw him. Naruto replied, Grandpa third generation was killed by Orochimaru. The ghoul seal used at that time was the same as my father's. So, Mom, it's normal that you didn't see Grandpa third generation in the pure land. Namikaze Minato asked hurriedly, when did it happen? Naruto replied, when I took the Chunin exam, it was the 12th year after your parents passed away. The third generation is dead, Naruto has grown up, and things have changed. However, it all seems like yesterday and nothing has changed. Namikaze Minato was filled with emotions, he was already a person from the old times. Naruto looked at his parents and said, the current Hokage-sama is Grandma Tsunade. Konoha is now considered stable and prosperous. Minato heard what Naruto said and said happily, that's right. By the way, Mr. Jiraiya, how are you doing now? Naruto replied, Jiraiya-sensei has been traveling around the world these years, occasionally returning to the village. These days, he has been staying with Grandma Tsunade. Kushina lamented, Jiraiya-sensei is very powerful, it would be a pity not to be Hokage. Minato smiled and said, teacher is too laid back by nature. Being a Hokage is not his life goal. Kushina stared at Naruto and asked as if he was being tortured, Naruto. Tell your mother honestly, have you followed Jiraiya-sensei and learned bad things? Naruto thought for a while, teacher Jiraiya was good at everything, but he kept pestering him, asking him to use the art of seduction, transform into a beautiful woman, and find inspiration for him. You can't tell your mother this, otherwise, you won't be able to peel off your skin for her. Naruto smiled guiltily and said, no, I followed Mr. Jiraiya and practiced all the time. Mr. Jiraiya taught me a lot of things. Rasengan, psychic skills, etc. were all taught by Mr. Jiraiya. Namikaze Minato added happily, Naruto, I see you have also learned the sage art of Mount Myaboku, and my flying thunder god. This was also taught to you by Mr. Jiraiya. Naruto nodded guiltily and said, yes, it's all taught by Jiraiya-sensei. Kushina looked at Naruto and smiled happily, really? My son is so powerful now. He can even sage jutsu and his father's flying thunder god. Minato praised, didn't you see that Naruto was fighting Nine Tails outside just now? That set of ninjutsu was very smooth when used. Naruto is now at least at a level that exceeds that of Jonin. Kushina caressed Naruto's face and said proudly, that's right. I don't even know who gave birth to him. It's for sure that my son is excellent. Naruto was praised and scratched his head happily. Since childhood, he has always longed for the recognition of others, so he has been working hard, even aiming at Hokage. Now, getting approval from his parents makes him happier than anything else. By the way, Naruto, I have something to ask you. Minato Namikaze asked looking at Naruto. Naruto was a little confused and said, what's wrong, Dad? Minato looked at Naruto, puzzled and said, I was outside just now and didn't have time to ask you. You said that you tore the seal of Nine Tails yourself. Moreover, you seem to know in advance that I added it to your seal. Get your mother's chakra. You even deliberately relaxed your mind and allowed Nine Tails' hatred to enter your heart, thus triggering your mother's chakra. That's what I said, right? After Minato finished speaking, Kushina looked at Naruto in disbelief and said, how is it possible? How could Naruto know this in advance? Only you and I know about the fact that you added chakra to his sealing style. Kushina was right. Although the third generation and its Umbu guards were also present when Nine Tails sealed it, only he and Kushina knew about some of Minato's tricks during the sealing ceremony. For example, when the eighth tail of Nine Tails appears, the fourth generation's own chakra will appear. For another example, Kushina's chakra is arranged to appear when Naruto's mind goes crazy. The purpose is to better master the Nine Tails chakra. But as of now, Naruto seems to know everything in advance, which makes Minato feel incredible. Naruto took a deep breath, looked at his parents and said, yes, I do know everything, and I know the detailed process. I even know how to master the Nine Tails chakra and how to master the Nine Tails tailed beast transformation. It's crystal clear. Seeing Naruto's determined eyes, Kushina couldn't help but cover her mouth and said in surprise, how could that happen? Minato looked at Naruto with a frown. He couldn't see through the sun in front of him. Naruto took a deep breath and said, I know you must be very puzzled, and you may even want to ask me how I know. Minato and Kushina looked at Naruto, waiting for an explanation. Naruto smiled and said, actually, compared to this, what I am going to tell you next may be even more incredible, and you may not even want to believe it. Naruto looked into the eyes of Minato and Kushina and said seriously, actually, I am Naruto who traveled back from the future. In the future, I have become companions with Nine Tails and become a perfect Jinchuriki. Minato and Kushina looked at each other and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. Naruto continued, according to the trajectory of the previous life, the Fourth Ninja World War will break out in the near future. The leader of the war, Dad, you may not believe it when I tell you, is your apprentice, Uchiha Obito. Minato was shocked and said, how is that possible? Didn't Obito die in the battle at Kanobi Bridge? Naruto shook his head and said, no, Obito was just buried under a stone. Later, he was rescued by Uchiha Madara, and then fell into the trap designed by Uchiha Madara. After witnessing Lin's death, he became completely black and joined Uchiha Madara's Moon Eye project. By the way, Dad, when I was born, the one who attacked you and Mom and released Nine Tails was Obito. Minato and Kushina were both stunned when they heard the news. Minato clenched his fists and said tremblingly, how could it be? How could it be Obito? As a master, Minato was heartbroken at the moment. Obito, Lin, and Kakashi were all his disciples. He had always been very optimistic about Obito, and even thought that Obito could become a Hokage in the future. As a result, he originally thought that the masked man who attacked him was someone like Uchiha Madara, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be his apprentice, Obito. Kushina also said in disbelief, I never thought that such an optimistic child could. Minato looked at Naruto and asked seriously, what evidence do you have? Naruto thought about his father's past experience in the Fourth War in his previous life, when Obito finally formed the seal to become Jinchuriki. Dad, you still remember that when you fought the masked man, you left the mark of the flying thunder god on him, right? Minato shuddered. Naruto was right, yes. Naruto can tell such secrets accurately. It seems that Naruto's statement that he came back from time travel must be true. Why did Obito launch the Fourth Ninja War? Kushina was intrigued by Naruto's words and asked anxiously. Naruto recalled the past and said, this reason is a long story. In order to attack Konoha, Kirigakure took away Lin and implanted 3 tails in her body, thinking that Lin would return to Konoha, triggering the tailed beast in her body, causing war. Kirigakure's Umbu deliberately let Lin go, and was rescued by Kakashi to protect her. Then, in order to prevent the village from being harmed, Lin took the initiative to die under Kakashi's Raikiri, and this scene happened to be seen by Obito. Got it. As a result, Obito turned black, successfully activated Mangekyo Sharingan, and awakened Kamui. Minato and Kushina nodded. They were both still alive when this incident happened. Later, Kakashi was autistic for a long time because of this incident. In order to enlighten him, Minato asked him to secretly take care of Kushina. The purpose is to let him feel new life and cheer up. Naruto continued, actually, all this was designed by Uchiha Madara. On the one hand, it was to make Obito feel hatred and activate Mangekyo Sharingan, on the other hand, it was to make Obito feel the hypocrisy of this world and the fragility of life, so that he could join him and realize it together. Eye of the Moon Project. Kushina asked, what is the Moon Eye Project? Naruto frowned and said, what can I tell my mother? It's actually the largest genjutsu. In Uchiha Madara's understanding, it uses infinite Tsukimi to reflect the Samsara Sharingan onto the surface of the moon. God-deep forest creation entangles people who fall into dreams, so that everyone will fall into beautiful dreams, thus cutting off the cause and effect of this world and freeing people from distress, pain, and emptiness. Kushina was shocked. There is such a genjutsu. Minato frowned and thought, the real situation shouldn't be like this, Naruto. Naruto nodded. As expected of his father, his IQ was beyond words. The truth is indeed not like this. Uchiha Madara used the Mangekyo Sharingan to see the prophecy from his clan's stone tablet. In fact, someone had tampered with it. That person was Black Zetsu. To be more precise, it should be considered the Sage of Six Paths. Third brother. Kushina touched her son's face and sighed as if listening to a heavenly book. Naruto, what have you experienced in the future? You even came out of the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto smiled bitterly and said, that's ridiculous, Mom, it feels like listening to a fairy tale. Kushina nodded. Minato motioned for Naruto to continue. Naruto continued, the reason why Black Zetsu changed the stone tablet left by Sage of Six Paths was to resurrect his mother, Kaguya, the mother of Sage of Six Paths. I know Mom, you are very confused. What is wrong with resurrecting your own mother, right? Kushina nodded. Naruto continued, actually, Kaguya was sealed by Sage of Six Paths and his second brother Himura, because at that time, Kaguya wanted to use the sacred tree to absorb the energy of the entire planet, including humans, so that the sacred tree could bloom. Condensed into the fruit of chakra, as for the purpose, I will tell you about this later. You just need to remember that Jiraiya, including Sage of Six Paths, his second brother, and the third brother Heizetsu, are all aliens. They came to our world just to steal life energy. This is also the purpose of my time traveling back. Okay, let me go on to say that Kaguya's behavior made Sage of Six Paths and his second brother Himura very dissatisfied, because Sage of Six Paths itself created the ninja world and also benefited mankind. So, he teamed up with his second brother Himura and sealed Kaguya on the moon. Kushina was a little shocked and said, it turns out that the stories I heard from the clan elders when I was a child are all true. The moon was really created by Sage of Six Paths to seal a terrible thing. Naruto nodded and said, the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan are distant relatives. They are both bloodlines left by the Sage of Six Paths. Some of the legends within the clan also have their origins. Besides, Black Zetsu was actually the birth of Kaguya's consciousness. He wanted to resurrect Kaguya, so he kept looking for opportunities to drive a wedge between the two sons of Sage of Six Paths, namely Indra and Asura. Because of this, Indra and Asura continued to be reincarnated. Because of Heizetsu's intervention, the fate of the two people was constantly intertwined, until Heizetsu met Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, the reincarnations of this life. Uchiha Madara has successfully followed the guidance on the stone tablet, and firmly believes that what is said on the stone tablet is the best future for the ninja world. In fact, it's not at all, it's just a method specially modified by Heiju in order to resurrect Jiraiya. Minato nodded, seeming to understand many of the problems he couldn't figure out when he was in power. He looked at Naruto and asked, if my guess is correct, Uchiha Madara should have been unable to move due to some reason at that time, so only then did he look for candidates and chose Obito as his operative. Naruto praised, Dad is indeed a genius, with excellent analytical skills. Indeed, Uchiha Madara at that time, with the help of Black Zetsu, opened the Rinnegan Eye, summoned the Geto statue, and cultivated white Zetsu creatures, but unfortunately, he was too old and unable to act. So, after successfully catalyzing Obito, he took the initiative to die. On the one hand, in order for Obito to better execute the plan on his behalf, on the other hand, let Obito monitor Nagato and use the Six Paths reincarnation technique to resurrect him, thus starting the Eye of the Moon plan. Kushina was as fascinated by the fairy tales as she was by them, and asked, what happened next? What happened to you later? Naruto said, later, Obito brought a large number of white Zetsu and launched a war. In addition, a ninja named Kabuto, who was also a disciple of Orochimaru, used the forbidden technique to reincarnate in the dirty earth and resurrected a large number of dead ninjas. Join the fight. Fortunately, the ninja world is united to form a ninja alliance, fight together, and win every day. By the time of the final battle, Uchiha Madara became 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Sasuke and I were the reincarnations of Indra and Asura in this life, and obtained the yin and yang power of Sage of 6 Paths respectively. Oh, by the way, Obito was also succeeded by me in the end. Wake up and help me defeat Madara together. It's a pity that later, Black Zetsu controlled Madara and summoned Kaguya, and Obito died in Kaguya's hands to save me. Fortunately, Sasuke and I finally succeeded in sealing Kaguya and ended the Fourth Ninja War. Namikaze Minato and Kushina sighed. I never expected that so many things would happen in the future ninja world. Kushina looked at Naruto and asked, Naruto, you said you traveled back in time, then why did your future self come back? When Naruto heard his mother ask this, he said with a heavy heart, because, the Huiwei Yoruchi tribe, the aliens I told you about, have come back here and want to seize the energy of this planet. I led the entire ninja world to fight against them, but we were totally defeated. Fortunately, the Sage of 6 Paths had a backup plan and asked my son Boruto to use the magic plough to send me back in time, thus changing the history of the entire ninja world. Kushina heard something that made her very happy in this sentence, and asked hurriedly, Naruto, you mean, in the future you will have a son, ha ha ha, tell mom who the bride is. Ah. Namikaze Minato was also very happy. It seemed that Naruto would live a very happy life in the future. Not only did he become Hokage, he also got married and had children. As a parent, there is nothing more joyful than watching your children grow and prosper. Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment and said, she is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hinata. She has liked me since she was a child. I was slow to realize it. According to the trajectory of my previous life, I was around 20 years old when I officially married her. Confirmed relationship with Hinata. Thinking of this, Naruto smiled happily and said, Mom, Dad, I not only have a son named Boruto, but also a daughter named Himawari, who is as beautiful as you, Mom. Kushina laughed excitedly, really? They are twins, a boy and a girl. Ahahaha. Minato Namikaze saw Kushina was so happy that she almost jumped up, and said with a smile, look how happy you are. Naruto chuckled and scratched his head, if Himawari and Boruto could see their grandparents, they would surely be very happy, with the look of their mother, she would probably dote on them a lot. The family was chatting happily, and Kushina suddenly frowned and said, it seems that happy times are fleeting. Naruto and Minato looked at each other and both knew the reason. Kushina took a deep breath, looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, Mom is suppressing 9 Tails chakra and is about to run out, so you have to hurry. Naruto took a deep breath. Although he was reluctant to leave, he also hoped that he could stay here forever. However, there was no other way. He had to move forward bravely. Oh. I see. Namikaze Minato looked at Naruto with satisfaction, seeing that his child had really become a capable ninja. In fact, according to Naruto, in the future he will surpass all the previous Hokages. Naruto pulled himself together, his consciousness slowly coming out of his soul and returning to the sealed place. Naruto slowly raised his head and opened his eyes. Thinking about meeting his parents, Naruto smiled happily. 9 Tails looked at Naruto and said bitterly, what are you laughing at, little brat? Naruto looked at 9 Tails and said happily, I remembered something happy. Naruto stood up and said, in front of 9 Tails' shocked gaze, okay, Kurama, I'm done with you. As he spoke, Naruto's mind straightened up, and in an instant, 9 Tails' hatred chakra quickly retreated from Naruto's body, and was replaced by a blue chakra link formed by Naruto's own chakra. 9 Tails' eyes widened, and he said angrily, impossible, you have been consumed by my hatred. Even with Kushina's chakra, you can't easily get rid of all the hatred in an instant. Naruto smiled evilly, put his hands together and said, I've already said that I came from the future. I have changed people who hate me more than you do. Don't worry, Kurama. I will also change people with this love in the future. Yours, but before that, I might have to force myself on you and have S*X with you first. As he said that, Naruto performed ninjutsu. Multiple shadow clone technique. Nine Tails frowned and said in surprise, still coming. Naruto chuckled, and hundreds of shadow clones, each with their own tasks, began to fight. Some shadow clones started to make balls. Rasengan Super Barrage. Then he jumped up. Nine Tails gritted his teeth and said, here we go again. Kid, don't underestimate me. The furious Nine Tails raised one hand, then grabbed the chain on his body and used all his strength to suck it. Click. The two chains were pulled apart by Nine Tails. In Naruto's soul, Namake's Minato saw that his son was at a disadvantage, looked at Kushina and said, wife. Kushina frowned and said, as expected of Nine Tails, they are really powerful. They still have the power to break the seal chain, but I am not a vegetarian. Saying that, Kushina secretly exerted force and tightened a chain that locked Nine Tails' legs. Nine Tails became unstable and was pulled directly by the chain and fell to the ground. Good opportunity. In mid-air, Naruto's shadow clone jumped up, orange eye shadow appeared in the corners of their eyes. Sage mode, turn it on again. The Rasengan in my hand keeps getting bigger. Sage art, massive Rasengan barrage. Nine Tails, who was slumped on the ground, looked at the oversized meatballs one after another in front of him, and his eyes almost popped out of his head. It also finally understood what Naruto always said, if you don't obey me again, I'll treat you to meatballs. This guy is so bully. As soon as Nine Tails finished complaining in his heart, Naruto's massive Rasengan barrage came, one after another. Bang 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 bang. Just like setting off fireworks, they kept hitting Nine Tails' body, making Nine Tails retreat continuously. The other part, Shadow Clone, saw this and came directly to the blue chakra grabbing bar, pulling Nine Tails' chakra back like a tug of war. Kushina cheered for Naruto happily and said, Naruto, come on, it's just close. Namake's Minato wanted to go out and help his son at this moment, but he didn't move because he chose to believe in his son. Since Naruto said that he in the future has successfully conquered Nine Tails, then he will have no problem when he returns after rebirth. Naruto listened to his mother's encouragement and said confidently, I know, this is not coming. Buzz buzz. The high-speed spinning sound of breaking through the air sounded again, and the wind-release spiral shuriken appeared again. With the help of Shadow Clone, Naruto opened his left and right hands, fired a spiral shuriken in each hand, and ran towards Nine Tails. Nine Tails was beaten by Otama Taranmaru with a bruised nose and face. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Naruto coming over. Kurama, keep going. Chirp. Chirp. Naruto opened his bow left and right, throwing out two spiral shurikens, hitting Nine Tails directly, and then exploded instantly, forming two oversized wind escape balls, which kept rotating and cutting Nine Tails, oppressing Nine Tails, and kept retreating. Boom! The two mobile phone sword balls exploded again, turning into two wind escape beams, hitting Nine Tails' chest, pushing Nine Tails back quickly. The Shadow Clone who pulled the Nine Tails chakra also used this help to successfully pull a Nine Tails-shaped chakra out of the Nine Tails body. Kushina said happily, it's successful, Naruto is successful. Saying that, Kushina happily ran towards Minato, jumped on him, wrapped her legs around Minato's waist, and laughed happily. Nine Tails chakra was successfully pulled out by Naruto. The orange Nine Tails chakra continuously poured into Naruto's soul body. Then, the Nine Tails chakra mode emerged, and the golden Naruto was born. Naruto felt the changes in his body and clenched his fists. Sure enough, the familiar and warm power continued to flow from his heart. Nine Tails, whose chakra has been stripped away, now has a sallow complexion and thin muscles, and the entire body has lost a lot of weight. It stood up tremblingly and looked at Naruto, who had taken away his chakra and successfully became Jin Ming. His eyes almost popped out and his angry heart was about to explode. Naruto! 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 You have completely d me off. All. Nine Tails roared one after another, and its anger level continued to rise. Then it opened its big mouth and began to condense the tailed beast Jade. Namake's Minato said in surprise, I didn't expect that Nine Tails would still have such a powerful force after being pulled out of such a huge chakra group. After realizing this, Minato looked at Kushina anxiously. The implication is that with such power, if the 8-sign seal is not closed, Naruto may be in danger. Kushina felt the power in Naruto's sealing style, smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, there is a very powerful sealing power in Naruto's body. Sure enough, Naruto looked at Nine Tails, smiled slightly and said, Kurama, please be patient. As he spoke, he pressed his left hand on his navel, where the seal was, and then turned the seal. Suddenly, one after another red-painted Mingshin gate appeared out of thin air, falling from a high place, one after another, suppressing and sealing the 9 tails of 9 tails. 9 tails was suppressed and roared in pain. Finally, the 2 largest red-painted Mingshin gates fell, suppressing 9 tails half-body and 9 tails head respectively. At this point, 9 tails chakra was completely sealed, and the huge-tailed beast Jade that had just been condensed instantly shattered, then cracked and dispersed. 9 tails looked at the Mingshin gate on his body in shock, realizing the power of suppressing his chakra, and said in surprise, This is from 6 paths. The seal doors slowly closed, and the 8-sign seal began to rotate and lock directly. 9 tails suddenly became weak and could hardly open his eyelids. He slowly closed his eyes and finally said a harsh word, Remember this, Naruto. Saying that, 9 tails closed his eyes completely. Naruto stood outside the sealed gate, sighed deeply and said, Forgive me, Kurama, give me a moment, I still have something to do here. After saying that, Naruto returned to the soul space. Kushina looked at Naruto, gave a thumbs up and said, Well done Naruto. Namake's Minato said proudly, As expected of my son, Naruto. Naruto smiled and scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Because, no matter in the past life or in this life, he rarely heard the praise from his parents. While she was feeling happy, Kushina suddenly looked at her hand and found that it was starting to fade. Naruto looked at his mother distressedly and said, Are we going to say goodbye? Namake's Minato also looked at his own. Like Kushina, some parts of his body began to fade away. This was because the chakra was low and was about to be exhausted. Before leaving, Namake's Minato came to Naruto and said with guilt, I'm sorry, Naruto, for letting you become the container of 9 tails and shouldering the burden of your parents. Dad is sorry for not giving you a perfect childhood. The relationship between father and son is often the most subtle and sincere. There is not only family affection, but also the affection between men and men. Father's love is like a mountain, solid and heavy. Naruto shed tears involuntarily, then hugged his father, patted his back and said, Don't be sorry, Dad, in the future, I will become Hokage, and I completely understand what you are doing. I am very lucky to have a father who loves me and believes in me so much. Moreover, my parents were willing to sacrifice their lives for me. Before I became this container, I was already filled with love, so I am very happy. After listening to his son's words, Namake's Minato, such a strong man, could no longer hold back. He hugged Naruto and began to sob softly. He murmured at the corner of his mouth, I'm sorry, Naruto, I'm sorry, son, dad, I. Kushina was so moved that she and Minato completely understood the thoughts of this child. Kushina couldn't help but rushed forward, hugged Naruto and Minato, and said with tears, Naruto, thank you for making me a mother, thank you for making Minato a father, and thank you for coming to us as a child. The figures of Kushina and Minato continued to fade, and then dissipated into dots of golden light, completely leaving Naruto's soul space. Naruto closed his eyes and felt the departure of his father and mother. 2 lines of hot tears fell from the corners of his eyes, and the hugging hands slowly lowered their hands.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.